All right, to transition into the first of the two events, we have a document or a video called "Every Insane CIA Declassified Document." So these are just a few samples of what they do in the international terrorism world, right? Because I'm going to preface this with just like cut to the chase. The New Orleans attacker not only used the electric truck rented through the same agency on the same day and also used to be in our military. So there's a lot of coincidences right there, but also had these IEDs apparently that didn't work, or he drove the truck because the IEDs didn't work, or whatever that story is. The point is, he had an exotic chemical that is not found in America. In other words, that New Orleans attack is an international operation with likely more than one person, and now they're saying it's just a lone guy. And so there's, anytime it's international, you have to go beyond deep state FBI and consider what the CIA's up to these days. Haven't seen them on the field recently, and maybe they're coming back in a strong way, along with the ghosts and the machine people over there at Army PsyOps. So we're going to take a look at some of the stuff that we know about CIA that is declassified, and if you can understand that what they're hiding in their history is much, much, much worse than what they're telling you in these declassified documents. I know that goes without saying for most people, but for some of the other people, I wanted to say it. And then the second clip is mass casualty event reported in New Orleans, French Quarter. This is the first report from CNN on that event. Then we'll kind of build out. So in each of these stories tonight, you're going to see like how it was reported early and then what changed. And then by, showtime tonight, what the official narrative had mutated to. And it's going to show you if you watched any one of these slices and thought that's what's going on, you're wrong, which is a big problem with mainstream media that is resolved by shows like this that give it to you in a condensed, distilled, analyzed format, comparing it to reality and contrasting it with the evidence that actually exists. So let's go into declassified evidence and artifact of CIA skullduggery, and then we'll get to this interesting international terrorist attack in New Orleans right as the transition to Trump is supposed to take place. They're ramping up the terror factory assembly line.
Kidnapping of the Lunik. In the early 1960s, the race to space between the US and the Soviet Union was at its peak. Both countries wanted to be the first to explore outer space, and to have the upper hand, the CIA came up with a kidnapping scheme. The target? A Soviet satellite. The CIA led a highway robbery-like mission, where undercover agents convinced a truck driver carrying the satellite to take a break mid-route and give them access to the satellite. According to the declassified reports, the CIA agents borrowed the Soviet orbiter, took it apart to take pictures of every component, and put it back on the truck. This happened after the Soviets launched a multinational exhibit of their Lunik satellite and made it clear that they were ahead of the US in the race. Apparently, the Soviets had no idea that their truck driver was compromised and that the US had photographed the internals of their satellite. Unfortunately, the satellite was just a production item from which the engine and most of the electrical components had been removed. The examination only gave the CIA and NASA some measurements and structural characteristics, which weren't enough. Moreover, the Soviet Union also won the race on the 12th of April 1961, when they sent Yuri Gagarin to space, making this kidnapping mission a failure. Alan Shepard, the US astronaut, would not go to space on the Freedom 7 capsule until the 5th of May 1961. My Lai Massacre. In March 1968, several American soldiers carried out an operation in the South Vietnamese hamlet of My Lai, leading to the deaths of at least 300 Vietnamese citizens. The victims included children, women, and elderly people, making it one of the most horrifying acts by the American military. For an entire year, the US military covered up the massacre successfully. However, in November 1969, a journalist from the Associated Press investigated the operation, revealing the heart-wrenching truth about what the US soldiers had done. The news reports by the AP journalist made headlines, leading to an official inquiry into the events. The inquiry was concluded in March 1970, and criminal charges were brought against 14 U.S. Army officers. All but one of the officers were deemed not guilty, according to the declassified documents. Soon afterward, the Pentagon established the Vietnam War Crimes Working Group, a task force aimed to investigate horrendous crimes such as the My Lai killings. Over 9,000 pages of documents were compiled by the task force, with each page detailing the numerous crimes committed by U.S. troops during the Vietnamese War. The U.S. troops had gang-raped Vietnamese women, mutilated their bodies, and even raped children. When these documents were declassified, the criminal acts committed by American soldiers were so horrendous that it became the largest reported civilian massacre of the 20th century. Iran Flight 655. Over the years, American agencies have led several other missions that ended up being completely useless, and Iran Flight 655 is one of the most gruesome mistakes the U.S. Navy made. In 1988, a U.S. warship shot down an Iranian civil aircraft in the Persian Gulf. The plane was en route to Dubai and had 290 people on board. The U.S. Navy incorrectly identified the plane as an Iranian fighter jet and launched a missile to take it down. The declassified documents exposed this grave mistake that led to the deaths of 290 innocent people. 8 years later, in 1996, the U.S. and Iranian governments settled for $61.8 million that would be used to compensate the families who lost their loved ones. However, the U.S. never apologized for this mistake. To make matters worse, the declassified documents detailing the Pentagon investigations showed that the naval officers who misidentified the aircraft and shot it down were not at fault. The Department of Defense also conducted an investigation, which revealed that the official report and the later accounts of the incident were entirely different statements. Some of the major discrepancies found included the route of the flight, which was originally said to be deviated from the standard route. It was later found that the route was never changed. Similarly, the original report stated that the U.S. warship was operating in international waters when the missile was launched. However, in reality, the warship was operating in Iranian territorial waters. Project Azorian. Project Azorian was another absurd operation by the CIA aimed at retrieving the remains of the Soviet Gulf-class ballistic missile submarine K-129. The submarine sunk in the North Pacific while on patrol, and according to reports, it rested 3 miles below the water on the seafloor. Both the CIA and the Department of Defense believed that if they could retrieve the submarine's remains, they could get their hands on codebooks, cryptographic gear, and much more. However, there was one major issue. The Soviets regularly guarded the area with patrol boats because they didn't want the Americans to snoop around the wreck. Despite that, the CIA was ordered by Henry Kissinger to work with Howard Hughes and set up a false flag deep seas mining mission. The mission was to make the Soviets believe that they were constructing a purpose-built ship called the USNS Hughes Glomar Explorer. On its face, it seemed like a deep sea mining vessel, but concealed inside it was a giant claw that was to be lowered down into the sea, grab the wreck, and get brought back to the surface. According to some reports, the CIA did grab the wreck. However, the claw malfunctioned on its way back, and a portion of the wrecked hull fell back down. What little was discovered and brought back to land has never been officially revealed to the public. A few sources claim that the front part of the hull was recovered, and with that, 2 intact nuclear torpedoes and the sonar dome were also in custody of the CIA. As for the nuclear codes and the cryptographic gear, they were lost with the part of the hull that fell due to the claw malfunction. The claw malfunctioning itself is a point of debate. Many argue that it was just a cover-up, and the Americans recovered everything. Operation Northwoods. During the 1960s, tensions between the U.S. government and Fidel Castro, the leader of Cuba, increased significantly. The Cold War led to the CIA to draw up several bizarre schemes to take down Castro, most of which were aimed at eliminating him. However, one of the most absurd covert operations was Operation Northwoods, an elaborate secret mission aimed at committing acts of violence deliberately against U.S. and Cuban civilians and blaming them on the Cuban government to justify a war against Cuba. When these documents were declassified in 1998, they revealed that the Joint Chiefs of Staff came up with several plans in 1962 and suggested committing acts of violence such as fake terrorist attacks in U.S. cities, hijacking planes, and attacking ships full of Cuban immigrants en route to the U.S. The Kennedy administration rejected the plans, calling them foolish. The plans were risky and could have led to a full-scale war with the Soviet Union. Following this, JFK also removed Lemnitzer from the position of chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. However, he moved on to become the Supreme Allied Commander of NATO in January 1963. FLIR, Gimbal, and Go Fast UFOs. In 2017, the 3 classified videos of the U.S. Navy showing unidentified aircraft roaming around in impossible ways were leaked to the press. The videos, codenamed Flyer, Gimbal, and Go Fast, were captured by Navy pilots on different missions in 2004, 2014, and 2015. They showed a wingless aircraft moving at hypersonic speeds with no visible means of propulsion. The videos sparked controversy and debates across the nation, with many asking questions about what the government and CIA were hiding from the public. Finally, in 2019, Pentagon officials admitted that the videos were not fake and stated that they were part of a larger issue. The sightings of UFOs increased near the U.S. military bases, according to a report by The Times. Yet, the U.S. government officials, the CIA, and the Navy did not talk about the UFOs or the videos further. The sightings, although seemingly real, still remain a mystery because nobody else has ever seen a UFO in real life. Nevertheless, the declassified documents indicate that the U.S. might have more information than they have revealed. Acoustic Kitty. The 1967 report from the CIA regarding a spy cat is one of the craziest CIA operations of all time. A memo titled Views of Trained Cats detailed the CIA's intention of using cats as spies and releasing them into the Soviet embassy to wander around and secretly hear sensitive information. The plan was to surgically implant microphones and transmitters into cats and use them as walking bugs. Despite the obvious risks, the CIA officials found that cats could be trained to move short distances. Building on that, the agency released its first spy cat in a park, giving it orders to eavesdrop on two men on a bench. Unfortunately, the cat was quickly run over by a car, making the test an utter failure. Soon afterward, the CIA researchers concluded that the security factors and environmental factors were risky, and that using cats in an actual foreign situation would not be practical. Therefore, Operation Acoustic Kitty was dropped entirely after $20 million were spent on this useless experiment. If you want to discuss this video or suggest an idea for the next one, join my Discord. Link in the description. Kidnap.
We begin with this really tragic breaking news out of New Orleans this morning. 10 people are dead and at least 30 others are injured after a vehicle drove into a crowd in the French Quarter. Emergency officials say it happened overnight near Canal and Bourbon Street. You can see the scene right there. A lot of police activity overnight. We've been seeing ambulances, you see on your screen right there. Truly a frightening scene, as you can imagine, a number of New Year's revelers out and about on this New Year's Day, early morning, and then waking up to this news. The latest that we have from the New Orleans Ready, their emergency alert system, is that their 8th district, they're working on a mass casualty event. That is how they have described it so far. And again, we got that news just a matter of moments ago that at least 10 people have been killed and dozens more were injured. We're also learning some more information from eyewitnesses who have described some of the scenes, frankly, and some of the horror and panic after a vehicle slammed into the crowd. That's the word from some of the eyewitnesses. Kevin Garcia, 22 years old, spoke to CNN shortly after this incident. He said, "All I seen was a truck slamming into everyone on the left side of Bourbon Sidewalk. A body came flying at me," he said, adding that he also heard gunshots being fired. That's again from Kevin Garcia speaking with CNN just a little while ago. Another witness from Shreveport, Louisiana, Whit Davis, told CNN, "The incident happened while she was at a nightclub on Bourbon Street. Everyone started yelling and screaming." This is according to Whit Davis, "running to the back, and then we basically went into lockdown for a little bit. Then it calmed down, but they wouldn't let us leave." That's again from an eyewitness. This is Whit Davis from Shreveport, Louisiana, who said that she was there as this happened earlier this evening. You can see some of these frightening images on your screen of just a tremendous amount of law enforcement present. Again, on Canal and Bourbon Street, again, from Whit Davis telling CNN, "When they finally let us out of the club, police waved us where to walk and were telling us to get out of the area fast. I saw a few dead bodies they couldn't even cover up and tons of people receiving first aid." Again, that stands with the information that we were learning. Again, just in the past really 30 minutes or so, we learned that at least 10 people were killed and dozens more were wounded. We actually have some emergency audio from the emergency officials and the radio sound from the incident. I'm going to play it right now just so our viewers can take a listen.
Communications to Engine 29 and all units heading towards Canal and Bourbon. We're going to move to Fire Ground 2. You're responding to a mass casualty incident. A vehicle ran through a crowd of people. There's multiple injuries, multiple casualties. They need you at Canal and Bourbon.
And again, we're following this breaking news, a tremendously troubling story out of New Orleans this morning. We're learning that 10 people are dead, at least 30 others are injured after a vehicle drove into a crowd in the French Quarter of New Orleans. Of course, the very famous, very populated, you can imagine, area, especially on New Year's Eve, going into the early morning hours of New Year's Day. I believe we have CNN senior law enforcement analyst Andrew McCabe joining us now. Andrew, I know that you're coming to the story fresh.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lindsay Reiser, and we are following breaking news out of New Orleans. At least 10 people are dead and dozens more injured after city officials say a man intentionally drove a pickup truck into a crowd of people. This happened on the world-famous Bourbon Street overnight as people were celebrating the new year. It was around 3:15 in the morning local time. Officials say the man drove around barricades and hurtled down the street in very intentional behavior before opening fire on police officers. 2 officers were hit by gunfire. They are in stable condition in the hospital. CBS News has learned the suspect is dead, shot and killed by police. Now, officials say a long gun was recovered from the scene, and according to an investigative reporter with our affiliate WWL, it had a silencer, or more specifically, a suppressive device attached to it. Several potential explosive devices were also recovered near the scene and are being analyzed. The FBI is investigating this as a terrorist attack, and 2 sources familiar with the investigation tell CBS News the deceased suspect was wearing body armor. The truck that plowed through that crowd appeared to be flying a large black flag from the rear bumper, according to CBS News reviews of images. And law enforcement sources tell CBS News that investigators are looking into whether the flag is an ISIS flag or possibly tied to another foreign terror organization. Anna Schechter joins us now in Studio 57. She's a senior coordinating producer for our CBS News Crime and Public Safety Unit. What is the latest you're learning about the suspect?
The latest, we can report the name of the suspect that investigators have homed in on. His name is Shamsud Din Jabbar, 42 years old, a U.S. citizen, resident of Texas. There are previous criminal record, including theft and driving with a suspended license. So we're starting to piece together the profile of the man who carried out this attack at this time. So chilling. It does appear that this person took some time to prepare for this, prepared the vehicle. It looks like there was a flag. Investigators are saying they're investigating whether it's an ISIS flag or possibly another terror group, foreign terror group's flag.
Did this vehicle belong to the suspect?
It seems the vehicle was obtained through like a rideshare app program in Texas. So it was like a rented vehicle. So that's what we know at this time, not necessarily belonging to Din Jabbar, but that the vehicle was rented in Texas and then driven to New Orleans to carry out this attack. He was wearing tactical gear. We have a photo of him after he was killed by police, gunfire, and he's wearing like camouflage pants, tactical gear. According to law enforcement sources, the long gun that he had a device that acts as a silencer. So all of this points to premeditation and a will to carry out an attack that would inflict as much carnage as possible.
And this
I mean, this is absolutely hilarious. I'm telling you, 2 hours ago, when you search Trump New Orleans, every one of the headlines says, Donald Trump, with absolutely no evidence, claims that this attack is a demonstration of immigration leading to these terrible outcomes. Unbelievable. There's no evidence. And then fast forward to right now, when now we know who the person was, and they've all gone in and edited their headlines. They're pathetic. As I'm sure a lot of you guys know, there was a major attack in New Orleans around 3 a.m. on New Year's Eve. And we just got word who the suspect is and why he did it. And I would assume most people thought, oh, it's probably just a crazy person. Just probably like some person who wanted to off themselves, and so they just wanted to do it in dramatic fashion. It is a terror attack from an organization. This is like an organized terror attack, part of what was supposed to be one of many attacks all last night. I have no idea how many ended up happening. This might just be the biggest one, but this is a much bigger deal than we thought initially. And also, about a half hour ago, check this out: explosion near Trump Tower in Vegas. Okay, so when you see what this was on Bourbon Street, and then now we have another attack right next to Trump Tower in Vegas, it starts to look like we might even have multiple coordinated attacks. So just FYI, as I was just about to record the segment about the attack at Trump Tower, new information came out about it. Now it needs its own video. So look for that. I'm going to drop both of these. Obviously, when you're seeing this, it'll already be public. But I'm immediately going to record this video about the Trump Tower explosion, because it's 100% terror, and it's a different type of terror, different group, but terror without a doubt, absolutely without a doubt. They're not saying that officially yet, but there is no question. Absolutely none. And I will show you how I know. Just look for that video. That's what we're going to get into right now. Let's jump. I am a little bit shaky because I was up very late last night and it was New Year's Eve, but nonetheless, duty calls. You know what I mean? So if you guys don't know, if you don't know what happened last night, we're going to just start right here and we'll kind of go through the details of the case. So a guy at 3 a.m. took a pickup truck and barreled into Bourbon Street and plowed over dozens of people. He killed 10, injured 35. And once he was done doing that, he jumped out of his car and he got in a shootout with police. He shot 2 cops before he got killed. And now we know this is an ISIS guy. That's what this is. This is an ISIS guy. And there's a lot more to it too. So let's jump into it. By the way, really quick, I'm going to say this in every single video that I do for the first couple of days this year. Thank you guys so much for everything you guys did in 2024, whether you're a new follower or someone who's stuck with me forever, people who like the videos, and anyone who subscribed. It's like 2024 was a very transformative year in my family, and the channel was not a small part of that. And I really genuinely appreciate it. And thank you guys, genuinely. Okay, so let's jump into this thing. So suspect identified as FBI investigates act of terrorism after Bourbon Street attack. And then, obviously, after this one, we'll look at the Trump one. At least 10 people are dead and dozens are injured in New Orleans after a driver plowed a pickup truck into a crowd of New Year's revelers on Bourbon Street. You guys ever been to Bourbon Street? That was probably the happiest place in America, 1 minute before this happened. FBI is investigating this incident as an act of terrorism. You know what? I'll tell you what. Let's watch it on here instead. Let's let them tell us.
News is also confirming the identity of the person believed to be driving the truck that is responsible here, identified by CBS News as Shamsud Din Jabbar. Again, Shamsud Din Jabbar is the name that CBS News reports, also in line with the name that NOLA.com reported as well, our partners over there. Now, with this news from CBS News, one source through CBS says that there was no one else with the suspect at the time of this event. Now, that doesn't mean that there wasn't anyone here locally, potentially, who may have helped carry this out. And that's why we did hear from several local officials about the potential for at least a second accomplice here. We did ask our investigators about that, and they said that there is the potential for that, but they haven't been able to confirm specifically who that person may be, where that person may be. But again, a lot of questions on the table.
And they have to operate under that mindset, right? Because you don't know how far-reaching this crime could go, especially when they found what they believe to be explosive devices.
Right.
And you heard David Hammer talk about earlier that they have now detonated 4 suspicious packages in different areas that they believe may be linked. We don't know whether.
Oh my God. They detonated 4. Okay, so you got the one in Vegas, the Trump Tower. I didn't even know this.
Devices, but we know that they were suspicious packages that needed to be disposed of by the bomb squad.
Yeah, pretty frightening. Another one of those devices David mentioned over at the Jack's Brewery area, they were looking too. I mean, that's pretty much front and center as far as New Year's celebrations are concerned. That is where the fleur-de-lis drops, etc. But again, still looking into where those locations are. David Hammer, though, telling us again, 4 suspicious packages detonated by the NOPD's bomb squad as they do.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the New Orleans PD detonated the devices. Okay, either way. So there is a lot of missing information in that particular news report. So I'm going to go back to the original one we were looking at so you guys can see this, because there's a lot more information here than they laid out. All right, so let's take a look at this article and we'll get into what we know here. So high-level local law enforcement source confirmed to Fox News Digital that an ISIS flag was recovered from the vehicle used in the Bourbon Street attack on New Year's Day. Shamsud Din Jabbar, 42, is the man suspected of driving the pickup truck into a crowd of New New Year's revelers on Bourbon Street, killing at least 10 people and injuring 35 more. The FBI said in a statement, Jabbar died in a brief shootout with police after crashing the vehicle. Brief, but he shot 2 cops. They're in stable condition, as I understand it, but he shot 2 cops. This guy was, this was God, I can't say that word. So for the remainder of this video, when I'm referencing someone putting themselves down, we're going to call that, the word for that, or the term for that is doing the world a favor, So this guy's plan clearly was to execute this plan and then do the world a favor. This was, that's what this was. As is the case with these ISIS guys a lot, So this says a Glock handgun and a 308. Oh, I'm sorry. Slightly important details here. The ISIS flag is located in the vehicle, and FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. He's got an ISIS flag in there. Weapons and potential IEDs were located in the subject vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also located in the French Quarter. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with that acronym, it's improvised explosive device. It's a bomb. That's what it is. IEDs are bombs. So a Glock handgun and a .308 caliber rifle equipped with optics and a sensor were recovered from the crime scene, according to a high-level local source familiar with who is not authorized to publicly discuss details of the investigation.
We're just hearing now from the Associated Press that investigators have reviewed video of 3 men and a woman placing possible explosives around this area. Tracy, this is brand new into our newsroom. So what does that tell you? And to the point about the sheets, I think the sheets were also put up to shield the hotel guests' eyes from the carnage on the street. So you're right with those 2 points. But now we're hearing this video of 3 men and 1 woman placing items, and it seems as though they are connected to the suspect. Tracy, what do you say to that?
Well, this is very, very similar to the Boston Marathon bombing that was just brought up in the Tsarnaev brothers, where you had 2 of them, right, placing those IEDs. This is not at all surprising, because I do think it would have taken multiple individuals to place the IEDs, plan on where that placement would be, as well as then obviously use the vehicle to ram this crowd. But what that also tells me as well is, look, I'm former law enforcement. I think law enforcement is actually doing an excellent job here, but it seems to me that there may not have been explosive sweeps that were done of the French Quarter and of Bourbon Street in particular as a result of securing this area, because part of me does wonder if that explosive would have been picked up by either a dog or a device. Again, I can't say for certain if that occurred, but part of me does wonder. There's no question they are now looking for these individuals and combing through particularly that digital evidence.
And Peter, I want to ask you about how investigators handle the IEDs. I want to drill down a little bit so you can explain to us how this works, because it's my understanding that some were found and some may not be true IEDs. What is the process like? It's obviously a very dangerous situation. We know that robots are used in some types of investigations with this. Talk us through how investigators work with IEDs.
Well, the most important thing is the safety of the public and, of course, safety of law enforcement. So what they'll do is they'll cordon off an area, and they will use bomb squads, or the FBI and ATF both have special agent bomb technicians. They will render those devices safe, which sometimes means detonating them in place. And then what they'll do is they will look at those items, look at how they were manufactured, what components were involved, and they'll try to track down where those items that were used to make the ID were purchased, in an effort to identify who helped manufacture these IEDs. But the most important thing, again, is public safety. And that's why sometimes these crime scenes take so long to process, is because it takes time for the bomb squad or for the special agent bomb technicians to go in there and render these devices safe, while at the same time trying to maintain as much of the physical evidence contained in these devices as possible. Because again, it's evidence. They want to be able to present it in court, especially if they identify additional co-conspirators. And then the other thing is they look at the signature of these devices to try to see if they're tied to potentially other devices or even devices that are found overseas so they can see who is instructing these people on how to manufacture these devices. So it's a painstaking process. But again, public safety is the most important part of the process.
One thing that I heard in Brian's reporting, the last thing he said was talking about the fear, but also the anger, that these bollards weren't up, that the right protection didn't seem to be in place. They were working on it. That much we know. And for people who don't know what a bollard is, those are those short, thick posts that create a barrier. You know, we see them down on Wall Street. You've probably seen them outside of a bank, retailers. They use them so that people can't ram into a bank or a retailer, and we've seen them in some public areas. Not sure exactly. We've got the cars that Brian Enton talked about, police cars that were used to hopefully try to prevent something like this from happening. But, you know, now looking back at it, I mean, this is going to be a huge part of the story, Tracy.
This is going to be a huge part of the story, no question. And you know what's interesting, Laura, is that these bollards were put up in 2017 in this area in direct response to a vehicle terrorist attack by ISIS in Nice, France during Bastille Day. That's why they were put up. And they were refurbishing them, obviously, because of the Super Bowl and the other activities that you had mentioned. One of the things that they failed to do, the bollards, as you mentioned, at banks and the Capitol, all of those places have them, is they typically do extend through the sidewalks. And that's what they didn't have here. Those police cars did block off the street, but as we saw, this terrorist drove up, and as Brian mentioned, up and around the sidewalk. So these bollards didn't extend past there, these makeshift ones. And in my opinion, that was a security issue that was absolutely missed in this case.
Thanks so much for watching. Just go to
Investigators are reviewing this video of that deadly French Quarter terror attack. It shows the moment the suspect drove a pickup truck around safety barriers and then plowing into a crowd of people celebrating the new year. This just before he was killed in a shootout with police. Investigators say 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar, that was him, a U.S. citizen, an Army veteran, born in Texas, was behind the wheel. An ISIS flag, along with guns and explosives, found with that pickup truck. And we're learning Jabbar spent a decade in the military before becoming a realtor in the Houston area. We're also starting to get a clearer picture of some of the victims as relatives come forward to identify them. At least 15 people have been killed, with dozens more injured. Meanwhile, the Sugar Bowl, being held a mile away at the Superdome, is now postponed until tomorrow. Moments ago, from President Biden, he spoke from Camp David.
Our hearts are with the people of New Orleans after the despicable attack that occurred in the early morning hours. To all the families of those who were killed, to all those who were injured, to all the people of New Orleans who are grieving today, I want you to know, I grieve with you. Our nation grieves with you. We're going to stand with you as you mourn and as you heal in the weeks to come.
Investigators are now combing through the suspect's life, trying to track down all leads to any known associates.
ABC's Christian Cordero is in New Orleans and brings us the breaking details.
David, Giovanna, this was right around the time when Notre Dame and Georgia fans were supposed to be flooding this area around the Superdome. Instead, gates are closed. New Orleans' famed Bourbon Street, now a crime scene as the FBI investigates what they're calling a terror attack on New Year's Day. Federal officials identifying the suspect as 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar, a U.S.-born citizen from Texas and an Army veteran. Police say he rammed a rented pickup truck into a crowd of people on Bourbon Street just after 3 a.m., driving 3 blocks before crashing, then getting out and firing at police with an assault rifle. Officials say 2 officers were hurt before police shot and killed the suspect. Witnesses described the scene as gruesome.
What we saw was insanity. I mean, something out of a movie. The graphic nature of it, and it was unbelievable.
Investigators say they found an ISIS flag, weapons, and improvised explosive devices inside the truck. They're now working to determine whether he had any affiliations with terrorist organizations. The FBI says they also discovered more IEDs planted around the area in the historic French Quarter, some of which were deemed viable, according to sources.
As of now, 2 IEDs have been found and rendered safe. We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. we're aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates.
Officials also questioned about whether barricades were up along Bourbon Street.
This particular terrorist.
All right, so at this point, the FBI special agent in charge, Ms. Nosring, she had said it wasn't a terrorist attack, but there were IEDs and there were other people involved. You're going to hear shortly that they retract all that. They say it's not a terrorist event. He's a solo lone gunman. And you're going to see a journalist tour his house. You remember when they got to go through Matthew Crooks's house and they went through the camera and showed you his whole place? Yeah, exactly. That never happened. It's highly suspect that the FBI clears this crime scene, which is the origin of the whole massacre. They leave his electronics, his laptop is there, the bomb-making material still in the apartment. You're going to see it in the film. So I have to lay it out chronologically so you have a chance to understand. But thus far, Scott, other than Uncle Ruslan and the Boston bombing that I'm going to talk about in a second, like what perked up on your radar as we started to dig into this story?
Well, I mean, and then there's the reports of like the ISIS flag too. So like all the initial reports, like, well, I'm sure we'll get into later in the episode. It's still just the calling out of trying to tie all this to terrorist attacks. You know, back to Iran. Iran's the big boogeyman once again. So I was looking it up here. There's several articles about how Iran has vehemently condemned the New Orleans attack. They're like, it wasn't us, like whatever they say. But yeah, it has all the hallmarks of
Well,
it's just
ISIS,
crazy, man. Yeah.
That group. There was something about them. Let me just look them up real quick because I was going to talk about Uncle Ruslan, who worked for the CIA. You know, Uncle Ruslan Tsarnaev. But let's see here. We should
call back to Lena Wynn too. If we're going to talk Boston bombing.
Yeah. What did I go to? What was I just going to look up?
ISIS. Something about ISIS.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That because I wanted to make the point that is the there is the inter-services intelligence that's a different ISIS, and then there's the Israel State Intelligence, but I'm sure that's a different one. So let's go here. ISIS. Oh, there's a lot of entries under this. Sorry. Here's the flag, which is the swords crossed, right? Which is like a Jolly Roger, but we don't have time to go into that history. Let's just go back up to ISIS or ISIL, they sometimes call it, the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. It's a proxy army that never attacks Israel for some reason. And if you look into a lot of these articles, ISIS leader admits being funded by U.S. So even if you tell me this is an ISIS guy who attacked, I'm going to trace it back to Western Anglo-American Israeli intelligence assets because that's how this works. Okay. But they have threatened using the refugee crisis to infiltrate the West. You have General Mike Flynn saying that the U.S. Army funded ISIS. I have 10 or 15 different articles. Former DIA director, USA made willful decision to support ISIS in Syria, which recently was overthrown. Former Al-Qaeda commander, ISIS works for the CIA. Do you see my point here, what I'm getting to? There's a lot of these, right? So when you have a terrorist attack that is very convenient for the outgoing political organization that just is losing power and now has to work from the shadows, this is an example of them bringing their shadow work to the public. This is their psy war that they talk about in the Ghost in the Machine video that we'll watch between the New Orleans story and the Las Vegas story, because I think that's a fitting place for that use of taxpayer dollars. But yeah, there's a lot to this. And when you dig into who is ISIL, you're not coming back to like people with box cutters. You're coming back to, agencies funded a variety of means, but some of your taxpayer dollars go over there to CIA. A lot more go to NRO, which would be the first place that knows if there was aliens coming down in UFOs, by the way. Just balance the budgets. NRO is like way bigger than the CIA on the books as far as that goes. So ISIS goes back to globalist, New World Order, NATO, UK, US, Israel type of assets. So I don't know. I think that guy got sold a bill of goods and went and cashed in his life on it.
Yeah, it really is crazy. Like, just to see, I would love to just see on all of these, like the grooming that went into getting the person to be activated and who is behind it. I mean, that's the big question. But it's like it's not organic, it's not natural. You can tell these are orchestrated for sole purpose, and I don't know if they come in after them and plant all the evidence to create a narrative. but it's just like the tale as old as time, just like a standard patsy that goes perfectly along with whatever narrative they're trying to form. It's just so crazy. It's like a magic trick.
Now, if you
It
type in
literally is
on
a
the
magic
Google
trick.
Uncle Ruslan, you'll see the magic trick of how somebody in the Tsarnaev family was working very closely with intelligence, and that those Tsarnaev brothers were sent overseas to be trained by those intelligence agencies. And then you bring it full circle with, Marky Mark Wahlberg being in the Boston bombing movie, right? These are production of narratives, and the narrative about Uncle Ruslan is pretty substantial for anyone who thinks that it was just those two kids doing that thing, right? Which points back to these two bombings, New Orleans, Las Vegas. Okay. Both rental cars through the same agency. Both are electric pickups. Both are on the same day. Both are by either present or former U.S. military personnel. Do I think that the guy in Las Vegas ever talked to the guy that did the New Orleans? No, I don't think they had any direct contact whatsoever. But they might have had a contact in common, either at the FBI, the CIA, or working globalists inside Fort Bragg, which also plays into this because they did both do time at a place that a lot of people spend time doing in Fort Bragg, right? So it's a big place, a lot of different people. But the psychological warfare's initiative is also there. So now you got to bring into the question when they did the Smith-Mundt Act and they made it okay for the United States government to lie to its citizens, and they're also doing things that are off book, intimidating whistleblowers, covering up for corporations. That's kind of how things work. And people are finally realizing, oh shit, that's how things work. And we also realize it's not how things should work. And is there evidence in reality of that? Yeah, that side lies about what they're doing because they knew if we knew the truth, we would resist. But if they lie to us gently, oh, this or that, and this, these types of bullshit stories that we're about to try to analyze our way through tonight, you'd be stuck in the mud without a tow strap or some sort of snatch strap to get you out, or a winch. A winch would be really great to get out of the situation. We have to be able to think. That's our winch. Otherwise, you're going to be in these quagmires, these quicksand pits of any of these events. You're not going to know anything useful about it. You're going to pass on inaccurate information to all your friends and family. You're going to argue about the inaccuracies instead of bringing it all together and saying, what do we have on the table here? We have a guy who shot himself but drove up to a hotel. Okay. With not bomb in a truck that's bulletproof. So it's not there to hurt people because he could have hurt people. It's there in whatever situation to get people's attention. Attention on what? What else is going on? While the magician's wand's over here, I'm like, what's he doing with the other hand, right? So we have to look at these situations very carefully. The fact that it's being compared to Boston bombing, I don't think helps the authenticity of the attack. It just points back to more FBI, CIA, globalist, deep state acts of criminality in our midst, as they're always telling us, oh, it's accidental, it's coincidental, there's nothing to see here. It'd be crazy to ask questions about this, right? So we're going to keep asking questions because I think that's the sanest thing we can do in these situations. Instead of assuming we're getting the truth in any of these clips, let's take what all these clips kind of bring us and make a montage that is non-contradictory. And we'd be like, this exists. I don't know about this other stuff, but this right here exists, and it's connected to this and this and this and this. I don't know where else it goes yet, but this thing exists, and I can show it to somebody else, and they can also see it exists, and that allows us to take effective action moving forward. When there's a bunch of ambiguity and you can't pass on that knowledge, there is no learning, there is no growth for the other person, and then that's how they win. They get us in a situation where we can't articulate what's going on. So let's get some edification through education. Let's come to some understanding about this, and let's start to see where people start to pull on little threads of this story and see where it goes. In this, we're going to have something from the good old BBC, because we got to see how our good cousins overseas are representing this story. But we have first, New Orleans suspect didn't act alone, because now they're saying he did. So I want to put all the evidence on the record of them pointing to this must have been multiple people. No bollards. We just heard about that, but there's more specific information about it's very coincidental that those bollards for safety were not put back in time, right? The BBC is focusing on the ISIS connection. Of course they are, because it's how they get their proxy wars going. The FBI knew hours before Patrick Bet David has that clip. And then the FBI retracts false info on the New Orleans attacker, and that comes through breaking points. And then we will come back to analyze and comment on those clips. But let's first put the source material into the time capsule so people now and in the future can see clearly what is unfolding in America in 2025 prior to Trump taking the office of president.
New Orleans' famous French Quarter is now a major crime scene. At least 15 people are dead and dozens injured after a pickup truck sped through a crowd during New Year's celebrations. The FBI says it is an act of terrorism.
An ISIS flag was located on the trailer hitch of the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. Weapons and potential improvised explosive devices, IEDs, were located in the subject's vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also located in the French Quarter.
The suspect has been identified as a 42-year-old U.S.-born man from Texas. He was killed in a shootout with police. The FBI says it believes the man was not acting alone. The early morning attack occurred on crowded Bourbon Street, known worldwide as one of the largest destinations for New Year's Eve parties. It was also full of college football fans who were in New Orleans for the Sugar Bowl. All right, now let's go back to CNN's Ivan Rodriguez. He is on the ground in New Orleans for us. Ivan, what can you tell us about what things are like in the area where you're at now?
Tricia, it's still a very active investigation here. As you can imagine, for anyone who's visited this part of New Orleans before, that French Quarter is very tourist heavy. So still to my left and to my right, plenty of people walking around. This is, though, right behind me, the entrance to that crime scene. I'm on the corner of Bourbon and Canal. Right behind me on Bourbon is where that white SUV made that right turn and then continued to just slam into the crowds of people. What we are learning new is that the death toll has now risen from 10 to 15 people, according to the coroner. And there's been a lot of updates, Tricia, so far throughout this investigation. One new piece that we've just learned is that the suspect in this attack made a series of video recordings, according to officials. The recordings appear to be made at night while driving, so it's still not exactly sure if this video recording was made driving from Texas to New Orleans, Houston, where we know that he is from. But in those recordings, the suspect makes reference to his divorce, how he had at first planned to gather his family for a, quote, celebration and then have the intention of killing them. He then goes on to talk about how he changed his plans and then wants to join ISIS and how he's had several dreams of joining ISIS as well. So again, just new information coming in as this investigation continues tonight.
Just so much to learn still, I'm sure. Thanks so much, Ivan. Really appreciate this update. That's CNN's Ivan Rodriguez in New Orleans for us today. Former New Orleans Mayor Mitch Landrieu reacted to today's devastating attack on CNN, praising the swift actions of first responders.
It is a day where our hearts are heavy, and of course everybody's thoughts and prayers go out to the incredible victims. Thanks to the law enforcement officers who ran to the fire and took this guy out, because it could have been exponentially worse, and then to the medical professionals who cared for all of the victims and, of course, the deceased. It's a horrible day. No, there's a lot of speculation, but we know that this was, in fact, an American citizen who we believe was from Texas and unbelievably had some kind of military record, and was evidently here for a couple of weeks. So not unlike the assassination attempt in New York sometime. Evidently, this guy had been here for a couple of weeks looking at how to get this done. And he was intent on killing a lot of people, which, of course, he succeeded in doing last night before the law enforcement officers, shot him. So everybody just needs to be vigilant. The Superdome is going to be safe tomorrow night. We do these things all of the time. You understand now, because of your reporting, that there are nationwide threats. So this was a terrorist attack
in about that deadly attack, that terror attack that happened in New Orleans overnight that has now killed 15 people, injuring dozens more, including 2 police officers who were shot in a firefight with the suspect who was killed by police officers. And we will bring you that just as soon as we can. But we want to go and have a deeper dive now into one of the more pressing questions about this deadly attack that happened about 14 hours ago. Why were the protective barriers that are usually in place on Bourbon Street not operational during this busy time, during these New Year's festivities? The city says they'd been removed for repairs, but did that allow the suspect to access Bourbon Street to make his deadly drive? And why would those barricades, or bollards as they're called, not be repaired and replaced in time for such a popular holiday, and with the Sugar Bowl that was supposed to happen tonight that has now been delayed for 24 hours? For more on all these questions, we're going to go to News Nation investigative correspondent Rich McHugh. Rich, what are you learning?
Hi, Anna. So these are all very good questions. And what we know is that these bollards, as they're called, the barricades, they were put in place in 2017 in the French Quarter, inspired by the terrorist attacks in Nice, France in 2016. Recently, they had been malfunctioning. Mardi Gras beads had been kind of lodged in there, so they decided to remove them in November, and there was said to take 10 weeks to get them back in place. The mayor and the chief of police admitted that today. Now, there's a video that we have, and I want to put it up on the screen. You can see where these bollards kind of would have been. There was a police car that was in their place. If you can show it, you can see the white truck as it turns right. It goes right around the police car. And that's ultimately where bollards would have been, and they would have also been further along. Now, I spoke with, there's a very prominent person in New Orleans by the name of Sidney Torres. He's the president of IV Waste and also one of the founders of the French Quarter Task Force. He was prominent behind getting these bollards in place. I spent some time with him years ago in the New Orleans PD down there. I asked him about these bollards and what else he saw, because his teams were out there early this morning. Take a listen to what he said.
I've heard about IEDs. As the sanitation, being in charge of sanitation, we've been told not to remove any of the trash cans or any of the garbage. They don't want any of the garbage dumped. They don't want any of the litter cans dumped. They want to dig through the garbage. They found some packages on certain streets that they're dealing with. If you can see that truck ran into that light tower. And that's the only thing that stopped him. If that light tower wouldn't have been put there for more visibility on Bourbon Street, that truck would have killed a lot more people. And if you look at the guy's truck, you look at the photo, he had a trailer hitch on the back with a PVC pipe sticking up kind of high. And just looking at it, was it a signal? Was it an antenna? You know, those are the kind of things that, and I'm not saying anybody told me that. You can look at the photo and you can see it.
Now, while the bollards might not have been in place, that New Orleans Police Department vehicle was in place, as he just said, causing a lot less carnage. And now that we know that the FBI is saying that this man did not act alone, Sidney Torres is telling me that whole area is being treated as a crime scene. They're looking for more IEDs, even at this time. Yeah.
Yep, and of course we're thinking about all of those people who have lost their lives, 15 that were killed and dozens more injured. And of course that death toll could go up even more. Rich McHugh, thank you so much for that update. Appreciate you keeping on this one for us.
The suspect in the New Orleans vehicle attack has been identified by the FBI as a 42-year-old Army veteran from Texas. Investigators say they believe Shamsuddin Jabbar wasn't acting alone, and they're looking into whether he had accomplices. It's believed Jabbar drove a pickup truck at high speed into large crowds, killing 15 people and leaving dozens of others injured. He opened fire before being shot dead by police. The FBI says a flag for the Islamic State group was found in the vehicle. And police say they found a number of improvised explosive devices in the French Quarter neighborhood where this attack took place. Our correspondent Tom Bateman is in New Orleans tonight on Bourbon Street. Tom.
Well, the scene itself, Jane, remains locked down, the very historic centre of this city, and the point at which, if you look behind this large police van on this strip here, was where that white pickup truck sped up, gained speed, took a right turn down Bourbon Street, perhaps the best-known thoroughfare in New Orleans, and then ploughed into crowds on the scene there. Now, in the last few minutes, we have seen more police arrive here as they continue to scour the scene for clues in this city so used to celebration that saw a night of violence erupt.
New Orleans at New Year's Eve. This part of the city is its best known, a tourism and nightlife hotspot.
I just think we have to get right into it, and that's the New Orleans Bourbon Street attack. At least 10 dead, 30 injured after driver plows into New Year's revelers on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. Rob, is it 10 or is it 11 now? Can you double?
15. Yeah, it's up to 16, I believe.
Is it 16 now? Okay, so is it really 16 now, Rob?
It was 15 last night. I saw it in multiple news sources
Can you check to see what the death toll is now? I thought it was higher than that. 15. Okay, death toll. Let's open that one up, Rob, if you could. So death toll rises to 15 in New Orleans, terrorism attack. The suspect in the deadly attack that killed 15 people and injured dozens of others has been identified by the FBI. Let me read a little bit more to see if we have any other facts on this one here. 35 injured. This happened, a truck rammed into crowds on Bourbon Street at 3:15 a.m., followed by a gunfight with police. The driver described as hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. According to Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick, was killed by officers. The FBI, which is investigating the incident as an act of terrorism, at first they didn't want to say it, but they eventually said it, revealed that at least one suspected improvised explosive device was found at the scene, although its connection to the driver remains unconfirmed. Witness Jimmy Cothran described seeing 8 bodies sprawled out on the street, adding dead right in front of us was someone's mother, twisted, obviously deceased. One man deceased had tire tracks across his back and stomach and was clearly crushed. A little girl, oh my God, a little girl that we had seen dancing was as flat as a pillow. That's even tough to read. Oh my goodness. And a ton has come out on this individual. Even one of the stories that came out on the addendum, Rob, if you want to play that clip on the New York Post site, FBI confirms terror suspect Shamsud Din Jabraz flying ISIS flag. Is that it, Rob, that he's flying the ISIS flag?
So this is the clip of the truck. I have it before it goes into the crowd if you want to show it.
Yeah, show it before it goes into the crowd.
Other B-roll of the truck as well.
Okay, let's see. Let's see some B-roll here.
So this is...
That's 3:15 a.m.
This is just traffic on the side street. And he's going to take a right here
Now, let me ask you a question. What camera is so focused on that truck? Why is that camera following it? Why is the camera know to follow the white truck?
Well, see that's the barricade right there, people. Now watch what he does. He stops, and then he takes his hard right, and then boom, he's going. And now he's going.
I can't even look at that, man.
No, and now he's gone. He's going 80 miles an hour down a narrow street, and now they all know that.
Well, let me ask you, why, Tom, why does the camera know to follow that?
I'd like to know whose footage this is. That's what I'd really like to know. Have they edited down into a square for us, maybe a security camera from across the street, or who is taking this and knows to take this? Or is this multiple...
because you know the Ring cameras, like you know those cameras that people are out there, or even the PZT cameras, are the PZT cameras able for you to track something after the event? No, right?
Right. I don't know why it would, because there's multiple vehicles moving in the traffic on that street.
That's interesting. So what is this?
These are now the cameras that are outside of establishments, like, you know, watching your door. Or
and this is where he's driving 80 miles an hour and the people get out the way?
Everybody gets out of the way in this video, but yeah, you just want to see how quick
Go ahead, Rob.
Look at, oh my goodness, bro. Oh my God. And see, that camera doesn't move. So that's an external security camera.
Have you spent any time on Bourbon Street? Have you guys ever been there?
Yes, of course.
Many times.
You know, I was there less than a year ago with Deli. We were filming on this exact street. And then that's just on a random day throughout the year. On New Year's,
oh, man.
Too many people are out there reveling, having a great time. And this is what comes out of absolute nowhere.
And by the way, more people would have been killed further down the street and nobody's pointing out, he struck a construction bucket loader. And that was the end of the
And this is it. Well, this is it right here, Pat. You know, this is the shootout.
And we're not going to play the video because I don't want to put that out there, but we will play the audio so you can hear. This is as soon as he gets out of the vehicle, then you can hear the gunshots ringing out and people fleeing.
Go for it. So he's getting out?
And those are him, because he got out. He had a gun. He had 2 guns, and he had devices on him. But as soon as he got out, they started shooting at him.
So do you have the clip of President Biden saying that the New Orleans attacker who killed 15 was inspired by Islamic State group? Do you have that clip?
Yes,
Go for it.
The FBI also reported to me that mere hours before the attack, he posted videos on social media indicating that he was inspired by ISIS, expressing a desire to kill. The ISIS flag was found in his vehicle, which he rented to conduct this attack. Possibly.
Do you have the clip of him saying the things? Of what he's going to be doing? Like actual...
I don't know if they let them post that.
I've not seen that. I've seen multiple news sources talking about it, but I could not find the clip.
The only video that they have released is the video of him talking about being a realtor.
But this is years ago.
Yes, 2021.
And this, by the way, this guy was a former vet. I think he was stationed at the 82nd, if I'm not mistaken. And if you want to play the clip, go for it.
He's served in Afghanistan.
I'm Shamsuddin Jabbar, property manager with Blue Meadow Properties and team lead at the Midas Group at Core Realty. I just want to say hello and let you know a little bit about me. So I'm born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, and now live in Houston. And I've been here all my life, with the exception of traveling for the military, where I spent 10 years as a human resources specialist and IT specialist, where I learned the meaning of great service and what it means to be responsive and take everything seriously, dotting I's and crossing T's to make sure that things go off without a hitch. So I've taken those skills and applied them to my career as a real estate agent, where I feel like what really sets me apart from other agents is my ability to be able to, one, be a fierce negotiator. So not only do I...
You can pause that.
But here's my question, though.
Yeah. Seems like a rational business guy at this chapter of his life.
The president of the United States, who's obviously asleep behind the wheel, said on camera the FBI knew about this guy hours before ISIS and all that stuff. Where was the manhunt? Where was the, letting everybody know, giving everybody a heads up? It's like, what is how many times are we going to have a conversation, Tom, where we're like, the FBI or all these people keep dropping the ball? If it's not about DEI seminars or Donald Trump, it seems as if nobody's working. That's my opinion. And then you're going to see the FBI chick in New Orleans talking about this isn't a terror attack. Did you see this? And look what's right underneath her. New Orleans dealing with the terrorist attack. And this is what the FBI says.
This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found. And we are working on confirming if it's a viable device or not. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we're asking everyone to stay away from Bourbon Street,
Why does she sound
specifically
so
from
nervous?
Canal Street to St. Anne.
She's reading?
That is my ask.
Is that
Once again, stay away from Bourbon Street, Canal Street, all the way to St. Anne until we can figure out what is going on.
Okay, so let me read this about her, about the killer. Jabbar served in the Army from 07 to 15, including the deployment in Afghanistan. Okay. And then later he joined the reserves till 2020. He posted videos referencing the Quran and claimed in 2020 YouTube video for his real estate business that the military taught him the meaning of great service. However, financial struggles, 2 divorces, okay, child support disputes, $16,000 in debt, left him in hardship. And his first wife was suing him for child support payment that he claims he was behind on. I think the number was $28,000 on whatever the number was. And then his business hadn't made any money this year, and he was struggling financially. But what I'm trying to find out is, how recent is this picture, Rob? Do we know? Because I saw this picture everywhere.
I think that's his passport picture.
It doesn't say here in this photo.
I'm pretty sure it's his passport.
Tom, what else do we know about this story?
This is a more recent photo.
What you just said is what I saw. And so at the same time where we had talked about that, you and I wanted the story 2 weeks ago, we want to know what happened in those missing 90 days for the gentleman that shot the CEO of United Healthcare, that there was this missing 90 days. What was going on in there?
Right.
Who was in his ear? What was happening? The same thing. I've read exactly what you read. And so I've made a little timeline of it. And so for the last 6 months, it appears that it's been high stress. He was in court on the child support hearing, like, where's the money? What's going on? The divorces were there. There was an alleged email that was circulated, I believe, by law enforcement that said that he sent to his ex-wife, look, I got to sell this house or I got to do this because, you got to be reasonable. So he was under great mental stress for the last 6 months should we say mental stress, financial stress. And did that lead him? So when people are under great financial stress and they feel hopelessness, sometimes they go off and commit suicide because life is so hopeless and everything that's going on. And did he get...
Also, when people are in those precarious situations, sometimes intelligence agencies, they swoop in and they do things like get people to do things they normally wouldn't do otherwise. Right? Which could also be a situation, because I bet if you went to that guy and everything's cool, he might not be renting that car through the Toro app, which also coincidentally got used for the other bombing on coincidentally the same day that coincidentally these guys don't know each other, didn't talk to each other, or plan it together. So I'm going to hypothesize maybe there's a third external source that they both had contact with at some point. I don't know yet, but we're still unfolding this. My other question is, why 3:15 a.m.? What do you think it is, Scott? If he's a Muslim and he's with ISIS, do Muslims have a curfew and they can't be out at 3:15 a.m.? How did he know he's not running over his own people in that alley? There's a couple questions I had about that. What do you think?
That's a good question. I would assume that, if there is a curfew, 3:15 is within the window that you might be not out in the street.
Are all good Muslims at home at that point? Or what's the reason for 3:15? You didn't get your stuff packed and together? You were there for 3 weeks casing the joint. What is the purpose operationally of that time? I'm just asking a question because it seems like it's maybe one of those other pieces that don't really fit in too well, except I bet this justifies a heck of a budget for those sort of things. I also think it's interesting that New Orleans, which is, part of the French colonization of North America, right? Prior to the British and us fighting them off at the Battle of New Orleans in 1814. New Orleans has a French heritage. France had a terrorist attack where an ISIS terrorist drove into a populated place and ran down a bunch of people. And New Orleans said, we want that protection for our people, so something like that will never happen here. And yet, something like that just happened there because those protective barriers were coincidentally removed, giving this guy who had no knowledge of such removal, in all likelihood, the opportunity to create chaos in a way that only, again, a third party could have that information and make those sort of things happen. It's not within the guy from Beaumont, Texas's purview to be able to get the bollards removed and not replaced in time for such things. But if you were planning out domestic terrorism activities to justify a multi-billion-dollar budget, knowing that Kash Patel is about to come in and clean house, maybe you would do it for the budget money, because there's a lot of cases in this book. Almost every case that was after 9/11 of alleged terrorism in this country was manufactured, not genuine, not authentic, not really people from outside this country coming here to really cause mass chaos, but rather people who get into situations with confidential informants and other FBI pressure points, and they are tricked into giving up their freedom to pad the budget of agencies like this. Now, they're not alone. There you got the CIA, you got a couple other agencies that have kind of run amok. And I think there's a lot of evidence to that I've published over the past 20 years. So with all that being said, we still have to close out this New Orleans story. It's about to get a lot weirder, but you wouldn't understand the weirdness had we not laid out the grammar and the logic thus far. Now's where you get to see the contradictions and start to see there's a lot more than just one dude doing the thing with the pickup in that situation. And then we're going to look at the other situation. You're going to see a very similar. There's a lot more than one dude doing this thing, because you can't Desert Eagle yourself and still park in front of the place and do the thing. Right.
And then, the electric vehicle overlap is really interesting too. I've never even heard of a Ford Lightning, F-150 Lightning before. Like, what the heck is
It's a truck Ford made that they can't sell because they don't understand pickup truck mentality.
Yeah.
Right.
Of
So
course, of
Elon
course.
sold
Yeah.
pickup trucks to people who would never buy a pickup truck. That was, part of that. So more to be learned, but there is a theme to tonight's episode because there is such a strong history behind these two coincidences related events, right? The coincidence usually is a few more layers of abstraction away, and it comes back to your tax dollars at work in a way that is very un-American and should not be continue to be supported in its current form and way of acting because it protects the deep state. Let's just get to it. U.S. America could really use a federal bureau of investigation that served the people and not the globalists. So I don't know what's going to happen with this new administration. I'm just saying, like, they're already doing it like absolutely wrong. So you could use the George Costanza method from Seinfeld. And if everything I do is wrong, then doing the opposite would be right. And so I think Kash Patel just comes in and flips all the switches the opposite, and everything would be hunky-dory maybe, for the first time in the FBI's history, by the way. So I keep my expectations low on that, being that the whole purpose of it is to protect the people that are on the top layer and not to serve the people here. So we really probably, should maybe have something that protects the people in the same sort of way. George Washington had to create such things back when they were fighting the British. The British had their own intelligence networks, confidential informants, encryption, all these things. The Americans, we the people, had to make that stuff up. And we beat the biggest empire ever to exist on this planet, but we didn't kind of finish it off. And it's been growing back. It's been growing back in a way that you can't even see. And now we have to deal with it. So without losing the future of freedom for humanity in the mix, we got to keep educating ourselves, because this is not a fight that we win by going toe to toe with tanks, right? This is not going to be done in a boxing ring or on the battlefield. It is in the minds of the audience, where we have to get to know reality, get back in touch with truth, get back in touch with activating our own potential and doing something in this world, and not just being a spectator to things we don't understand. Once you understand, you have agency to take action. So let's continue with this next block. We're going to continue. There was one video in the last block we couldn't get to. It's a similar theme. I think it comes from Breaking Points. And once you start to see, now that we have the FBI on the record of saying it's not terrorism, and yet you heard all those reports where it's being reported by the FBI that it's terrorism, the contradictions are already starting to mount up. But what we're going to hear in the next couple, you're going to hear exotic bomb-making materials that come from outside the country, and yet they cleared this guy's house for a journalist to go in and show it to you without even taking the evidence. They took more evidence from Rudy Giuliani, who, as far as I know, didn't run over a bunch of people down the street. He had some stuff in 9/11 that he should be held accountable for. But I'm just saying, this is not a normal crime scene from the FBI after a terrorist attack that turned it over to journalists. And we need to put that on the record, because it's about as shady as that chick who did, like, the Syrian guy they broke out of prison a couple weeks ago, right? This is that quality of propaganda that they are purveying right now. So I want to make sure that you have a clear view of it, so you see it, understand it, and can avoid it in the future. Let's go to this block.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Breaking Points. Crystal, I'm in for Sagar. Thanks for having me.
Always. Happy New Year, Emily.
Happy New Year.
Got off to a terrible but eventful start to 2025. We had two violent incidents that the FBI is investigating. They're actually looking to see if there might be any link between the two. So far, indications are no, but we'll break all of that down for you, both in New Orleans and also in Las Vegas. Trump did weigh in publicly on New Year's Eve about the whole Elon Musk H-1B thing, firmly siding with Elon Musk and indicating that actually we need a lot more immigrants in the country. So a little bit different note that he's sounding now versus when he was on the campaign trail, and certainly when he was on the trail back in 2016 and 2020. We also have some drama in the Republican caucus. Mike Johnson faces a speaker vote tomorrow, and he can only, because the House Republican caucus has such a narrow majority, he can only lose one vote. He's already lost that vote. Thomas Massey has said he's not voting for Mike Johnson. So if anyone else defects, he won't be able to get a majority. We'll be in another negotiation a la Kevin McCarthy, Matt Gaetz, et cetera. So we'll see where all of that goes. They're also facing hitting the debt ceiling very, very shortly. We're going to take a look. Emily's going to help me understand this Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni thing. He's firing back both at Blake Lively and at the New York Times, suing the New York Times, claiming that their reporting was false and that they were cherry picking and actually altering communications that they used for their blockbuster report, alleging that he had harassed her and also that he had retaliated against her. So we'll break all of that down for you. The parents of the OpenAI whistleblower who was found dead, authorities deem that a suicide. The parents don't buy it. They have hired a private investigator to look into exactly what happened there. So we'll bring you those details. And we also are going to have an American doctor from Texas join us who is just back from his second trip to Gaza. Obviously, we covered earlier this week the horrific latest raid on Kamal Adwan Hospital, the last functioning hospital in northern Gaza has been destroyed. All of the patients and medical staff forced to leave, some of them detained, etc. So he's going to tell us what he saw when he was in the Gaza Strip. Before we jump into the latest that we know out of New Orleans and this horrific terror attack that occurred on New Year's Day, if you guys could help us out.
And so you can actually see his face up close. Here's Joe Biden from Camp David last night.
Our hearts are with the people of New Orleans after the despicable attack that occurred in the early morning hours. To all the families of those who were killed, to all those who were injured, to all the people of New Orleans who are grieving today, I want you to know, I grieve with you. Our nation grieves with you. We're going to stand with you as you mourn. It is inspired by ISIS, expressing a desire to kill, The ISIS flag was found in his vehicle, which he rented to conduct this attack. Possible explosives were found in the vehicle as well, and more explosives were found nearby. The situation is very fluid, and the investigation has a preliminary stage. And the fact is that right now, there you go. The law enforcement and intelligence community are continuing to look.
Good morning. I am FBI Deputy Assistant Director Christopher Rea. I'm from our Counterterrorism Division at headquarters. I'm also joined by Assistant Special Agent in Charge Alethea Duncan from our New Orleans office, who you heard from yesterday. I'm here to discuss not only the latest investigative information we have here in New Orleans, but I'll also let you know about other investigative activities outside of the state. I first, and most importantly, want to send our deepest condolences to the victims of this horrific attack and their loved ones. 14 innocent victims were killed in this senseless attack, and at least 35 are injured. We cannot ease the grief people in this community and across the nation are feeling at this time, but rest assured, we stand with you and in support of you. All the resources, and I'm going to go into that a little bit later, all the resources of the FBI are being focused on tracking down every piece of evidence, every lead, every interview, every potential lead we've got. While I won't be able to answer all your questions today, my goal is to be as forthcoming as possible with you on what we've uncovered so far. First and foremost, let me be very clear about this point. This was an act of terrorism. It was premeditated and an evil act. This was obviously a critical incident, and with that, lots of information and tips come pouring in from law enforcement, first responders, and the public. We have been aggressively running down these tips and information. As you all know, that takes time, and we will continue to do so until every lead has been followed through on. This investigation is only a little more than 24 hours old. So I ask you to keep in mind that as I go through some of the specifics later. But at this point, currently, and this is another fact I want to be clear on, we do not assess at this point that anyone else involved in this attack except for Shamsa Din Jabbar, the subject you've already been briefed on. A little bit about what the FBI is doing. So we are surging people and assets to the area from across the region and across the nation. Special agents in multiple field offices across the country have been deployed and are assisting with potential aspects of this investigation and following up on every lead. Additional teams of special agents, professional staff, and victim specialists continue to arrive to provide more investigative power and assistance to the victims and their families. We've also forward deployed a number of our critical incident response group assets, including members of our hostage rescue team, special agent bomb technicians, and crisis management coordinators. In addition, we have deployed more evidence response technicians to continue to process the various scenes that we have. So far, we have received just
on that deadly attack in New Orleans in the French Quarter. Tonight, the FBI has put out new images of the suspect just hours before the attack. He is seen placing coolers containing explosive devices along Bourbon Street. Now, while Bourbon Street is reopened tonight, there are new security bollards in place. Also, we have learned new details about the victims that the suspect ran down early on New Year's Day. And breaking tonight, ABC News has just learned that the FBI and Department of Homeland Security are warning of potential copycat attacks using vehicles to inflict mass casualties. It is a warning that has been sent to the nation's 18,000 law enforcement agencies. The warning sent out of an abundance of caution. Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon following all the new developments.
Bourbon Street is back open to the public tonight with new metal.
This new video has basically everybody on the internet saying the same thing. It's all some version of, what a coincidence! And when you see it, it's hard to deny. The whole thing seems bizarre. They let reporters tour the house of the lunatic that did what he did on New Year's Eve. And it just so happened to be so perfectly staged, so perfectly set up that people on the internet are very suspicious. Just as suspicious as what's going on with the Cybertruck scenario, too. We're going to have to talk about that. But the whole thing is completely bonkers to me. We also have all sorts of new pictures and new information. You're going to have to let me know what you think after this quick word from this video sponsor, Private Internet Access. Shout out to the chief in New Orleans who, of course, got fired from her job in Oakland, received a $1.5 million payout, and then went on to become the police chief in New Orleans for whatever reason. This is the best they could come up with, an elderly woman. Annie Kirkpatrick, New Orleans elderly female police chief, ran down two people in her car this past August. Before being hired in New Orleans, she was a head of police in Oakland, California, where she was fired. She later sued Oakland and got a $1.5 million settlement. According to see here, former Oakland police chief Ann Kirkpatrick strikes pedestrians. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Not a great police chief, probably not great for the job. That's more of like side anecdote. You see a lot of people on the internet saying, what in the Project Mockingbird is this? People saying this is the PSYOP is comical at this point. The idea that some New York Post reporter would be permitted to freely walk around and tour through this Terry's home just 24 hours later, and it wouldn't be hermetically sealed by the feds or police going over it with a fine-tooth comb is completely absurd. It's like they aren't even trying anymore. I honestly just find it borderline insulting. People say it's intended to be demoralizing for the people actually paying attention. I mean, this is wild. Here, exclusive tour. We found a making station for his boom booms and a Quran open to a chilling passage about martyrdom. What a coincidence. Here, Tim Young says, the FBI literally sealed a U.S. Capitol Lego set from a J6 defendant, but yet they left the Quran open to a passage about martyrdom next to an explosive making station sitting in the Terry's apartment. Yeah, sure, okay. Raw News Alert. So you just showed the list of chemicals that the New Orleans person used, and now a person who is probably going to be a copycat has an idea what to possibly make. Great job. Possibly not the smartest idea to share that. Why were you given so much access 2 days after the event? Why wasn't this sealed off as part of an active investigation? None of this passes the smell test. It seems like a total setup, and that there needs to be more explanation of how the media was given this much access. It was barely a day later. Oh, by the way, have you followed the first there were 2 or 3 people? Oh, and if you don't think that's weird, here's a headline from the New York Post yesterday where it said that they're hunting a cell of 3 men and 1 woman, and then 12 hours later they said, oh, he definitely acted alone. Well, which is it? Apparently 3 men and 1 woman helped him plant these devices around the city. Where'd they go? How do we now know? That he definitely acted alone? And look at this video. This is one of the most absurd things I've ever seen in my life. Now, I get it. Some people might say like, bro, first you complain that there's not enough access. Now you complain that they get this access. Okay, fair poke back. But this is like a day later, and the scene looks completely staged.
We are here inside the New Orleans terrorist from the FBI raid yesterday. But if we walk through the home, we see some signs of what...
By the way, he took pretty good care of that trailer. It looks pretty nice on the inside for a trailer.
He was up to. He
LVP floors.
Area here. Lots of different chemicals splayed around and different electronics. This is, again, a work.
What happened to all of those devices? By the way, how come none of those went off? We're getting this exclusive walkthrough.
Set up, left receipts, just very unkempt in here.
Doesn't really look unkempt. It looks pretty clean to me.
If we go over here, actually, you can see the Department of Justice documents here, the search warrant, and the property that they recorded here.
So now we see a white substance, potassium nitrate, a sample of potassium nitrate, small pistol primer box, burner with white residue, thermometer, stir stick, bottle of sulfuric acid, 3 bottles of sulfuric acid, screws, probably for putting inside the device, like a pressure cooker or something like that, white filter paper. So they just shared with everybody everything they need, apparently.
Which seems to be a lot of chemicals. Again, just left in...
She doesn't even take her fanny pack off of this? It's not really left in disarray.
Back here, and what appears to be his collection of religious materials, his Qurans, an open Quran with a passage there, as well as even the Bible here.
The open Quran up on a shelf that is too high for her to even reach.
Mostly books on Islam and his prayer rug just to the left of me here. And if we go back, there's another bedroom here. You can see he left all these belongings, contact lenses, personal belongings, his bathroom.
Why wouldn't he take them?
Some sort of workspace, again, with other chemicals here. The light's still on. Some kind of station set up here. We're
That's a wild search strip.
not really sure what that was for. In what we can assume was
Extra
also
bedroom.
a bedroom. You can see clothes left here, and just a sign that someone was here up until those last few moments when neighbors said
No kidding.
he left just before the New Year's holiday.
Nice looking trailer, to be honest with you. Yeah. I mean, are you kidding me? Oh, he had his Quran open to a chilling passage about martyrdom. The passage, verse 9111, expounds on Muslims the responsibility to destroy Allah's enemies. What's so stupid about this is how did he know he wasn't running over Muslims on those streets? That's how stupid this idiot was. You could have run over Muslims. There might have been Muslim people there. Numerous books about Islam are on the shelf around a squalid home. Again, it doesn't look squalid. It actually looks very well kept on the inside. I guess maybe that's just like the, hey, he was a single guy. It's pretty clean for a single guy. But a prayer rug rolled up. Obviously you have these devices. We're just sharing with the world, how he, made his. Now, we don't know. Did he take those devices with him? Did they not detonate? Did they not work? This is, wild. His younger brother described him as a sweetheart, a really nice guy, a friend, really smart and caring. This is more some type of radicalization, not religion, the brother told New York Times. No. That's in the religion. I have stopped calling these people radical Islamists. It's in the book. They aren't radical. They are just following the text. Of course, 2 IEDs in coolers were planted along Bourbon Street and later recovered. Luckily, they didn't detonate. I mean, so he did place those. Now, a lot of people pointing out who helped him build these things. We saw where he worshipped, not calling it a church, where he worshipped, telling everybody, hey, don't talk to police. Don't help police. Don't talk to the FBI. Talk to this organization that covers for us and has been linked to Hamas. Talk to them. I mean, it is absolutely bonkers to me, that anyone, this is wild. 14 people now have passed. We got the stupid idiot Allstate CEO going on television last night telling Americans it's our fault for being too divisive. Here you see New Orleans. He took a trip to Egypt last summer. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Is that where he met with his people that showed him how to build this stuff and gave him his orders on what to do? I'd say that that's probably likely. Why did he go to Egypt? To me, it seems very suspicious. The whole thing, very suspicious. I hope you're informed in this video. I will keep you up to date as new information breaks. Just subscribe and follow here. Huck is mad that the mailman's here, so I'll let you go. We'll talk to you guys real soon.
All right, so Jeremy just said something there about radical Islam, and he's like, that's kind of redundant, and it's in the text, and these sort of things. Yes, however, radical Islam is a tool of our good time ally, Great Britain. It's been used by MI6 since the 1920s. They formed the group that helped to create the Muslim Brotherhood in the first place in a place called Egypt, which is where the New Orleans guy went apparently to maybe get radicalized. And again, there are likely connections between the Las Vegas bomber and the New Orleans bomber, even though they didn't know each other. They both had connections into we'll get to the Cybertruck story soon enough because we got to get that into tonight's episode. But I think there's more to these stories than meets the eye, and these are probably 2 good books to read for 2025 because they're probably not done with their antics as of yet, but we'll learn week by week. We do have more media in that block, but Scott, do you have comments before we let that keep rolling?
Let's see. The one thing that did come to mind is speaking of FBI antics and missing barricades, I just want to wish everybody happy January 6th. It's officially January 6th.
Oh, it's officially January 6th.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully a lot of those people see the light of day and get their freedom back in 2025, and also that the government makes reparations for the time and life that was taken from them for being incarcerated as political prisoners.
I agree, but then again, they're certifying the election today, dude. What the? We're living in such a movie, dude. It's so entertaining. But I haven't heard any rumblings about anything. 4 years ago, this time of year, people were like, get to DC, right? So hopefully it'll be a peaceful day. But man, oh man. It's been quite a year so far these last few days. So
yeah, for sure. And instead of covering the next story in that block, I want to change blocks and go to these ones, LD. And I'll just tell you guys, there was a rare chemical traced to the New Orleans suspect who apparently worked with 2 other people to plant those IEDs, but afterwards they decided that's not a good part of their story because 2 of those people were probably the confidential informants from, groups that might get taxpayer dollars to do such things. So they had to change the story. If you look at the first reports of Sandy Hook that morning, the report was 2 nuns and a priest in a purple van that was being pursued by police. I was listening to the police scanner. I heard it. So I know that they changed the story that morning on that event. And the events like this, you're going to continue to see them morph, which is why it's important we capture the snapshots week by week, like a good little time capsule, and that we unfold the evidence as it kind of occurred. Like, not everything in the show is chronological because these two stories kind of happened simultaneously. So I broke apart the clips. So we're looking at New Orleans, and we're about to go look at Las Vegas. But now we're going to look at these stories through the lens of something called Ghost in the Machine. And if you have not seen your taxpayer dollars at work, this is an example of excellent advertising and marketing, psychological warfare, all wrapped up into a couple minutes of, again, your taxpayer dollars sponsored what you're about to see. And that's not just the case of the video. It might also be in the case of the Las Vegas situation. So let's go ahead and unfold. This is on YouTube.
I just want to say this Cywar video real quick. Like, it's really powerful in what they're trying to achieve, you know. And even though this is like, you know, a weapon against us, I would say, I give them so much credit for, like, just from like a video editor perspective, like a videographer perspective, like, they accomplished their goal. And like, you'll see if you haven't seen it, but I have to give them major props. It's like one of my favorite examples of video of all time, just because it's so effective in what they're trying to achieve.
And that's why
which is just psychological warfare.
Which is why it has millions of views and hasn't been censored. I'm sure it's monetized too, if you don't have some premium membership. All right, so let's go ahead to, again, your taxpayer dollars at work. I want to remind you where these things are going and being used for. Maybe we'll become more educated together on how these things work. Let's go to the Ghost in the Machine, and then we'll see what the Ghost in the Machine might be up to in Las Vegas.
As the world watches and listens in horror, the peaceful pro-democracy demonstration in China comes to a violent and bloody end. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Wolves hiding nearby, whispering do or die around me. You say your last good night while I get
There is another very important phase of warfare. It has as its target not the body, but the mind of the enemy.
The target of psychological warfare is against the enemy's mind.
It is words and ideas.
Ammunition used by Cywar.
Its mission is to influence the thoughts of the enemy soldier, and at the same time
is expected and encouraged to study foreign languages and the social sciences such as history, economics, and sociology. He must have a broad and sympathetic understanding of all phases of human experience.
gripping at my skin, the walls of night closing.
But the use of this force as an integral part of combat has now taken on new form.
As I wait to say my last goodbye.
These are the Psy-War soldiers.
What's on, everyone? Jeremy here from the Quartering. Hope you're having an absolutely wonderful day. Obviously, it is New Year's. I had planned to take off, but there's two pretty big pieces of news I want to get you up to date on. I talked about in my first video, everything that we know about what happened this morning in New Orleans. Just a terrible situation. But now, on the same day, a Cybertruck was parked in front of Trump Tower, and then the internet is reporting that there's a crater now. Essentially, here's what really happened. Here's some of the video. To me, it's a 50-50 shot. First of all the Tesla haters are like, "Oh, it's the batteries." It isn't the batteries. The batteries did not start this fire. I will show you irrefutable evidence of that. That said, there is a hilarious third possibility. So first possibility, even though it's remote, is some sort of issue inside the Cybertruck that started it. That is the distant third. The second most likely is some sort of dork leftoid did this as a message because he hates or she hates Elon Musk and Donald Trump, putting a Tesla in front of Trump Tower and then setting it on fire. Pretty obvious message there, even for your dumb leftist types. The third and more hilarious option, I'm going to save for later. I mean, it's not hilarious, but it's kind of funny. So these videos are going around this morning. So you have obviously, you see, here's what I point out. You see a brand new Cybertruck engulfed in flames. What else do you see? It's all in the cabin, and the smoke is definitely not black like it's from the batteries. There's nothing on the bottom where the batteries are hosted. It's inside the cabin. Okay, then there's this other video where people say they heard a boom.
I just heard a boom.
Oh my God.
And you see the smoke.
I heard that boom too, but I didn't know it was actually outside. I thought it was a person in the hallway.
Now, where I'm seeing Trump Tower here makes me wonder, is this actually at Trump Tower? But then the other video, it pretty clearly is. It's right in front of Trump Tower. Now, I want you to put your get your ear holes ready here. I want you to listen, not to me, but to the video, and tell me what you hear. Wait for it. It's fireworks. Somebody put fireworks in the truck. That's what it is. If you look, now that doesn't mean it's not some leftoid who did it to send a message, but it does introduce kind of a third hilarious option. Now I want you to, if you're able to on the screen, watch. There are several visual indicators of if you've ever had mortars, okay? You light the wick, right? One of those brick mortars, and you hear like a poof when it propels the mortar to the sky, and then poof after that. Some of them, after they explode, they have the crackle, it goes like poof, like those. I know people are going to make fun of me for doing that, but you know what I'm talking about with certain types of fireworks, very common ones. Okay. Now, with that in mind, watch what happens. You hear the poof, which is the mortar shell being launched, but it's inside the vehicle. And then seconds later, boom. Now you're literally hearing whistlers. Like Whistler mortars, Whistler bottle rockets. In the longer video, you can actually even see some of the kind of the sparkle effects from the fireworks. That's not the battery exploding. Sorry, Tesla haters. I know that you hate Tesla. You really want this to be a battery fire, but it just doesn't look like it. Now, the hilarious third option is, so first option is the batteries exploded, and I see no evidence of that. This does not look like a battery fire. It could be. It could be. Maybe there's a fourth scenario where it is a battery fire, but the person also had fireworks in their car. So that's a fourth option. The first most likely option is that it's some leftoid who hates Trump and did this. Another option would be that, like, in a hilarious, unlucky twist, somebody had fireworks in their car for New Year's. Because remember, last night was New Year's. They were staying at the Trump Hotel. They called concierge to bring their car around to the front, which is exactly why it would be parked where it's parked. Maybe they decided to, smoke a J real quick or something. Something happened and they accidentally lit it on fire. Maybe the owner accidentally did it. They were smoking it. It is Vegas. You're allowed to smoke there. All this kind of stuff. And they had fireworks in the car. They forgot, they tried to flick it out the window and it flew back in. That's happened to me. But what's concerning is literally nobody. Everybody on Twitter's like, well, it's obviously the batteries. Obviously it was a battery fire, without even listening to it or even taking 2 seconds to look at the video.
Las Vegas law enforcement, they briefed a moment ago saying that they don't have a lot of answers yet on what this was. It was around 8:40 this morning. This call came in of an explosion at the Trump Tower Hotel. They know a Cybertruck pulled up right to the glass entrance doors. Smoke started coming from the vehicle, and then it exploded. Now, they don't know if this was intentional. They don't know if it was something wrong with the vehicle or something that was in the vehicle. The sheriff saying that they believe everything is safe at this point, but they're looking for if it was malicious, what the intention was. They don't know any of that yet, Diane.
And they say they're treating it as an intentional criminal act in the meantime. So what does that do for the investigation, Alex?
Well, they say based on what's going on in New Orleans that they have to begin looking at it that way, not knowing what this was. They've got injured 7 bystanders that have minor injuries. They are taking this slow, but the sheriff's saying we don't know what we don't know, but saying that they do believe that the threat is over and that the community is now safe. The FBI is part of the investigation, is looking into it. They are trying to understand what the incident was or was not, but the indicators are there of a vehicle pulling up, smoke begins to come out of it, and then an explosion. The person inside the vehicle was killed. They don't know if it was a male or a female yet, but a lot they still have to figure out.
And Josh Margolin, who's also following the story for us. Josh, they also say they are looking at this as a possible act of terror. What does that tell you?
It says, like Alex says, that the sheriff says they don't know what they don't know. They know this, whatever happened was intentional. The truck didn't just explode because of some sort of malfunction or something on the street. The driver took the Cybertruck up into the valet port in front of the hotel, and they started seeing some smoke, and then it exploded. Apparently, this is according to law enforcement sources that we're talking to, there were some fireworks-style mortars in the truck. Now, the question is, were they set off intentionally at the hotel? Were they set off or were they lit so that they would go off somewhere else? That really is the key thing, and they're working to find out who the driver was, what the motive might be, because that's obviously the key. But this was not an accident in their mind, and that's why they're saying possible criminal act, possible act of terror. It gives law enforcement the full array of legal authority to do a full investigation so they can get everything done. You can't go back and recreate an investigation. You have to get the evidence, get the information, and then make a determination. And that's people who follow us all the time now with all of these active shooters and other types of incidents have come to know that that's how police want to react at first so they can get as much information quickly.
Now, this location is a subject of frequent threats and heightened security given its connection to the incoming president. So, Alex, what do we know about security around the hotel as of late, just because of that?
Well, security, Diane, has always been tight around this hotel going back many years. It's in kind of a remote area of Las Vegas, a little bit removed from the strip, kind of in a You can see in the pictures of the hotel that there's a parking lot there and some lower level buildings that are around it, but it's not on the heart of the Vegas Strip. But because it is the name brand of the former and soon-to-be president again, that security is always tight. There's usually Vegas police there. There's usually other security as well. But we can see in video that in this case, looks like the Cybertruck pulled up, the smoke began, then it exploded, and a valet, just like any other valet, where you would pull up and nobody was stopping this truck from pulling up, went right up to the glass doors, just like you would at any Vegas hotel. This truck pulled up in that way.
All right, Alex Stone. And I know Eric Trump tweeted about this earlier, saying the safety and well-being of our guests and staff remain our top priority. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Las Vegas Fire Department and local law enforcement for their swift response and professionalism. We, of course, will continue to stay on this story, the car explosion at Trump International there in Las Vegas. We will continue following those developments as we learn more.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. I might not know much, but I know that this is not an accidental battery explosion inside of an electric vehicle. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bomb. We've been saying all day that this is a bomb. When we saw that there was a massive explosion outside of the Trump Tower in Las Vegas, we said, there's probably more to this than meets the eye, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is a actual detonation of a bomb inside of the trunk and the bed of this truck. Is a Cybertruck, ladies and gentlemen. We've been saying this all day, and now it has been confirmed true. Once again, this is what the explosion looked like. Incredible. It's not from a Hollywood movie. This is something that actually rocked the Las Vegas hotel, iconic Las Vegas Golden Tower Hotel, Trump in Vegas. This is the difference between a bomb, which is what's happening here, and a battery fire, which is what's happening here. The battery fire, obviously, is a slow burn. It starts from the undercarriage of the car and it moves up through the vehicle. This is a bomb, ladies and gentlemen, along with a bunch of other pyrotechnics, mortars, and fireworks stacked inside of the vehicle for maximum damage. And it did injure dozens of people. Ladies and gentlemen, now we know what actually happened. Elon Musk, of course, the creator and inventor of Tesla, the owner of Tesla, says it appears to be an act of terrorism, talking about the bomb that exploded at the Trump Hotel. This Cybertruck and F-150 suicide bombs in New Orleans were rented from Turo. Perhaps they are linked in some way. So what Elon Musk is saying is new information that the Cybertruck in Vegas was rented from the rideshare rental app Turo, which allows you to rent private vehicles with de minimis background checks, right? If you get a car from Avis or Enterprise, they're going to check your credit. They're going to, confirm your ID. Turo really doesn't do any of that. And so, ladies and gentlemen, maybe this is a hack that terrorists have used now in order to attack the country. Elon Musk saying, we have confirmed that the explosion was caused by a very large firework and or bomb carried in the bed of the rented Cybertruck. This is unrelated to the vehicle itself. All vehicle telemetry was positive at the time of the explosion, meaning they can tell in a Tesla when something went wrong. The car is a computer on wheels. If you've ever been inside of a Tesla, you know that it has constantly tracking and videoing everything that happens. It has like a video camera system monitoring the vehicle at all times. So somebody putting in a bomb or somebody putting in like pyrotechnics into the back of the car, they'd be able to see that. I think we're just moments away from probably getting the video of the perpetrator. And we don't know who lit the bomb at the Trump Hotel, but this was an attack on the Trump Hotel. Elon Musk. The whole Tesla senior management team is investigating this matter right now. We will post more information as we learn anything. We've never seen anything like this, he says, of the Cybertruck blast and explosion. Ladies and gentlemen, this blast and explosion, as you can see here, was clearly something that was designed to harm and hurt those at the Trump Hotel. Maybe it is related because the same apps were used with the New Orleans attack. Of course, that attacker is an ISIS-related attacker, and he was able to murder 15 people before being gunned down by law enforcement. So this is an attack confirmed on the Trump Hotel, on the iconic Trump property in Las Vegas, as you can see here, and as confirmed now fully on multiple networks. Let's go.
Let's talk about Las Vegas because this has been a sort of interesting development. You know, the images of the Cybertruck parked outside the Las Vegas Trump property went viral. You know, sort of, I think people thought it was an accident and then no one was hurt. And so there was a sort of bizarre symbolism and that it was a Cybertruck, it was not Trump. As it's developed, it seems that this is being taken far more seriously. What have we learned about what authorities know and how they're investigating this?
Right, Chris. So according to the reporting of myself, my colleagues Andrew Blankstein and Kelly O'Donnell, right now, 3 senior U.S. law enforcement officials say that this explosion of a Tesla Cybertruck, kind of in the portico there where you saw that smoke rising from in front of Trump's property in Las Vegas, is being investigated, at least initially, as a potential act of terrorism, and that it was, quote, intentional. And there was a...
So the terrorism attack at the Trump Hotel is completely intentional. There was a bomb that was detonated and exploded there inside of the vehicle. This is something that now has been reported out by federal law enforcement that's looking into this. Of course, if they can do this at a Trump property, is this another attack on President Trump, right? I mean, the footage is absolutely bone-chilling, and I think we'll probably get more footage as we are able to develop the story. Check out this reporting.
Revealed what was inside the truck: explosives that included fireworks, gas tanks, and camping fuel. And authorities believe that that was connected to a detonation system controlled by the driver. We're also hearing this same sentiment from Elon Musk, who tweeted out that they have now confirmed that the explosion was caused by very large fireworks and/or a bomb carried in the bed of the rented Cybertruck and is unrelated to the vehicle itself. So he was clear to say that this was not an issue with the Cybertruck. And the sheriff also earlier said that they are checking for secondary devices. They're investigating many different leads, but he was clear to say that there does not appear to be any further threat to the Las Vegas community.
A brief update on what occurred on Las Vegas Boulevard this morning. As you know, we just had our New Year's Eve event where we successfully protected the city, where over 400,000 people were here last night. And that changed this morning at about 8:40 when a 2024 Tesla Cybertruck pulled into the area valet of the Trump International Hotel. Very quickly thereafter that, the driver, who was the sole occupant of the truck, we saw what looked like maybe some sort of smoke, and then the truck exploded. Smoke was coming from inside of the truck after we noticed the flash and the explosion, and I'm going to show you that first video. That's the Cybertruck parked right in front of the doors. Can you play that again, Carlos? So the individual that was in that truck is obviously deceased, still in the truck as we speak here today. Our fire department folks, Engine 12, a number of others, you'll hear from one of the fire chiefs here in just a moment, arrived very quickly along with my officers. And obviously we knew that we had a much larger event than just a vehicle fire. And so there's going to be a drone video that plays to my left again. you'll see the fire initially, they covered it with the tarp to try to get it to go out. Once the fire went out through the suppression efforts of the fire department, you'll see some of the evidence in the back of the vehicle. So those are gasoline canisters. They are camp fuel canisters and large firework mortars. What I also would like you to pay attention to on that video, as you see that, it looks like the exterior of that truck is completely intact as it sits there. The fact that this was a cyber truck really limited the damage that occurred inside of the valet, because it had most of the blast go up through the truck and out. In fact, if you look on that video, you'll see that the front glass doors at the Trump hotel were not even broken by that blast, which they were parked directly in front of. You can see that in the video there. What I will update, I'm very well aware that there's a name already been reported out into the media. I am not going to confirm any names to you as I sit here today, because I cannot do that with 100% certainty of who the individual is. What I can tell you is we do know the truck was rented in Colorado. We were able to trace that truck through the Tesla charging stations, and it arrived here in Las Vegas this morning at about 7:30 and went up and down Las Vegas Boulevard before immediately pulling into the Trump Towers. Unfortunately, there were 7 people that reported injuries during this incident. All of them still remain as minor injuries and were treated at UMC. I would like to thank the Resorts World, because as you know, we had to close down the Trump and evacuate it, as well as the Fashion Show Mall. And the Resorts World was very gracious in taking those hundreds of individuals in over there, housing them and feeding them prior to us being able to completely clear the hotel. The hotel and fashion show are back open for business. The Trump will remain closed as we continue this lengthy investigation as we move forward. I'm going to yield now to Chief Billy Samuels, but I'd like you to also recognize all of our exceptional elected officials that have come to support the police and the fire department.
We're also monitoring these developments out of Las Vegas. US authorities launching a terror investigation after Tesla Cybertruck exploded outside a hotel owned there in the Strip by incoming President Donald Trump. 1 person has died and 7 people were injured in the blast. Surveillance footage that is circulated on social media, it was shown during that police press conference as well, shows that very moment there that the Tesla Cybertruck exploded at 8:39 a.m. local time. Smoke poured out of the electric vehicle as it pulled up. It was there for about 10 to 15 seconds, police said, before the explosion outside the front doors there at the Trump International Hotel. A line of people were exiting the building. First responders were at the scene as well. The person inside the truck died during the explosion. Police yet to confirm the identity of that individual. More security are on standby at the moment for any potential acts of copycats or any sort of other terror incident that might take place.
I have authorized what we call an ABX roster to continue for the next 2 days, which is my New Year's Eve staffing plan of over 1,000 officers, both in our community neighborhoods as well as on the Strip and downtown, in partnership with all of the other law enforcement agencies, City of Las Vegas Marshals, North Las Vegas, Henderson, just to ensure that even if we had a copycat or somebody else wanted to go up and conduct an attack.
Given the timing of these 2 events, authorities are investing any potential link between what's happened in Las Vegas and what happened there in New Orleans. There was questions at the press conference to law enforcement about the fact that these 2 vehicles were both rented both from the same company. But at this stage, the update was that seemed to be just a mere coincidence. Tesla founder Elon Musk, as we know, very close to incoming President Donald Trump, he posted on social media, his platform X today, saying that it appears likely to be an act of terrorism. He says both this Cybertruck and the F-150 suicide bomb in New Orleans were rented from Turo. That's that rental car company I mentioned. And he speculates perhaps that they are linked in some way. Mr. Musk has also written that the evil knuckleheads picked the wrong vehicle for a terrorist attack. Cybertruck actually contained the explosion and directed the blast upwards. Not even the glass doors of the lobby were broken. And that's the very point that Las Vegas authorities had been making. The fact that this was a Cybertruck prevented the explosives actually doing further damage into the interior of the hotel. Vegas authorities confirming that both Mr. Musk and Donald Trump have aided the investigation so far.
I have to thank Elon Musk specifically. He gave us quite a bit of additional information in regards to how the vehicle was locked after it exploded due to the force of the nature of the force from the explosion, as well as being able to capture all of the video from the Tesla charging stations across the country. And he sent that directly to us. So I appreciate his help.
Attention is also now turning to security at other major events that are coming up in the United States. We are just 2 weeks or so away from Donald Trump's inauguration in Washington, D.C. There also, New Orleans will be playing host to the Super Bowl in early February.
I'm not as concerned for the actual inauguration. That's a national security event. Everything that we have possibly that can be rolled out, and those people think outside the box, will be there. What I'm concerned about are the events like we saw last night. So during the inauguration, they have all these inauguration balls. Those are going to be targets. We have different bowl games coming up, the Super Bowl coming up. The Super Bowl is not just one game. It's a week of all these different things going on, and to an extent where an entire city is consumed by events around the Super Bowl. That's a soft target. That's a concern.
All right, everyone. We are awaiting the major news conference out of New Orleans, the latest updates coming. And as soon as that happens, we will bring that to you right here, as always, on Live Now from Fox. I do want to continue to update you on the Las Vegas situation of yesterday with the Cybertruck explosion outside of Trump's property, the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. We are getting some breaking news regarding that. Let's bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. What we are learning is the person who authorities believe died in the explosion of a Tesla Cybertruck packed with fireworks and mortars and camp fuel canisters outside President-elect Donald Trump's Las Vegas hotel was an active duty U.S. Army soldier. 3 U.S. officials are telling the Associated Press today. 2 law enforcement officials identified the man inside the futuristic-looking pickup truck as Matthew Livesberger. The law enforcement officials spoke to the AP. 3 U.S. officials said Livesberger was an active-duty Army member who spent time at the base formerly known as Fort Bragg, a massive Army base in North Carolina that is home to Army Special Forces Command. The officials also spoke on this in length as well. The truck explosion came hours after a driver, 42-year-old Shamsed Din Babar Jabbar, rammed a truck into a crowd in New Orleans' famed French Quarter early on New Year's Day, killing at least 15 people before being shot to death by police. That crash was being investigated as a terrorist attack, and police believe the driver was not acting alone. Jabbar, a U.S. Army veteran, also spent time at Fort Bragg, but one official said so far there is no overlap in their assignments there. So again,
all right, good. All right, so there's no overlap in their assignments because that would have been like 10 too many coincidences. But they both did some time at Fort Bragg. Both served in the U.S. military, one active, one non-active. Both rented electric pickup trucks. Both through the same app, and both bombed, terrorist events on the same day. That's a lot of coincidences right there. but we didn't even get started yet. I just had to lay all that out as the foundation for what's between now and the end of the show, which will probably go past the usual 4 a.m. stop point. So before we get to that part, Scott, do you feel the Psy war percolating? I mean, I probably don't have time to get into this document, but I'll point it out to folks who don't know about such things, because sometimes I take for granted, I've been looking into these things. It's like, oh yeah, that document, from PsyOp to Mind War, the Psychology of Victory. And it's with a interesting co-writer.
Michael Aquino. Yeah, Michael Aquino. Dude.
Right. And so if you guys don't know who he is, they do thoughtfully, they have a wiki. Yeah, he has famous eyebrows. And they do have this Wikipedia page. I'm sorry. We got to go to the right one. You got to go to there's his eyebrows. There you go. There you go. Get that. Get some. All right. So this guy, right, who created this special group right here, right? He created that because he didn't think Anton LaVey was Satanist enough, right? So he's also the guy writing Psy-War documents for the U.S. Army, and he has an interesting history. And I've heard an interview with his side of it too, because there's accusations that maybe go too far, further than actually, what he did, right? But Michael Aquino was an American political scientist, military officer, and Satanist. He was a founder and high priest of the Temple of Set. Aquino was also a specialist in psychological warfare for military intelligence and an officer in the U.S. Army. He has a long, interesting history. Is he with... Oh, I've actually seen an interview with his wife, too. So there's a whole bunch of allegations out there against him. Some of these took place with, this is Franklin cover-up stuff right here. There was also the Presidio accusations in San Francisco right here, right? So he has a long history, and the fact that, he created a group, right? Free speech, freedom of religion, right? That's all. That's one thing. But then when you're the co-author of like the policy on how to do such things, things start to get a little more dicey. And when, I made a movie, well, I co-wrote a movie, but I was in it and I helped make it. It was called State of Mind, the Psychology of Control. Where is it? It's floating around someplace. I had to move it today to get the Autonomy sign I got up for Christmas. That came from Leah.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Leah,
it's awesome.
Shout out.
And it was dimmable because when I plugged it in, it was way too bright for the exposure. I'm like, oh, hopefully, let me get AAA batteries. And it all worked out in the nick of time. I did that right before the show. So Aquino, Psychological Warfare, State of Mind, The Psychology of Control. That's one movie. The Minds of Men by Aaron and Melissa Dykes, Truth Stream Media. That is like the premiere Paramount 3, like it's a 3-hour movie. It gives you all the nuts and bolts, all the details you need to know about that situation to make it real and pass it on to other people. And then I want to give shout out to Scott Noble, who's a wonderful filmmaker who consistently says no thank you to interview requests. So I highly respect his work. If you go to Metanoia Films, just Google it, Metanoia, because it's like there's a hyphen in his URL. But it has all his films on his page. His films on psychological warfare are excellent. His aunt was in Canada and she was subject in the MK Ultra experiments. So he learned about it because a family member of his was tortured and damaged by the system that was Anglo-American. It wasn't in America that happened. It happened in Canada because Ewan Cameron of MI6 and psychological warfare, like there's more than one country working on this stuff together with the United States. They might even be leading the United States like on a leash with this stuff. Anyway, lot to be learned, but these types of things, it's an only 10-page document. You might want to like go to internet.archive.org or internetarchive@archive.org, print it out, read it, understand this is, 20 years old, right? And they might still be operating on such things today, not just for foreign, types of missions, but domestic control of people. And given that we've had a lot of stories of like the Diddy story and the Epstein story and all these other things that have gone along the way, there might be overarching concern, like who protects all those people? Maybe, I don't know. There's that whole saying, what do they say? Birds of a feather flock kids together or something like that.
Yep, definitely.
But
And you know, it's like in AI philosophy, there's this thing called the alignment problem, which is, you know, as they're programming AIs, they need to make sure that it's aligned with human values so it doesn't go off the deep end and destroy humanity, right? I would say that when we're outsourcing things like to a government who then therefore has to have a military, right? When we're outsourcing our freedom to an entity like the government that then has a military, we are also running into a problem that I would say has been going on for a long time, where we're having an alignment problem, where these people that are forming policies and forming these military doctrines, are they aligned with the values that we believe in? Are they actually trying to march freedom forward, or are they like these Satanists that believe in very dark things that are formulating the policies that are so entrenched into how we operate as a country and just as a civilization? Like, it's just crazy to even think about that. That's the guy. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what Satanism is all about, but to me, that's not like the foundation of who I would trust to protect my freedom, or believes that my humanity is valued or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Not to mention
same rule
all
as
of the
Jehovah's
accusations.
Witnesses, bro. When they knock, just don't answer the door.
I mean, yeah, if it was that simple.
If it only were that simple, that's why I laughed. That's why I laughed. If it only were that simple. It is simpler with Jehovah's Witnesses.
Totally.
Yeah. All right. So the other people, they take tax dollars first and fund their meetings.
Totally.
If you want to learn more, go check out the 2 sessions I filmed of Mark Passio presenting in Connecticut. It was like, 10 years ago. But he tells this whole story of attending rituals that were in like the Capitol building of various states. And when you go and look at the iconography, the symbolism inside those capitals, it's not about you or your freedom. It's about the forces that control your government, So I don't think it always has to work that way in human history. I think we can outlearn such modalities, even though they are definitely a part of the past. We don't need to bring these into the future. Let's continue to dig into this story, because after this block, then we have enough to work with to start to see the contradictions. And there's a fucking flurry of contradictions that come out in this story, which is another hallmark of either mass incompetence, in which case, why does no one get fired, or psychological warfare, which kind of tips the scale when you start weighing either of these events, because there's too many things that the individual couldn't do themselves to make the whole thing work out. To go back to Trump's attempted assassination with Crooks. Crooks could not get the Secret Service to change their standard operating procedure on perimeters of protecting the principal, executive that they're trying to guard in that situation, right? There's deep state tethers behind such big, large events that are meaningful at this specific time in history, because they're about to try to resist a little bit this changeover, because they know they have a lot exposed. They've done a lot of things the past 4 years that they don't want people coming back and doing the same thing to them. They're scared because they went so hard after this guy and now he's in power. So, you and I, we have nothing to do with that. We're just trying to pay the bills and feed the kids and, maintain the things and make our life go around. These other people play with our world like it's their little toy, to quote the great 20th century poet Bob Dylan. All right, so let's break into this. Let's go across the pond and get the perspective of Paul Joseph Watson. He's going to bring it to us. And then we're going to see how these guys both trained at Fort Bragg. So we got Jimmy and Kurt, and Kurt is educating Jimmy, and Jimmy starts talking about Bernays. I'm like, dude, I was texting him like, this is beautiful, bro. So Cybertruck attacker, unmasked, quartering has the Green Beret story, and then the Green Beret named as an attacker. This is another Green Beret. Okay. This guy was operational probably for 2 decades, and he calls bullshit on the whole thing. And then as it unfolds, it goes to Sean Ryan. We'll have to cover that in an upcoming block. And then there's more bullshit being called on that. So there's a couple layers of bullshit we have to dig through. And these are not keyboard cowboys. These are people who served in the military in the same type of position and know what the training experience and trauma of that position is like, and also what the medications that they take are like, right? These sort of things. So we have to unfold that, section by section. So let's jump into it, and then we can come back and add the next meaningful layer of coincidences to tonight's mosaic.
Questions are swirling about two possibly connected terror attacks in the US on New Year's Day. Why did the FBI initially say New Orleans wasn't a terrorist attack?
This is not a terrorist event.
Despite admitting IEDs were used.
Improvised explosive devices, that was found.
Hours after confirming that the truck used in the attack was literally flying an ISIS flag, and knowing that the culprit had posted videos confirming that he was inspired by ISIS.
The FBI has reported to me that mere hours before the attack, he posted videos on social media indicating that is inspired by ISIS.
Why was their first instinct to lie about it not being a terror attack when it was clearly a terror attack?
This is not a terrorist event.
FBI, it wasn't a terror act. Everyone, what happened to the bollards installed in 2017 that were supposed to prevent this very kind of attack?
Mechanical barriers that would prevent vehicles from approaching Bourbon Street after certain hours.
Authorities say they were removed or being replaced at the exact time of the attack.
Specifically in parts of Bourbon Street, there are bollards. We're hearing that some of those may have been down because of repairs.
Well, let me tell you, I'm going to let the mayor answer. I want you to know that's one of the first things I thought of this morning when the mayor called me. Okay? And I will tell you that whatever the problem was, is going to be solved.
Bit late now, isn't it? One eyewitness told CNN the bollards had been replaced by something totally ineffectual.
Those barricades were not on, period. They had the flimsy orange ones that you could just push over with your finger. We actually thought it was kind of odd because usually when you get to Bourbon Street, you can turn your back to Canal and not worry about anything. You can just walk the street, especially on New Year's, and there were still vehicles coming after 8 p.m. And then, I mean, the fact that they never raised them. That's how this guy was able to get down Bourbon Street so quickly and cause so much damage.
Why did the FBI reverse its position that 3 people were seen on surveillance cameras planting devices in the French Quarter?
Surveillance video that at the time at least appeared to show that there were other people who may have been involved in placing devices in the French Quarter. Now we know that law enforcement now has determined that those people had nothing to do with this incident.
Who planted the pipe bombs that were found in at least 3 other locations? Why was the New Orleans attacker not investigated after reportedly expressing sympathy for Islamic extremism while still in the army? It's a question I've heard so many times before. Paul, you're nearly pushing middle age. All right, rude. How come you look 10 years younger than you are? Only 10? Well, it's not rocket science. Tell attacker use a Cybertruck when that was one of the worst possible choices.
It looks like the exterior of that truck is completely intact as it sits there. The fact that this was a Cybertruck really limited the damage that occurred inside of the valet because it had most of the blast go up through the truck and out. In fact, if you look on that video, you'll see that the front glass doors at the Trump hotel were not even broken by that blast.
Was he trying to send a message to Elon Musk? I mean, come on, a Tesla Cybertruck right outside the Trump Hotel. It's not a very hard connection to make, is it? Like the connection between a car exploding and explosives being planted inside it. One that the AP apparently struggled with. The truck in New Orleans apparently acted alone too. Were the 2 attacks linked? Both alleged culprits had a military background, and according to some reports, served at the same army base. What significance can we draw from him apparently being heavily interested in the Ukraine-Russia war? Just like this guy was. The attacks overlapped in their timing, and both of them used the same car-sharing app to rent the vehicles used in the attacks.
But they're also going to start looking at all these chats and these like Discord and Telegram groups. Was that rental car company ever mentioned as a way to easily rent cars? Because and then they can start looking at, it's not just a coincidence they both rented it from there, maybe. Maybe that was something that ISIS put out, like if you need a rental car and you don't have to go through as much scrutiny, you can use this company. So then they're going to go back and start looking at that.
Authorities are now saying there were likely other accomplices.
We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. We are aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates.
In the case of the Cybertruck attack on Trump Tower, what was culprit Matthew A. Leivelsberger's motive? How did he go from being a well-educated Special Forces intelligence sergeant to a suicide bomber? And given his expertise and experience, why was an IED consisting of camping gas canisters and fireworks the best he could put together? Were there other intended targets that didn't come to fruition, and is there more to come?
Are you getting the sense that there's any threat of any other potential attacks tonight on any other major cities?
I can't answer that. I can, but I won't.
What? Why not? What radicalized Jabbar to the extent that he went from being a banal property manager to an ISIS-inspired domestic terrorist? Isolated from his family and acting increasingly erratically, failed marriages, financial ruin, living in a squalid trailer park. Was the attack just a nihilistic rampage, born out of desperation and a clamour for immortal infamy?
Clearly, this is a cell, and it's not the type that was mentioned earlier, one guy radicalizing himself online. This guy seems to have been part of a cell of other people involved.
And why didn't the FBI, whose job it is to prevent terrorist attacks, pick up on any of this intelligence? Were they too busy hosting DEI seminars, investigating churchgoers and raiding President Trump's home? 2 vehicle attacks on the same day within hours of each other. Both vehicles rented via Turo. Both suspects US veterans. Both suspects served in the same military base. And with all 3 of these guys having direct connections, what on earth is going on at Fort Bragg? I mean, it's early days, but you kind of get the feeling that everything is not as it seems.
MeDoor.com for a link for tickets, and only there. Hey, did you hear about this? New Orleans attack suspect acted alone. Supported the Islamic State, the FBI says. Really? The FBI says that the New Orleans attack suspect acted alone and it supported the Islamic State. And that translates into he was placed there by one of the very agencies which should have been tasked with finding and stopping him. That's what
did he buy his own Cybertruck on his own dime for that?
This is different.
Oh.
A U.S. Army veteran who drove a truck, not a Cybertruck, into a crowd of New Year's Day revelers has pledged allegiance to Islamic State. You mean the people we're in bed with right now all across the...
They're over and they changed their name because the guy got killed, remember? And then they had a rebrand and they're in Syria. There's not even an Islamic State to join.
No. You mean that
there's no Islamic State to join?
The ISIS, Al-Qaeda people who we're now funding and supporting? You mean those people? The people who, okay. The people who somehow magically never attack Israel, but now they're going to attack us here in the United States. Really? A U.S. Army veteran who drove a truck into a crowd of New Year's Day revelers had pledged allegiance to Islamic State. A U.S. Army veteran pledged allegiance.
Nothing strange about it, Jimmy.
Nothing strange about this.
I know what you're going to say already.
Well, let me say it. And it killed 14 people. The suspect, they shot him dead. Oh, chagrin.
Thank God. Oh.
So now we can't ever question him or find out anything. He was shot dead at the scene after firing at police. He's been identified as Shamsuddin Jabbar, a 42-year-old Texan who once served in Afghanistan. So this 42-year-old Army veteran snapped and decided to do this for no reason. Well, I mean, it's not like the military has any programs that mess with the minds of the soldiers, programming them to do things. I mean, the people we pay to kill everyone else around the world would never do anything sinister.
Yeah. It's a Kabul candidate, so to speak. He just now gets ISIS. He was deployed in Afghanistan, but just now at this late age goes, oh, I get it. Yeah, they're great. He said it was a dream, didn't he?
And
you saw that?
No.
He had a dream that he said he should.
Who did this?
I just saw a thing where this guy Shamsuddin Jabbar.
How did they know if they killed him?
Because he had a divorce recently, and then it's some fantastical he left behind a message to a friend,
a manifesto,
all that shit.
So here's what he did. He drove from Houston to New Orleans on December 31st and posted 5 videos on Facebook between 1:29 a.m. and 3:02 a.m. on the morning of the attack, in which he said he supported ISIS, the Islamic militant group with fighters in Iraq and Syria. That's what the FBI said. And he said he supported the group of Islamic militant fighters in Iraq and Syria, yet for some reason, they never attack Israel.
Yeah. Also, we're on their side and we installed them as the head of Syria. So he still works for the government is what I'm getting from that.
Isn't that weird? He's supporting all these Islamic militants over there in Iraq and in Syria, but they never attack Israel for some reason. I'm sure there's nothing funny about that, Kurt. I mean, I wouldn't want to be a conspiracy theorist.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jimmy, I have to commend them because, they're very anti-Semitic in their rhetoric, but you know what? They'd never attack Israel. It's a little thing called decency.
Yeah.
It's high time we had some of that here.
In the first video, he explains he had previously planned to harm his family and friends, but was concerned that the media coverage would not focus on the war between the believers and the disbelievers. That's what the FBI said. He also said in a video that he had joined ISIS, or what's IS? Islamic State.
Islamic State.
Before last summer and provided his last will and testament. That's what he did. Really. I don't know if you've heard about the initiation into that group, but somehow it involves circumcision. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Well, Muslims circumcised.
The FBI said there appeared to be no link between the attack in New Orleans and the episode in Las Vegas on the same day in which a Tesla Cybertruck packed with gasoline canisters and large firework mortars exploded in flames outside the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas just weeks before President Trump returns to the White House. Wow. And the agency also stated, they said that there was no connection between those.
Two different things of a truck?
Even though they both involved soldiers and both were from the same army base, I'm sure there's nothing fishy about that because thinking hurts my brain.
Wait, no, it does hurt my brain. I thought this was all the same guy. There's 2 guys from the same army
base. 2
base.
different guys.
Okay, that's insane.
The injured victims in New Orleans attack included 2 police officers wounded by gunfire from the suspect, taking place a mere 3 hours into the new year on Bourbon Street in the historic French Quarter. At least 15 people were killed, including the suspect. Okay. Witnesses described the horrific. There were people everywhere. You just heard the squeal and the rev of the engine, just metal sound. It's horrible. The FBI said the Islamic State flag was found on the trailer hitch of the rented vehicle.
Shut up.
Public records showed he worked in real estate in Houston. In a promotional video posted 4 years ago, he described himself as born and raised in Beaumont, a city about 80 miles east of Houston. I've been to Beaumont. I've done comedy in Beaumont. I've seen guys beat the hell out of each other in Beaumont. Did they mention... He found a trailer hitch on the rented vehicle involved in the New Orleans attack. Did they mention it was attached to the wrong way? Whoops. He was in the regular army from March 2007 until January of 2015, and then in the Army Reserve from January 2015 until 2020. He deployed to Afghanistan in 2009 and 2010 and held the rank of Staff Sergeant at the end of service. No kidding. Islamic State is a Muslim militant group that once imposed a reign of terror over millions of people in Iraq and Syria until it collapsed, following a sustained military campaign by a U.S.-led coalition. Even as it had been weakened in the field, Islamic State has continued to recruit sympathizers online. Wow.
They won Syria.
Isn't it interesting how that group has to keep changing its name every time the world traces them back to Israel?
Is that what it is? Is it like P. Diddy changes his name when he does a crime?
They are the Twitter of the terrorism world. I don't know. I'm just reading jokes. I don't mean anything I'm saying. But here's the Tesla Cybertruck blows up at Trump Tower in Las Vegas. Want to see it? Here it goes.
God.
Look at that.
How do you know it's not just a Cybertruck?
So let me get this straight. That's not the new Tesla Cybertruck commercial directed by the guy who did the Jaguar campaign? The man who rented Tesla Cybertruck that exploded at Trump Hotel in Las Vegas was an active duty Army Green Beret.
Very active.
You gotta be, come on. Active duty Army Green Beret, according to, the man was identified as Matthew Allen Livelsberger, according to law enforcement. Really? Again, there's no connection between military mind control and these events. There's no connection between military mind. There's no connection. I repeat, there is no connection. I'm saying there's no connection. The U.S. Army said Thursday it had a statement that he had died, though it did not specifically say he died in the Vegas explosion. The driver of the Cybertruck was killed in the explosion, but has not been publicly identified by the FBI in Las Vegas. So the guy who rented it died, but not in the truck? Is that what
in the hell is this? This is weirder than the last 3 weird things.
Yes. This is weirder than the Secret Service can't put a sniper on a roof because the slant is too steep. He was an Army Special Forces Operations Master Sergeant, a senior enlisted rank. According to the U.S. officials, he was on active duty in Germany with the 10th Special Forces Group, but was on leave at the time of the incident. What? What? The U.S. Special Forces, commonly known as the Green Berets, bill themselves 100 men will test today. Only one makes the Green Beret. An elite fighting force specializing in guerrilla warfare and unconventional tactics abroad. The identity of the man who rented the Cybertruck comes a day after the vehicle exploded. It killed 7, injuring 7 people. The combination of fireworks, gas tanks, and camping fuel in the bed of the vehicle were detonated by a device controlled by the driver.
This is some kind of message or something. It sounds like a newspaper wrapped around fish, a Tesla blowing up in front of Trump's hotel.
Right.
The FBI is investigating whether the explosion is tied to terrorism, and officials noted the implications of the Tesla vehicle and the hotel's namesake. And it's a Tesla truck, and we know that Elon Musk is working with President-elect Trump, and it's the Trump Tower, said the sheriff in Las Vegas. So there's obviously things to be concerned about there, and that's something we continue to look at. Well, you have to take into account that Teslas can do this kind of thing on their own whenever they want. So it makes it a little harder to tell when this is a deliberate act.
I couldn't tell if that was just a legitimate Tesla accident.
Yeah. The explosions bore some general similarities to the vehicle attack in New Orleans. Really?
Like what?
As both involved a symbolic target on New Year's Day, a truck rented through the website Turo, and a suspect with a military background. Authorities said they are investigating possible links between the two attacks, but repeatedly called the Vegas explosion an isolated incident. Did they really come from the same military base? Can you check? Can you see if that's...
I was just thinking that. I was like, are you joking?
That can't be real. The Cybertruck was rented in Colorado and arrived in Las Vegas at 7:30 a.m. About an hour later, after driving up and down Las Vegas Boulevard, the truck arrived at the Trump Hotel and detonated. Surveillance footage captured the driver passing the Trump Hotel about an hour before the explosion. A CCTV video shown by the police captured the moment the truck exploded. During a news conference, police shared footage revealing scorched gasoline containers and firework mortars found among the wreckage. The explosion could have been significantly worse if not for the vehicle's body construction, which helps contain...
According to one report, both were stationed at Fort Bragg. And that's from Associated
Fort
Press.
Bragg. That's the my PSYOP commercial. Ghost in the Machine. That's out of Fort Bragg.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it's MK. Yeah, it's MK. That's what it is. It is that. Well, I like Tesla. Rated number 1 in safety for people outside of your truck.
Yeah. So Juanita Broderick posted this. This is a retired Secret Service agent of 25 years. And this is what he says. Listen to what he says.
I'm a retired Secret Service agent, and I think I know a thing or two about protection and how to get through life safely. I protected presidents for 25 years, and unfortunately, I have a pretty bad feeling about what's happening right now. If you take a close look at this early morning hours event that took place down in Louisiana, and then over later, a few hours later in Nevada, I don't believe in coincidences. Okay, you might. I don't. I think you should do yourself a favor and check out Sarah Adams. Sean Ryan's interviewed her several times, and she's been talking about what's coming our way in 2025. And if what she's talking about is what just happened, they wasted no time. Get it? You should be ready to protect yourself and defend yourself and your family. I'm not saying live in fear and be a hermit, but when you go out, for God's sake, pay attention to what's going on around you. Unfortunately, I think it's here.
So he's being a little cryptic.
Yes.
But everything is now linked to the deep state on every level, and everybody knows it. So you guys have lost
Sarah
the
Adams.
So here's the woman. Remember when former CIA agent, this is her, said that Al-Qaeda and ISIS were planning coordinated multi-city attacks in 2025? Hey, who funds them again, by the way? Is it Israel and the United States?
Yeah.
Yes, that is who funds ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Isn't that weird that they would attack the United States in 2025 when Trump is president, but not Israel? Isn't that interesting? In fact, they're working with Israel in Syria right now, and they've never attacked Israel. Isn't that interesting?
You'd think it'd be the time they would. What with the they're so mad about Palestine. They always say how upset they are.
Yes,
for Palestine. You would think they go after the country that's a lot closer to them. That's actually a lot easier to beat.
So she's saying that. So DC Drano says, and how they have over 1,000 soldiers already in the United States. Looks like she was right. While Biden's FBI was focused on peaceful January 6 protesters, Al-Qaeda and ISIS were plotting. Now they've started unleashing hell on America. Yeah, again, there's
FBI
one more
or
step.
Al-Qaeda?
Is it who's unleashing it? Who's directing
They're trying to
them?
make this Tulsi Gabbard bullshit where she's like real bad on this, where, we got to get back to fighting these Islamo-fascists that are everywhere. The ones that these assholes made. So I heard I've been told by a few people Sean Ryan was in the program as well, and his background's shady as shit. So
who's Sean Ryan? Who's Sean Ryan?
The guy whose show she is on.
Oh.
He's an ex-SEAL or something, but he had a drug running network. He talked about it, Megyn Kelly. It's real suspect shit.
So this sounds like a complete pretend like we're being attacked by ISIS and Al-Qaeda. And they might be ISIS, but those are two army guys. The one guy's currently serving in the Green Beret. Currently,
Fort Bragg, dude. As soon as you hear Fort Bragg, you should play a Ghost in the Machine commercial where they tell you they're going to be doing stuff like this in the commercial. They tell you
what?
What's the commercial?
Between the PSYOPs division, the 8th Battalion or something it's called, 4th. I can't remember. I don't care. It's called Ghost in the Machine. It's a commercial for Bragg to go on. All the things that people say are PSYOPs, most of them are coming out of this battalion. And they're openly saying that they're doing this stuff. And they show clowns dancing in the commercial.
Well, we're going to find it right now. I bet it's on Twitter somewhere.
Yeah.
So let me
It explains everything.
Ghost in the Machine?
Yeah.
I see it on YouTube.
Okay,
Yes.
send it to me.
Okay.
And here's what she says.
How many fighters do you think we can expect in each attack? Well, the 1,000 is all of them. So we're calling it's an Al-Qaeda planned attack, but within those 1,000 terrorists, some of them are ISIS because they want ISIS to be blamed. I think the more of the fighter types are going to be ISIS because then if they're caught, then they talk, I'm ISIS. I think more of the suicide bombers are going to be Al-Qaeda.
You think these attacks will happen simultaneously throughout the United States, or will they be one day here, next day here, another one over here next week?
So they want them coordinated. I don't know if coordinated means all at the same time, or if coordinated means we do it Monday, we do it Tuesday, we do it Wednesday, we do it Thursday, we do it Friday, just do 5 straight days. But they want it coordinated.
What kind of places do you think they're going to target?
So this is what's complicated. So Al-Qaeda's preference, as you can imagine, is symbols of the U.S. or anything that causes economic damage, right? So capital is a great symbol. I feel like bridges or any kind of public transportation always matters because it puts costs against us and it causes fear. But here's where it gets complicated. So remember, the terrorists might have their goal is they're going to attack the metro in DC, right? But remember, some of these terrorists are going to be ISIS. And remember, they can change location. So the ISIS guy might go down the metro and say, there's not many people down here. I'll kill 20, but there's a event going on. I'm going to go up there, right? And because ISIS is a little different. ISIS just wants mass casualty. In my opinion, terrorists in general, just leaving Afghanistan, a lot of them are coming up through the Darien Gap to the border. And there was a big push, right? Get in the U.S. while you can. Now, not all those Al-Qaeda's attackers, right? But they came in with fake Afghan passports. They came in with fake Syrian passports, fake Turkish passports. Those are the kind of the 3 preferences because they're easiest to get. And then, if our Border Patrol agents, a lot of them haven't been overseas, right? If an Egyptian shows up at the border with a Syrian passport, is he going to know that person was Egyptian? I mean, his passport says Syrian, right?
So what actually makes it complicated is not what she said.
Yeah.
What actually makes it complicated is that the WikiLeaks revealed that CIA created ISIS, and Hillary Clinton already admitted we created Al-Qaeda. And we're already in bed with them in Syria and funded them both in Syria. And they never attack Israel. So that's and both of these guys came from Fort Bragg. One of them's currently a Green Beret. So this, again, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? That's my question. Why wouldn't they? They tried to overthrow a democratically elected president twice, right? Russiagate was one big psyop to damage the president who won the they run things. January 6th, completely FBI psyop. Clay Higgins said there was well over 200 FBI assets in that crowd. They were inside the Capitol before the riot ever started, dressed as MAGA supporters.
Jimmy, I hate to say this, but I'm starting to think not only did China not send a spy balloon, but also 9/11 was bullshit.
I'm starting to think crazy things. Never forget that when WikiLeaks released over 500,000 U.S. diplomatic cables going back to 1979, Julian Assange came to one chilling conclusion. The CIA created ISIS. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange today said the CIA was responsible for paving the way for ISIS as the whistleblowing organization released more than 500,000 formerly confidential U.S. diplomatic cables.
Well, give Israel some credit. I mean, come on, that's not nice.
I would like to give Israel some credit here. So this is super sus, as the kids say.
That guy is very sus. Not in the gay way.
Suspect? Super sus.
Yeah.
That somehow ISIS got in the United States without the FBI and the CIA and the NSA knowing. Yank
They're spying
me.
on all of us.
Yank me.
Biden should be deported if he materially aided ISIS to do terror attacks. I thought that's what we do to people who protest right? People just protest Israel are going to be deported.
So
not
here's
the people who supported ISIS.
Here's what Glenn Greenwald said. So this guy said, what we witnessed today in New Orleans is a daily occurrence in Israel. When people say that Israel is the first line of defense for the West, this is what they mean. No, that never happens in Israel. ISIS and Al-Qaeda never attack Israel.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
This person's Bill Ackman says, totally true. We share a common enemy.
Oh, that piece of shit.
Yep.
Okay, so it's obvious what the thing is. I mean, it couldn't be more obvious, especially when Bill fucking Ackman comes in.
Yes. So there's multiple purposes for these two staged attacks.
We're going to Iran no matter what. That's what these motherfuckers want.
Iran is on the list. That's what this is. So to tie Donald Trump's hands. That's what they do it at Trump Hotel. This is a deceitful tactic Israel's lifelong loyalists used to deceive Americans to fight wars for Israel. Israel's enemies are U.S. enemies. That's how neocons got the United States to invade Iraq and how they hope to get it to attack Iran. Also, ISIS is not an enemy of Israel.
Weirdly.
That's weird. Glenn knows that. Pulitzer Prize winning guy. He knows that. Apparently, these people don't know that. They don't know that. You know who else doesn't know that? These people don't know that. Isn't that weird?
Well, that guy's probably been MK'd, so he doesn't know he knows that.
And the two attackers were freaking Army vets. United States from Fort Bragg. You gotta be a sucker to wow.
Play that Ghost in the Machine commercial. It blows my mind every time I go back and watch it.
Oh, did you say?
What's on, everyone? Jeremy here from The Quartering. We've got a whole deluge of information coming out about the incident at the Trump Hotel yesterday. We now know who did it. It is not a, quote, usual suspect. However, as more information seems to be coming out, more and more things seem to be very familiar with not only the individual that did what they did in New Orleans, but the Routh guy who was on the Trump golf course, and yet another weird connection to Ukraine. Is it a coincidence? It's possible. I don't know why all these pro-Ukraine people keep trying to take out, Americans. We keep paying them. Why are we giving them money? They keep doing this kind of stuff. It's absolutely insane. Let's get into all the news. I do want to point out these videos obviously are buried by YouTube, so please do leave a like on it, subscribe, and follow. It helps. It really does. And you can help support the channel by checking out my coffee company. It's the best coffee company out there. We actually brew our own stuff. It's not drop ship garbage like other people. The last of our winter selection is being clearance style. Our tea selections are back in stock, so please consider checking them out. Now, here's some pictures of what we know. So yesterday during my live stream, which you should watch over on Quartercast at 1 Eastern, we were kind of dissecting this as it was happening in real time. And I did not at that time have the first video where there actually was a large explosion, only the video that showed kind of the aftermath, where we determined while watching it was very clearly fireworks. It was not a battery incident. And we know now that this individual rented the Cybertruck, didn't own it. He rented it using the exact same application, Toro, I think it's called, Turo or something, the same app that the New Orleans person used it. Now, is it possible that it's completely coincidental? Yes. Do I think it is? No. I think somebody told them, here's what you do. You rent it using this app. Here's what you do. In fact, at least according to Twitter sleuths right now, Matthew, this is the guy, Matthew Livelsberger, aka Matt Berg, changed his signal safety number just before detonation. And then his photo and safety number changed after detonation. My big question is, was he alive when it happened? Autopilot, the summon feature. You could have summoned the vehicle. Was he told, hey, because from what I saw on the internet, he had a newborn baby. Did somebody say, hey, you're going to go do this? Or your wife and kid are going to get it? I don't know. Was he radicalized? Maybe. He was active duty, pictured In many places, you see is now reporting the driver in the Cybertruck was active duty Green Beret, assigned to 10th Special Forces Group, holding a rank of Master Sergeant. He was reportedly on leave from assignment in Germany when he came back to Colorado and rented the truck. Now, just because you're a Green Beret doesn't mean you know anything about, making things explode. I do think it's curious that the best he could come up with was some cans of gas and fireworks. That's just my opinion. It certainly did have a decent-sized explosion, one he allegedly didn't survive. I'm still waiting to hear, I wonder if Elon could pull the video of it. I know there is a camera in the Cybertruck rearview mirror or above the rearview mirror that watches the driver to make sure your eyes stay on the road if you're using autopilot. I bet you they could probably recover that. Almost certainly they could recover that. So I wonder if Elon's going to release it. Glenn Greenwald writing, I know it's all but forgotten, but there were 2 serious attempts in 2024 on Trump, and at least one of them by Ukraine fanatic. The Cybertruck was put in front of Trump Tower for a reason, with the Tesla vehicle carefully chosen. Who is radicalizing these people? Here is Matthew Livelsberger, the individual who did that, seen wearing a Slava Ukraine t-shirt in his photo while he served at Fort Bragg, the same military base the anti-Trump fanatic and Ukraine military recruiter Ryan Routh visited over 100 times before his attempt on Donald Trump. It also seems to be the exact base where New Orleans attackers served. Now, Fort Bragg is huge. Tens of thousands of soldiers go through there every year. Is there somebody there? It's possible. He also, of course, Ryan Routh here trying to recruit for Ukraine. Also found in some Facebook posts here, the Cybertruck individual was apparently setting up recently retired Special Forces guys with contracts to go to Ukraine. Here he posted, quick turnaround 30-day contract op in Ukraine at $550 per day, lodging and travel provided. Matthew writes, I've got a top 18D recently, ETSD, who is looking for just this opportunity, sent him your way. So he also seemed to be recruiting for Ukraine, the same as the individual at Mar-a-Lago. I mean, something is fishy here, right? There is some weird connection here. His ex-wife, who is a Bernie supporter, I don't know what kind of connection this stuff makes, but she was obviously a huge anti-Trump person. Trump is white, a white Terry, brilliant. That's his ex-wife, though. Does that mean that he was anti-Trump? Probably not. But there are other pieces of information here, perhaps linking him. I don't know. Here he is pictured here. The whole thing, they served at the same base. Yes, that's true, but it's not like that base is small. Here's what Green Beret Nap Time posts. He often posts a lot of stuff about the Army. There's still a lot we don't know about Matthew Livelsberger. He recently made E8 list for MSG in 2023 in an 18Z slot, which means he was Special Forces soldier, and if he pinned, that would have been on active duty. This also means he was well within his team sergeant time. He was 18E, Special Forces Communication Sergeant, then went to the Fox course to become 18F, Intelligence Sergeant, before making the E8 list. He also apparently was a small unarmed aircraft system, qualified drones, which applies to training at a drone pilot. I'm submitting an FOIA request for his military records, but I expect that to take some time. He rented the Cybertruck from Turo, the same company as a NOLA person. The back of the truck was full of mortar fireworks, gas canisters, and campfire fuel canisters, which are all combustible, but would not be ideal for the explosion to create maximum damage. Here's the crazy part. With the level of experience he had, how does it make sense that he would rent a Cybertruck, which are known to be bulletproof, and fill it with ineffective explosives that he would know would not actually cause that much damage? The front windows of the building didn't even break. The other crazy part, his wife has multiple anti-Trump posts on her social media from years ago. So if he was radicalized, if there was all attempt to hurt people and destroy Trump building, why would he go about it in such an incompetent and ineffective manner? Lots are not adding up here. We'll add more as it comes to light. I mean, a lot of people who understand about military, I don't know what a lot of this stuff means, but a lot of people are believing it's some sort of setup. He was set up somehow. I would like to see the auto drive system in the Cybertruck's records. He never even tried to get out. That makes no sense unless he was, committing, self-removal. It's real. It's a real possibility that he wasn't fully aware of or even able to drive or use the vehicle himself. I will say the Cybertruck doors are confusing to open from the outside, but very easy to open from the inside. You just pull a tab. I don't think he would have been confused on how to open the door. He obviously been in and out of the vehicle several times to load those things up. Everything is very weird about this guy. Very, very weird. And just because his wife was one political leaning, that doesn't mean he, is in agreement with that. This is a very weird, here he is in his Ukraine shirt. Why was he wearing a Slava Ukraine shirt? Was he Ukrainian? I mean, he's American. We know that, but was he of Ukrainian descent? Maybe that would make sense. I don't know. We don't really know. And also no notes in either scenario. No notes. I suppose of a Terry, they normally don't leave notes. But this guy, I don't know. It's very, very weird. The whole thing is very, very weird. Guy's got a huge American flag tattoo on his arm. That's actually pretty cool ink. Yes, his ex-wife was an anti-Trumper, but this is from 2015, 10 years ago. I don't think connecting him to her makes a ton of sense. Why now? Maybe he just simply couldn't handle another Trump presidency. I don't know. Elon Musk confirmed that they may even be able to get the vehicle running again. Should be interesting to see as this one shakes out. There are a lot of questions around this guy. A lot of them. Make sure you subscribe or follow to my channel. As I get more information, I will update you. Even right now.
A Green Beret carries out a terrorist attack that's connected to an ISIS terrorist attack yesterday. I don't know, guys. Sounds kind of fishy. All right, guys, so this is obviously pretty breaking. Now, this attack happened yesterday, but what we're just finding out this morning is that supposedly the terrorist that's being named as the person behind the Tesla bombing at Trump Hotel in Las Vegas is a active duty Green Beret. Obviously, figured I probably better weigh in on this, as I cover current events and I'm a Green Beret, and this is absolutely insane. But I will say we're going to go through some things because, again, like I said in the intro, a lot of stuff is not passing the smell test in regards to how this explosion was set up and carried out, if done by a Green Beret, a little weird and inexperienced. And then also the news coverage that this terrorist attack carried out by an active duty Green Beret is connected to the ISIS terrorist attack that happened, yesterday, or the day before. Yeah, that's a tough sell to me. And we're going to jump into all the nuances and what I mean why, and hopefully that'll make a little bit more sense. Now, I'm not saying this is some false flag and this couldn't be the true story, but the reporting is so new, so early, and just doesn't make sense. All right, so first thing I want to do is jump in if you haven't actually seen what's going on and let you guys know what actually happened. So let's watch a clip that really shows what actually happened yesterday.
Now to a developing story in Las Vegas. Police there are investigating a possible terror attack involving a Tesla Cybertruck that exploded into a fireball today outside the Trump International Hotel, killing at least one person. The blast is prompting responses from Elon Musk and the president-elect's son. CBS's Andres Gutierrez has the details.
The Tesla Cybertruck exploded and burst into flames this morning just outside the doors of the Trump International Hotel.
It still looks like mortars from like a firework.
People at the hotel and on the sidewalk had to scramble to safety as fire crews tried to douse the flames.
Okay, so there you go. All right, so apparently Cybertruck pulls up in front of Trump Hotel and is rigged with explosives, potentially fireworks. We'll get into that, and explodes. All right, and we're gonna get back to the actual video of the explosion because it's gonna be very important in talking about how explosives actually work, and if you wanted to cause real damage to that building or people inside, that was not the correct way to do it. Okay, and that's why, again, when we get into talking about how the suspect named is and we'll put up the LinkedIn profile, this is how we know this, not just a Green Beret, but a Green Beret that has been in a long time. As you can see here, we've got Matt Livelsberger, 37, and it says 19.1 years, which means he would be active duty. He's getting ready to retire. As an 18 Zulu, that's a Special Forces team sergeant, okay? That's very, very high rank in our organization. He was a 18 Fox, which is an intelligence sergeant, and then an 18 Echo, which I was. Now, none of those things, he's not an 18 Charlie, which would have been a demolitions expert. However, we are all very well cross-trained in using demolitions, all right? So anybody who's been in that long as an SF dude is going to be well-versed in demo, which also makes me scratch my head about how this was set up, and we're going to get into that as we go. Now, first thing I want to talk about is, could a Green Beret do this? Of course. I mean, we have, when you talk about all the actual skill set handed to us, yeah, I mean, we go into foreign nations and, you know, basically lead insurgencies. We call it a resistance force when we do it because we're the good guys. But guerrilla warfare, like sabotage, blowing things up, explosives, this is the Green Beret MO, right? We are very, very good at this type of thing. Now, obviously, using it domestically, we've really never seen anything like this before coming out of like the Special Forces Regiment. But again, not saying it's outside of the realm of possibility, just saying it's very, very, you know, again, head scratching as to why, okay? Now, also with explosives, okay, you don't need military-grade explosives to build what's called an IED, improvised explosive device. And with that, what we would call a VBED, a vehicle-borne IED, right? The Taliban did it all the time. ISIS does it all the time. We would know how to rig up a vehicle to explode as well. However, this one, very odd choices. For one, choosing a Tesla Cybertruck. Well, let's stand by on that because I really want to break down how poorly this was done if this was an actual attempt to do damage with a VBED, okay? Next I want to talk about, oh, actually we're there, the actual explosion. Okay, let's get into it. So, the way explosives work, guys, right, is explosives are going to take the path of least resistance when they explode. So the way you want to set your explosive up is to allow that force and that explosion to go in the direction that you want to cause damage. All right, so for example, when the Taliban or Al-Qaeda or ISIS would set up IEDs in the ground, okay, you put that explosive under the ground that has the earth around it and very little on top, okay, just a little bit of dirt, enough to cover it. Why? So that blast is not going to go down into the ground or into the sides, is going to go straight up. Why? Because me, the soldier, I am walking on top of that IED and you want to cause damage up. Now, if you're going to drive a vehicle up into the side of a building, the last thing you would want to do is have untamped explosives, which we can see from the explosion. And let's go ahead and cut back to that explosion right now so you guys can see what I'm talking about.
The Tesla Cybertruck exploded and burst into flames this morning.
One more time.
The Tesla Cybertruck exploded and burst into flames this morning.
All right. So that's really important. As you guys saw, from the bed of that Cybertruck, the explosion went straight vertical, which tells me that all the explosives were in the bed of that Cybertruck with nothing tamped. So again, the base of that Cybertruck, the sides of that Cybertruck have some resistance to it. So the explosion is not going to go sideways. It's not going to go down. It's going to take the path of least resistance and go straight up. So why exactly, if you were actually trying to, carry out a vicious terrorist attack to take lives, would you not have embedded those explosives within the Cybertruck, tamp them down from the top? That way you can get that explosive blast to go horizontally, which would have done a ton of damage into the building itself. Having that explosion go straight up, yes, it's enough explosive where it's going to cause a lot of damage, but that caused 1/50th of the damage that it could have if it was set up right. So what that tells me, and again, this is me just thinking off the top of my head as a Green Beret, if I were to set up explosives for this type of thing, hypothetically, this is super inexperienced. Like, this is not the way almost any SF dude would do this. So why did a 10 plus year active duty Green Beret set this up so inexperienced, right? It doesn't. This is why as soon as I heard this, I just started scratching my head and said, this doesn't make any sense to me. Now, not to say it's not possible, right? But if you're trying to carry out a terrorist attack, this was a really poor attempt from a Green Beret. I mean, it's almost embarrassing. As morose as that is to say, it's kind of true, right? All right, guys, I know the world is insane right now, but we still got to take a moment and talk about our partners over at Barbell Apparel, who have just accidentally went off. Well, and let's get back to the insanity of the current events. So then there's the potential of was this a bunch of fireworks that accidentally went off? Well, I mean, I don't know, guys. So this is all coming out so early that it's hard to really have a lot of knowledge on it, but super unlikely. Also, why is this active duty Green Beret got a massive truck filled with fireworks that are somehow potentially rigged to all go off together, and he's driving it in front of Trump Hotel, which you can imagine probably has massive security, given the fact that there's been multiple assassination attempts. I don't think Trump was there, as far as I know, but there's going to be heavy security there. It just... None of it makes sense, okay? And whenever something really doesn't make sense to me and the mainstream media is telling me that's the story, I want to scratch my head a little bit. Again, I don't know, right? This is early reporting, but I have a feeling we may find out the story takes a different trajectory as we go forward. Now,
good, pause it right there.
Let's talk about
what does different trajectories look like. It looks like maybe learning about, I gotta get one book at a time about that. This is something that's been going on a long time. It's not just CIA. This is a British guy, Hugh Wilford, right? So he's like the CIA's secret Arab army. Yeah, MI6 started it and sold it through Kim Philby to Alan Dulles. All right, so don't play it like it's just the CIA. It's the MI6 CIA Mossad game that they play out there. So there's a book, and then here's another one. You might want to know about Operation Gladio, because NATO's secret armies, which is what Operation Gladio is NATO involved in something going on today, Scott? So is it still like a thing?
It's definitely still a thing. There's a lot of controversy around that whole situation.
Fascinating.
And NATO specifically.
Let me just go back to my X account, because I only posted one tweet other than tonight's show. So here it is right here. Right here. Look at this. Toward a New World Order, The Future of NATO by George Soros. Yeah, it's like 30 years ago. He just got the Presidential Medal of Honor or whatever, freedom, right? And I'm just saying, I'm not saying these dots are connected, right? Because this is just a comedy show, and we are asking questions for our friends because it's a very dangerous time in history for people trying to communicate truth to each other. But I think you being able to protect your friends and family is more important than us being scared of talking about things which obviously exist, and have substantial gravamen weight on our present day situation. And that's about to get like light speed plaid crazy in these next couple clips because it's about to unfold. But now we've set like, you know what the public knew at that point in the week. You've seen it from many different points of reporting about these two activities. And now like there's unprecedented type of things going on in the internet world as a consequence of those two activities, because we have to get to Inside Edition and the Cybertruck bomber being in videos with Tim Kennedy 10 years ago and a whole bunch of other stuff, right? But we got to take it one step at a time. The Sean Ryan interview was a 1 hour interview with this guy called Sam Shoemate, which I'm not familiar with his work. We don't have time to play the whole interview. I don't think the entire interview needs to be played. But LD, if you would play like, I don't know, I think they give a gift in the first couple minutes. The YouTube probably has the chapters marked, right? So we want to see, like, I don't care about this guy's bona fides. We want to see the manifesto, which is an alleged email that he was presented. And then Sean cuts to his commercial break. And when he comes back, Sean has allegedly searched his own email archive and found also an email from the Cybertruck guy, allegedly, because we don't know what the chain of authenticity on any of this stuff is. And when you hear the word signal, do I have it in the history blueprint? Let's go. Let's check. Pretty sure this signal came about because of the whole Hillary Clinton leaks that were reaffirmed earlier tonight. Signal right here. Okay. Oh, that's just general. That's not the actual company. App? No. I probably didn't put it in here. However, I could still use the power of my computer and go to the Wikipedia. And what we're going to do is we're going to do something interesting. We're going to go Signal app wiki. All right, Signal software. Okay. Now, I'm sure this page has been changed since what I'm about to tell you. So we're going to have to see where those changes have been made real quick. But it gives, it was a the nonprofit Signal Foundation was launched in February 2018. So they did that after they got started, right? Signal is the successor of the Red Phone encrypted voice app and text secure encrypted texting program. So they put the two together, right? So Whisper Systems, let's see when they made, see, they changed this all. This is all like a PR written page now. However, if we take this page, let's just do it. I bet they changed the URL too, but look, we could try. This page a couple years ago was like, Signal was created by a fan of Hillary Clinton. And it's like a Democrat-owned messaging platform that they chose to use when people started looking into their emails after WikiLeaks. So archive.org. Then we go here, Wayback Machine. We want to see how long they've been taking snapshots. 2015, let's go back there. Let's go here to this snapshot, and let's read history without the fog of war. Signal is a free and open source encrypted voice calling instant messaging app. Signal communications are compatible with Red Phone and Text Secure on Android. It uses end-to-end encryption with forward secrecy and deniable authentication to secure all communications. Okay, this is Whisper Systems, and I might have to go later because we're in 2015, right? And what I was looking at is in 2016. But reception. So the EFF included Signal in their updated surveillance self-defense guide. So this is right before the WikiLeaks situation with Clinton's, right? So if we go, humor me for 1 minute. Let's go to like 2018. So it's after the Trump election. We're looking at Signal's Wikipedia page because there were two links. There was a reference in the Signal app, and then there was the people who, okay, it's developed by Open Whisper Systems, right? So let's open that up, and we're going to see who Open Whisper Systems is. Let's see. Introduce the second version of Text Secure. I want to find the part where they had political motivations behind the creation of this. And they might, again, I might not be in the right year, but there was a part where these types of things were disclosed. Let's go over here. Open Whisper Systems. Who did this? Moxie Marlin Spike. Interesting. Let's open that. Wikipedia. Signal Protocol. Background. Text Secure. All right. So I'm going to have to keep searching so I don't waste your time. But the point was, it was a very political development. And when you followed which side of this political spectrum is going to look and see into people's messages, it was the left being able to look into the right. And I have to just find the actual receipts for that. But I do remember, and I will find it. So let's just make sure. Does this person have any mention of Clinton's on their page? No. All right, I might have to go back to look at those references. All right, so occasion. What is this? 214 episodes or something. It's the first time I haven't been able to find a reference. So I just built suspense and mystery in the audience, so we can go into these next clips, so you can see. We're going to hear first from an attorney. Let's go to Lionel, and he's going to say this is a fishy story, which is like the third or fourth or fifth time you've already heard fishy, but it's about to get deeper because they're going deep sea fishing on the Sean and Ryan show. LD is going to cut to the alleged manifesto, and it's all coming through Signal app and encrypted, and so who knows what Unit 8200 is cooking up over there. And then new video released in Tesla Vegas bomb, and then we'll be able to show you the aftermath of Sean Ryan, because then it really gets deep and there's a whole bunch of new, it's like both sides of the Psy-War spectrum are playing with each other. So you can see people on the left and people on the right, and they're all having a big Psy-War party out there. So let's steer clear of that, but also rubberneck a little bit so we see what's going on.
It is absolutely imperative that you never lose your sense of
humor. The
detective in you, where you ask yourself whether any of this makes sense. They're going to tell you, oh, you're no expert in this, but yet you could be a juror, a regular person off the street, expected to apply your own common sense. The narrative surrounding the Tesla Cybertruck explosion at Trump Tower, Las Vegas, is unraveling. The questions are emerging from both the family of the, and I'm not going to mention these names. I really think we should make it a point, all of us, not under some mandate of law, but just to agree. We're not going to give anybody some posthumous, in this case, because I don't even know if this, well, we'll get to this, but in any event, regarding the family of this individual and the glaring inconsistencies in the final official account. Now, this individual is identified as the perpetrator, and it's reported that he had, dare I say, expired, got to watch the algorithms here, in the blast. But details about the sequence of events and his alleged actions are increasingly being scrutinized. Now, the FBI's swift determination that he died in the explosion raises immediate concerns. How did they confirm his death so quickly? Does this sound familiar? It reminds me of a certain event on the 11th day of the 9th month, 23 years ago, when we knew the names of individuals who were hijackers and where they sat and where they're from. We knew immediately. It was incredible. We don't know what happened to the planes, but we knew who these people were. Later reports added yet another layer of confusion, stating that he had himself just before the vehicle exploded. How did that work? Was it a dead man's word? I don't know. Surveillance footage shows him driving around Las Vegas Boulevard, making stops near the Sands Hotel in Flamingo before returning to Trump Tower, and apparently detonating the vehicle just seconds after pulling into the valet area. Now, the timeline, though detailed, leaves significant gaps and particularly regarding his motivations, his actions. A lot of this just doesn't make any sense. Now, taking this information and compounding the mystery are statements from his family, which cast serious doubt on his alleged involvement. His uncle described him as a patriotic former SF or Special Forces member, and he questioned why someone with his expertise would resort to using such crude detonation and incendiary devices of propane tanks and camping fuel, materials far beneath the sophistication expected of someone with advanced military training. Here's the quote: "If it was him, sick, and if he did this, he would have made something far more efficient."
I have the receipts, and you're not going to like them, but I am right. Following the 2016 Democratic National Committee email leak, it was reported by Vanity Fair that Mark Alias, the general counsel for Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign, had instructed DNC staffers to exclusively use Signal when saying anything negative about Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump. Okay, so they use Signal to hide from Russia and Trump, what the deep state does. That's a fact right there. And to go even further, this is on the actual Wikipedia page, real time right now, and it is identical to what was going on back then, which means they had to like replace the past pages with the current pages. That's pretty nice, but it doesn't hide what I'm pointing out, because now watch this. Open Whisper Systems, who are they and who funds them? Oh, you see who gives them the most money? The people that make Signal are funded by the Open Technology Fund, and they got a whole bunch of money right around the time that WikiLeaks were coming out, okay? Now, who is the Open Technology Fund? Drum roll, please. The Open Technology Fund is a U.S. government-funded program created in 2012 at Radio Free Asia to support global internet freedom technologies. Can you hear me in the back? This is the deep state who created an app that people think is secure, and they use it for secure things, not realizing who funds the thing. This is MI6 and the CIA and Mossad. Open Technology Fund was created in 2012. According to journalist Eli Lake, the idea for the creation between Open Technology Fund was a result of a policy advocated by Hillary Clinton, who got the Presidential Medal of Freedom today with George Soros. Okay? Lake has written that Clinton's policy heavily influenced by the internet activism that helped to organize the Green Revolution in Iran 2009 and other revolutions in the Arab world in 2010 and 2011. That's interesting. Any Arab terrorism we were talking about tonight regarding ISIS does not apply to what I'm talking about right now, because this is just a comedy show, and we are asking questions for our friends because the Clintons have a body count. All right, so they have projects. As of February 2016, the Open Technology Fund supports 83 projects consisting of over 2,700 developers, technologists, and translators. Notable projects that the OTF has supported include the Tor project that came from Office of Naval Intelligence, Open Whisper Systems that brings you Signal, CryptoCat, Global Leaks, Tor to Web, the Guardian Project, Citizen Lab, Commotion Wireless, Lantern, Serval Project, Blair, NoScript, Cubes, and Tails, right? So this is a thing. I'd say this is like a back door in what you think is secure, which is what I blew the whistle on back in 2003. So it's nice that nothing has gone on from that, except it got worse and people don't realize. But now maybe you see. Maybe you can see clearly. Now, they might have changed this page, because I'm showing you this page from archive.org. This is January of 2019, but I'm pretty sure that they'll still fess up that they're a U.S. government-funded program that funded Signal for the Democrats to hide from the Republicans, as is proof on these pages right here and right here. So
that's so funny. That's so funny, because yeah, I'm in like some group chats on there, right? And I don't say anything that I would like you say, I wouldn't want posted on the front of the New York Times. I don't send any like illegal communications or anything like that, but we generally communicate in a way that's like, Like for Unjected, right? We have our little business meetings on there and stuff, thinking that it's relatively secure, but it's like this is hilarious. It's like literally Hillary Clinton and Mossad behind it. The
And so now
CIA
when
love it.
her IT guy was trying to break into my shit through his Tor farm, you could see why I was a little concerned, because like these people are the deep state. These are they, them, those who can easily be named and get presidential medals of freedom. Which is just it's just like the icing on the cake for the week, right?
Did you see the Mossad guy on 60 Minutes, wherever that was?
No, I was so like enthralled with trying to figure out these other stories. I was like, I don't even care about the pagers and how you guys got them in Hamas's hands at this point. Because like,
Totally. It's just so what's really funny though is there's a line in that interview and the whole thing seems so fabricated and fake. It's worth watching. You definitely get a kick out of it. But basically he says the whole world's a stage. The Mossad guy is like the whole world's a stage.
Well, their whole
And
thing is war by deception.
Yep, and he's like, we are the producers, the directors, and the actors, and so it's just like that Ghost in the Machine clip where it's like the whole world's a stage, So it's pretty wild.
I think it's I don't know who you would put in charge of psyops, but would you put like a Christian in charge of psyops? No, they're gonna be too honest and like kind to people and stuff like that. You're gonna put an atheist? Well, come on, they could probably do better than that. How about a guy from who thought Anton LaVey wasn't extreme enough? All right, let's put someone.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I don't know.
Yep.
They sow seeds to reap the fruit they're looking for. All right, so now we've put on the record that the Presidential Medal of Freedom winner Hillary Clinton helped to, and the people around here helped to create that signal system so that they could hide from not the deep state, because they are the deep state. Right, it's a deep state cloaking system that they had used because WikiLeaks made them adapt and evolve. Right, and that's why she had to acid wash her servers, et cetera, et cetera. And Jerry, if you're in the future editing this, do one of those SpongeBob SquarePants like 3 minutes later, and then I come back with the receipts. That way, Lionel doesn't need to be in that clip. But if we just put those two things together, I think people might get it. And then I've also closed the loop on having my receipts all in order like that. So let's go ahead and continue because we got to get into the Sean Ryan effect. So go ahead and let Lionel finish, and then we'll get to the Sean Ryan effect.
This is according to his uncle, pointing that this gentleman had the capability to cause far more destruction than anything anybody had ever seen. Now, this skepticism, this is something that is interesting, and this is why we have to always remember this. This skepticism raises critical questions about the narrative yet again. Why would someone with his skill set use such rudimentary methods? Was he coerced, framed, or otherwise manipulated into this act? Or is there a possibility that the circumstances of his death are not as they appear? The parallels to other controversial FBI cases, such as the handling of the New Orleans New Year's Eve attack, only add to the layers of doubt. The family's disbelief aligns with growing public concern that key details are being overlooked and, as you can imagine, intentionally withheld from you, the public. As more information surfaces, usually by virtue of independent media and the like, the incident highlights the need for transparency and a thorough, independent investigation, and also a real, legitimate, dare I say, a news group, a real DOJ. We are the front lines. We are in the front lines of this. We are the ones providing all of the information. We are the ones providing all of the data, all of the investigation, all of the questions. Not the media and not mainstream. Put it this way: the DOJ is out to lunch. They're gone. They're finished. They're through. They're like senioritis. They're on their way out. Who's going to find it out? We are. Who are going to be the investigative agencies? The media, the alternative media, streaming media, the Alex Joneses of the world, the people who dare and have the guts and the gumption and the wherewithal to say this doesn't make any sense. We're not stupid. they think we're stupid. You're not stupid, are you? Does this make sense to you? If so, you go ahead. You let me know. But I don't think it does. And in the meantime, dear friends, I ask you, I request of you to do me a great favor and comment. Oh, after you subscribe, of course, but comment as you see fit.
Your background, you come across wild information all the time. You're here today because of an email you received from Matthew Livelsberger a couple of days before the Cybertruck bombing at Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas. You'll also be able to discuss what you know about the terrorists who conducted the New Orleans attack. Did I miss anything?
No, that sums it up. Yeah,
Perfect.
I'll give a background on why that's significant, so your viewers understand how this came into my inbox.
Perfect. One other thing that I just wanted to say to the audience is, even though we are redacting these names from the episode, you pass that. I believe you passed that email on to the FBI.
Yes.
We're also going to pass it on to our contacts at the FBI. It's very obvious that people know it. Like I said, the CID has been telling everybody. In fact, we talked to Jeremy, who's sitting over there, my producer, me, him, and my attorney, Tim Parlatore. We're up till about 10:30 last night talking to the chief of staff?
The Army Chief of Staff POA.
The Army Chief of Staff's POA took a major interest in this as well. And, you know, one of the things that he said, I'll wait till later to bring that up, but I don't know, I don't trust any of these people. I mean, public affairs officers are there to...
I'll keep my mouth.
Yeah, create...
PAO is there to protect the command.
Yeah.
100%, nothing else.
Yeah.
They're not there to shed transparency on anything. They are there to protect the command.
Let's recreate what the story is. But, and you know what's interesting? Fuck it, I'm just going to say it. You know what he said? He goes, on the call, he said, I didn't talk to him. I didn't want to talk to him. But so add them talk to him. He said, between me and you guys, this guy's DNA didn't match his son. And made it sound like it's some big secret. Then at 9:34 p.m., I think it was 9:34 p.m., the New York Post had a headline that said that so they're trying to make it sound like this guy did this because maybe he found out the son wasn't his. But there's a lot more to the story, as you'll find out. So, yeah. So let's go to you, Sam. Tell me how you got the email.
All right. So for context, I've run this account for the last 4.5 years. There have been people in and out writing articles and different stuff and just investigations, some big, some small, just trying to keep accountability in the military, but developed a robust network within the military, all branches, and people feed into this and send me messages and here and there. Nothing ever like this has ever come in. But well, it started off as comments. So when you have a big Instagram account, you're going to miss a lot of messages because people message, go to hidden messages and everything else. You miss a lot of stuff. Well, I kept seeing this comment on recent posts that I put in there, and it was from this burner account that said, hey, check your DMs, check your DMs, check your DMs. So I go in there and try to find it. There's no message from this guy, hadn't come through or whatever. And then he messages again once that message was opened up. And I said, hey, your previous messages haven't come through. What do you want to tell me? And he said, what I'm going to send you, now these are literally his words, what I'm going to send you is going to change the course of humanity. That was his phrase, change the course of humanity. Okay, a little bit dramatic. I get these messages all the time. People have this big story they want to tell. They want to expose their command, whatever. I take everything with a grain of salt until I have evidence and proof. So this guy is insistent. He tells me that he is a 18 Zulu who I've spoken to before, and he really needs to get this stuff to me. And then he talks about you. He says, I need you to get me in contact with Sean Ryan. I'm like, dude, I don't know Sean Ryan. I'm not that big. But he's insistent that I get him diverted to media sources, says go to Fox News, whatever else. And I said, all right, tell me what you got. So I give him my Proton email account, give him my signal number. And he reaches out immediately. And I'm going to read this initial message for you because this doesn't have names or anything else on it. But this was his message on Sunday. he reached out and said, like I said, this last Sunday, he said, sending with a VPN active on Wi-Fi only. Do not message me. I will send out updates via both Signal and email, but trust me, you're going to want to be involved. Well, first of all, no, I didn't want to be involved. Anyways, and then, so I didn't message. I responded back to his original Instagram message, and I said, hey, I got your message on Proton Mail, and he said, cool, delete this. So I deleted it. That's how I ended up getting this message on Tuesday. So the message that this right here, this manifesto, if you want to call it that, came in on Tuesday. And when I started reading this, my initial take was, okay, this is off the deep end. It's bonkers. I can't validate or verify any of the stuff in this manifesto. Mm-hmm. And I told him that in a subsequent email. And I'll read that to you later, my response to him. And once again, my response to him elicited, hey, get me in contact with Sean Ryan, Fox News, and he even said Pete Hegseth. Get me in contact with Hegseth. And I'm like, dude, I don't have the incoming Secretary of Defense's phone number. Sorry, bro. That's the last time I talked to him. So yesterday morning.
What date was that?
That was Tuesday. That was this Tuesday. So we're Friday now. That was 3 days ago.
So the day before 30th?
Yeah, the day before the attack. I dismissed this stuff out of hand.
The 31st. It was on the 31st.
Yes. In fact, I posted something on my... I told your producer about this as well. But this was a post I made on Twitter. I was just trying to be humorous, off the cuff. It was... I didn't mean anything about it. I was just being humorous for my audience. I said, my inbox was especially eventful today. Allegations of war crimes, government anti-gravity technology, and fears about being tracked and watched by the feds. It's always, the world is ending and I have this information that needs to get to the media, and never, how you doing, brother? Everything all right? I was just playing off of a meme. Mm-hmm. It was just supposed to be a joke. That was the body of his email that he sent me. And I didn't think anything about it. I didn't know who Matt Berg was, Matt Livelsberg, or anything else. He told me who he was in the email. He pointed me to his LinkedIn account. I didn't know any of this stuff. And I was just kind of being humorous with my audience. Like, I get these crazy messages sometime. And then the day after that message, I wake up and my buddy was like, hey, Sam, nobody in the community seems to know this guy. Do you happen to know who he is? And I played that for you before we came up here. Just absolute shock. That's how I woke up yesterday.
Do you want to play it now?
Yeah, excuse my language. I was definitely in shock. Let me find this chat. So,
you know, while you're digging through that, you know what we should do? I should get that Instagram account from you to see if they messaged any of our Instagram accounts, and we should also get that email address.
I don't have it. I deleted it.
You deleted it.
He told me to delete it, and I deleted it.
Okay.
Yeah.
We should also get that email address and see if they sent it in through the website, and see if he tried to contact us. Get that to the FBI.
So I'm in a military.
Hopefully they actually do something.
Yeah, I'm in a military group chat. Buddy Green Beret Corey, he says, at Sam. No, nobody I've asked in the community knows him. You is at 8:46 a.m. yesterday. So I woke up and I said, OF, I'm shaking. This guy emailed me 2 days ago. I'm not playing. And then he said, damn. And then this was my response to him at 8:48. Like, just woke up.
Dude, I'm fucking shaking, bro. You don't understand. This guy emailed me and told me he was being watched by the FBI and Homeland Security, but they weren't going to do anything to him because he had a VBID. I'm not fucking playing, dude. I have the email. I am shaking, man. This is nuts.
And it goes from there. And I sat there for probably an hour talking to my wife. I'm shaking. I can't even think straight. Like, normal day is shot. And I didn't know what I want to do. Do I sit on this? Do I do nothing with it? I've got to tell somebody. I've got to tell the FBI at least, because this is huge. This is all over the news. And then I was like, well, dude, this guy wanted to get in contact with Sean Ryan. So let me get this to Sean Ryan, see if I can get with him. And I had a buddy who knew your producer, and we went from there. But
wow. Do you want to read the email?
Yep. So this email came in on December 31st at 10:42 a.m. That is Tuesday. He said, in case I do not make it to my decision point or onto the Mexico border, I am sending this now. Please do not release this until 1 January and keep my identity private until then. First off, I'm not under duress or hostile influence or control. My first car was a 2006 black Ford Mustang V6 for verification. What we have been seeing with drones, he puts that in quotes, he says drones, is the operational use of gravitic propulsion systems powered aircraft by most recently China and the East Coast, but throughout history, the US. Only we in China have this capability. Our OPCEN, that's Operation Center, our OPCEN location for this activity is in the box below. China has been launching them from the Atlantic from submarines for years, but this activity recently has picked up. As of now, it is just a show of force, and they are using it similar to how they used the balloon for SIGINT and ISR, which are also part of the integrated comms system. There are dozens of those balloons in the air at any given time. The so what is because of the speed and stealth of these unmanned aircraft. They are the most dangerous threat to national security that has ever existed. They basically have an unlimited payload capacity and can park it over the White House if they wanted. It's checkmate. U.S. government needs to give the history of this, how we are employing it and weaponizing it, how China is employing them and what the way forward is. China is poised to attack anywhere in the East Coast. I've been followed for over a week now from likely Homeland or FBI, and they are looking to move on me and are unlikely going to let me cross into Mexico, but won't because they know I am armed and I have a massive VBID. Let me pause right there for a second. So he says a massive VBID. When I was talking to the FBI yesterday, they didn't know what a VBID was. I had to explain what that acronym meant, literally.
You fucking serious?
Dead serious. I said it twice, and he goes, you said that word VBID. Can you tell me what that is? For your audience, a VBID, for your audience who has not been in the GWOT for the last 20 years, a VBID is a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device. In layman's terms, a car bomb, what we saw at Trump Tower. So, backing up, he says, I am armed and have a massive VBID. I've been trying to maintain a very visible profile and have kept my phone, and they are definitely digitally tracking me. Here's where he gets into the other stuff, and this is where we had to redact the names. Well, your producer redacted the names. I have knowledge of this program and also war crimes that were covered up during airstrikes in Nimruz province, Afghanistan in 2019 by the admin, DOD, DEA, and CIA. I conducted targeting for these strikes of over 125 buildings. 65 were struck because of civcas, that's civilian casualties, that killed hundreds of civilians in a single day. U.S. FORA continued strikes after spotting civilians on initial ISR. It was supposed to take 6 minutes and scramble all aircraft in CENTCOM. The UN basically called these war crimes, but the administration made them disappear. I was part of that cover-up with U.S. FORA, an agent, redacted, of the DEA. So I don't know if my abduction attempt is related to either. I worked with, redacted, IO staff on this as well as the response to Bala Murghab. Redacted commander at the time, redacted can validate this. You need to elevate this to the media so we avoid a world war because this is a mutually assured destruction situation. Then he says, for vetting, my LinkedIn is Matt Berg or Matthew Livelsberger, an active duty 18 Zulu out of 110, that's 1st Battalion 10th Special Forces Group. My profile is public. I have an active TSSCI with UAP, USAP access.
What is USAP? Do you know what that is?
I don't know what that is. But I checked his credentials on LinkedIn. So that was the first thing I did. I went to his LinkedIn page. First thing I noticed was all of his bona fides were in place. He has all the UAS training from USASOC and everything else. And so I said, okay, at least the guy knows what he's talking about with drones. That was a very rough dig into the guy. But my issue was I couldn't validate or verify any of this information. And I told him that. And how I responded to him was in a subsequent email. I said, this is obviously a very big deal, but I don't have anything to verify this information with. Talking about gravitic propulsion systems without evidence just makes me another UFO talking head. Like, I'm not going to go on my social media page and start talking about UFOs and anti-gravity systems and everything. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't. And he said, can I get on Fox News Contact on Signal as well as Sean's show? Hegseth would be good too. That was his last message to me.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is, what is a gravitic propulsion system?
To be honest with you, it is a fancy term you're going to find in science fiction. You won't find it in any, as far as I know, you won't find this in any kind of official manual or, scientific research. This is all science fiction. So, but what struck me is his use, what strikes me now, not then, but what strikes me now is his use of a very specific term that nobody else call it. If you asked me, I would say an anti-gravity propulsion system. That's how I would describe it, because I don't know this stuff. He said gravitic propulsion system.
We looked that up last night too, and all we could find was same thing, science fiction type stuff. But there are some things that line up. One is, like I had mentioned, well, let's talk about the guy's story. Obviously, he had a VBID. Obviously, he was in the military and served. And the thing that he was talking about in 2019, we pulled a report. This is from October 9th, 2019. UN report find alleged drug facilities were not lawful target airstrikes caused significant civilian casualties. The United Nations Special Report, which examines the impact on civilians of the United States airstrikes on alleged drug processing facilities on 5 May 2019 in Afghanistan, determines the operation caused a large number of civilian casualties. The report also examines the legal framework applicable to this incident. In June 2019, the UN Assistance Mission in Afghanistan, together with representatives of the Afghanistan Independent Human Rights Commission, conducted a site visit to areas impacted by the strikes in Farah Province, Bakwa District, as part of its extensive fact-finding into the 5 May incident. The UN verified 39 civilian casualties, among them 14 children, 1 woman, from multiple airstrikes on more than 60 sites that the United States Afghanistan identified as drug production facilities in Bakwa District and in parts of neighboring Delaram District of Nimraz Province. Moreover, the UN is working to verify credible reports of at least 37 additional civilian casualties, the majority of whom were women and children. Although airstrikes on the alleged drug processing facilities had taken place before, this was the first time that UNAMA had received reports of large number of civilian casualties resulting from such an operation. And it goes on. I'm not going to read all this. We'll link the article here. But so that 100% lines up. The other thing, that really struck me is, like I had mentioned, after our phone call, I jumped in an interview. After the interview, checked my phone, and I had several Green Berets, former Green Berets, one still active. Actually, I'm just going to say it was Tim Kennedy. Sent me a message late last night about 9 p.m. and said, hey, I should have brought my phone up here, but hey, basically that USASOC wants to give me more context on what had happened on this guy. And so first I wasn't going to take the call because I don't trust the government anymore. I don't think anybody does. But I was on the phone with my producer, who was a Naval Surface Warfare officer, and my attorney, Tim Parlatore. They said we should talk to him. So I called Tim, was really pissed off, reamed his ass about it, and then later apologized. But, I think you said you had mentioned that you had received a message from somebody that says nobody's heard of this guy. Tim sent me a picture of him shooting with this guy. And I don't know if I should release that photo or not, but Tim basically told me this. So I got the POA's number, the public affairs officer, sent it to Jeremy and Tim. He talked to them. And what they wanted us to know was that this guy was an upstanding soldier, an excellent operator, was moving on, was moving towards retirement and moving on to basically enhance the future of warfare. They wanted us to know that. Then the PA officer, sounds like almost jokingly said, which I don't know why you would joke about this, said that, and between us, which why the fuck would a POA officer say between us? I mean, if they didn't want us to know that information, then they just wouldn't have told us that. But they wanted us to know, obviously, that the DNA with his with his supposed child was not a match. And so I think what they were trying to do is basically make this out to be, oh, this is why this happened. He got bad news that that's not his child, and so that's why he did it. But with all the other context, especially with the 2019 incident, which was obviously a cover-up, I think that has a major role in this. The other thing is, I started receiving a lot of messages from one of the redacted names who's a DEA agent, the one that he's talking about in the email to you. We got it from multiple sources, one of which was actually a videographer for me, I think 4 years ago. He worked for me a very short period of time. I had to let him go. He joined the Army, went to OCS, became an Army officer, sent me a text, super freaked out. Apparently he was on some rafting trip with somebody that knows the DEA officer and said, hey, this guy's still operational. He wants his name redacted.
Wow.
Not the only one. Then I received a message from another very close friend of mine who's been on the show several times saying that he got word that this guy was still operational. And so that's why we decided to redact his name. I was getting upset because I didn't receive any communication up to that point. Well, then I checked my LinkedIn. I said, let me see if this guy actually messaged me. Sure as shit, that DEA agent did message me, said that he wanted to talk to me before tomorrow's interview.
Tesla Cybertruck explosion investigation. Let's listen in on Live Now from Fox.
My name is Kevin McMahill. I'm the sheriff for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Over the last couple of days, since the bombing and death of the individual inside of the Tesla at Trump Towers, had a number of priorities that we've been trying to accomplish over those days. The first one of those priorities was to confirm that there's no further threat. I think we've completed that. The second was to positively identify the suspect. We've also done that today. I can confirm that that is Matthew Livelsberger. We also wanted to confirm that there were no other actors involved in this incident. I believe we've done that, and you'll hear much more about that as we move forward today. We've also today, I'm going to be able to share with you some of what we believe to be his plans and motives as to why he conducted this attack. Now, before we go on, I want to just address a couple of things before we get too far along here. I want you to know that we're very well aware of a podcast that is going around today and the contents of the letter in that podcast. And I just want you to understand that since we've been conducting these press conferences, I have only given you information that we have verified and deemed to be factually accurate. We've been aware of that document for a while now, and we still have not completely gone all the way through that and verified that entirely. We are in one of the two telephones and one laptop. So one telephone and one laptop that we still have not been able to get into. There is one cell phone that we are getting into, and I can tell you that we are barely scratching the surface and almost hourly receiving additional information requiring substantial investigative effort on the part of this joint investigation between ourselves, the FBI, and the ATF. And so, again, while I understand all of that is out there, I believe it is our responsibility to give you what we know to be a fact, and that is what I will continue to do as we move forward. A couple of questions came up in regards to the positive identification of the suspect in the vehicle. I want to give you a couple of photographs as to what it was that we had some conversation around, because there's some tattoo comparisons that we needed to do. And in those tattoo comparisons, in this particular photograph, you can see a tiger tattoo, and there's a secondary tattoo on the stomach that the wife had told us about. You can see that some of it is burnt, some of it is not burnt, and while the body was still in the vehicle, we were unable to identify those specific tattoos until we were able to remove some of it. Secondarily to that, there's also a surveillance photograph that we obtained of our subject in Colorado wearing that very distinctive brown jacket. You'll see that a little bit later here in some of the photographs that one of the assistant sheriffs is going to talk to you about. There's also a lot of conversation that I hear out there about the fact that the identifications, the credit cards, and the number of things that I provided to you previously did not show up as burnt in the explosion in the vehicle. And so I did think it was important for me to address a couple of those issues so you understand where we're at. That's a photograph of the wallet. It's a leather wallet. Clearly it's burnt up pretty well. However, that wallet was found in the back seat under some debris in the vehicle, and it contained, you'll see in this photograph, the credit cards, a photograph, and a number of other pieces of identifying information. The military identification that I initially told you about was also located within inches of the wallet. And you'll see much of this stuff does have some burn damage on it. The passport that I described to all of you was found in the back, in the bed of the truck under debris as well, and you'll see a photograph of that in there. I also had mentioned to you that we were going to be doing dental records to identify the subject in the vehicle. The Department of Defense provided those dental records to us. We then forwarded them to the coroner, and the coroner also provided a positive identification for us. Finally, we had also requested DNA from the family, which was provided to us, and it matched to our suspect. We then, of course, had now confirmed fully his identity to you. There has been, again, a tremendous amount of investigative effort that has been conducted now, and I'm going to introduce to you Assistant Sheriff Dory Corrin to go over some of the extensive investigation that has occurred. Dory?
Good afternoon. I'm Assistant Sheriff Dory Corrin. I oversee our Homeland Security and Investigative Services Group, which includes our counterterrorism unit that's been working around the clock on this investigation. I just want to briefly share a few updates on some key areas to include the operational activity that led up to this incident, a little bit of information on the post-blast investigation as we know it today, and then finally some of the information that we're discovering most recently about motives and plans to give you some insight on why this individual committed the act that he committed. To begin with the operational activity, the sheriff yesterday talked about the route that the suspect took to get to Las Vegas. We used a lot of this information to be able to track down video surveillance footage around different locations, as well as financial records, as well as call data records, as well as looking at the Tesla charging stations to be able to determine exactly which route the individual took, but more importantly, that it was the individual that we've identified, as well as the only individual in the vehicle during the path that he took to Las Vegas. As you'll see here in this video here at one of the charging stations, there's just one example. You'll see our suspect here. He'll exit the vehicle. He'll walk around the vehicle at different times. At one point, you're going to see that he opens the door of the vehicle, he retrieves a coat, he puts that coat on, and you're going to see that at different parts to include the photo that the sheriff talked about just a few minutes ago. We use this video information as well as what I said earlier about the financial records in terms of purchases being made with different credit cards, call data records, a video canvas at multiple locations, trying to use all of that to corroborate that the individual that we've identified is the same individual that drove that Tesla during that route that we've identified to Las Vegas. In addition to that, we also talked about the phones that were recovered. There were 2 phones that we recovered from the vehicle. Both phones were damaged. We are still trying to access the data in one of the phones, but we have been fortunate, and our team, which is second to none, has done a really good job accessing the data in one of the phones that was recovered. You can see the phone here in the vehicle. It's very burnt from the outside. You can see another image here. But we're able to take this phone and be able to extract the data using a variety of different tools. And in that, we've identified a variety of information. But one thing in particular is there was an application in there that the suspect used to take notes. In that application, one of the notes is titled Surveillance Log by the Suspect. It appears to be more of a journal of activity. It dates for about 10 days leading up to the incident, from December 21st to December 31st of this past year. In that surveillance log, or as we would like to call it, a journal, because it's more of a diary of activity that he's conducting, we identify multiple locations that match what we have in the route. We identify activity that we've matched. So, for example, him purchasing firearms, him purchasing camping equipment or other types of equipment that were used in this incident matched what our data showed in terms of the route and the video surveillance we were recovering along that route. Beyond the operational activity, I want to also get a little bit into the post-blast investigation. So make no mistake, this is a suicide vehicle-borne improvised explosive device, or short, it's a suicide VBID. We know also, as mentioned by the sheriff yesterday, there's a self-inflicted gunshot wound by the suspect. The coroner was very specific in their examination. It was an intraorbital gunshot wound, which essentially means that the suspect put the firearm in his mouth and discharged the gun, and ultimately the round came out to the left side of his head. In addition to that, in terms of our assessment of the post-blast to confirm that he's the only individual involved and the only individual in the vehicle, we did a variety of video and photo comparisons to match the clothing. So if you look here, for example, this is a video in Las Vegas, and you're going to see in a moment here where he parks the Tesla truck, he comes out, and you're going to see some descriptive clothing that matches some of the other video that we've recovered along the route. Please keep in mind, this is a very extensive investigation, so there's a lot of content for us to review and examine. We're just showing examples and samples as we get them. There's more information as we go through it. But in this video, you can see even the distinctive jacket that he is wearing in that vehicle. The other thing that's important is the sheriff mentioned yesterday that Tesla sent to us engineers to come to Las Vegas to help us extract data from the vehicle. Thanks to their support, we were able to extract an SDMI chip from the Tesla vehicle, and Tesla was able to confirm to us using the data from the vehicle that the vehicle was not in full self-driving mode at any time during this incident. Finally, the last category just to touch on is motive, which I know everyone is very eager to try to.
It's a reality show that pits teams of elite soldiers from around the world against each other.
Matt and Tim from the U.S. Army Special Forces, better known as the Green Berets.
Matthew Livelsberger and his partner Tim Kennedy, both Green Berets, appeared on the Ultimate Soldier Challenge 12 years ago on the History Channel.
While the other guys are still setting up, the Americans take their first shot at the sniper on the top of the tower.
They not only won, it wasn't even close.
You know, for television, they always try to make it a little bit more competitive, but we swept the whole entire show.
When he appeared on the show, Livelsberger used a shortened version of his name, Matt Berg, so it took Tim Kennedy a while to put two and two together.
It took about 12 hours of me seeing some photos as more photos started coming out of who he was, and then I saw a Matt Berg with a older photo of him, and I was like, oh no, dude, I know that guy. And then it just like tore my heart out because he was a really great Green Beret.
And what was he like?
He was charming. He was talented. He was personable. He was kind. He was all the things that you would expect from a Green Beret.
At one point during the show, Livelsberger had to stop taping in the 90-plus degree heat. He was suffering from heat exhaustion.
I'm about to throw up, man. I got heat exhaustion, man. I need to take this off right now.
Tim Kennedy says he hadn't heard from Livelsberger for a few years.
It just categorically does not make sense. From everything that I have heard, he was universally valued by his team, by his peers. I don't understand. It doesn't make sense, and it is just horrifically heartbreaking.
All right, welcome back, guys. I know that we just put out a video earlier today, but this story has gotten so crazy so fast. And I know what you guys are probably expecting is me to talk about the update from the Sean Ryan podcast with that crazy manifesto in the email. Maybe we'll get to that, but this is even crazier, and I bet you guys have not seen this yet. Just came across my desk. I know from the thumbnail, the title, you guys probably think I'm completely trolling. I swear to God, and we will just show this video right at the start that this is real. Tim Kennedy and Matt Livelsberger on an episode of Inside Edition together as teammates like a decade ago has just surfaced. to add to just the insanity and the weirdness, we have to just jump into it and let's watch. Here we go, guys.
It's a reality show that pits teams of elite soldiers from around the world against each other.
Matt and Tim from the U.S. Army Special Forces, better known as the Green Berets.
Matthew Livelsberger and his partner Tim Kelly, both Green Berets, appeared on the Ultimate Soldier Challenge 12 years ago on the History Channel. They not only won, it wasn't even close.
You know, for television, they always try to make it a little bit more competitive, but we swept the whole entire show.
When he appeared on the show, Livelsberger used a shortened version of his name, Matt Berg. So it took Tim Kelly a while to put 2 and 2 together.
And then I saw a Matt Berg with a older photo of him, and I was like, oh no, dude, I know that guy. And then it just like tore my heart out because he was a really great Green Beret.
And what was he like?
He was charming. He was talented. He was personable. He was kind. He was all the things that you would expect from a Green Beret.
At one point during the show, Livelsberger lost his cool in the 90-plus degree heat.
I'm about to throw up, man. I got heat exhaustion, man. I need to take this off right now.
Tim Kelly says he hadn't heard from Livelsberger for a few years.
Now, you want to talk about the mother of all coincidences and the ability for Tim Kennedy to somehow find himself in the center of everything that ever happens, whether it be from the ambush in Niger to the Afghanistan withdrawal to everything in his stories. Somehow, Tim Kennedy was on an episode of the History Channel with Matt Livelsberger, the guy the Green Beret, who is now obviously under this huge controversy of being the Tesla truck bomber. This story was already so weird before the manifesto from Sean Ryan, before what is supposedly coming out that the body inside, and I can't confirm this, that the body inside of the Tesla truck was not Matt's. That now, on top of all this insanity, this guy's also, he's been on apparently multiple TV shows and, again, been connected with Tim Kennedy through this weird TV show, which is interesting because when this first popped off, Tim Kennedy put out these messages trying to get people to message him with information to try to figure out if anybody knew this guy. It's like, yeah, homie, you know this guy. You were literally on a TV show with him, all right? So this is all, guys, this isn't going to be a long video. It's just, what are we on, January 3rd, and the news cycle is so insane. And who, like, if you think about this, like, obviously with the Tim Kennedy controversy, the biggest thing in the Special Forces, like, universe for the last month, all that controversy. And then the next biggest thing is a Green Beret who carries out a terrorist attack, all right? And we don't really know exactly what happened yet. And yet these two dudes were on TV shows together. Guys, I don't know. We just got done with an episode of The War Room.
Am I looking at, Steve?
Well, thanks for having me back. Wish it was under better circumstances. That's definitely the most important crime scene of 2025 so far.
Right.
Look, here's what, from what I understand, happened there, and there are a lot of red flags around it. The FBI, we're supposed to believe, conducted a full search warrant at that location, and then turned it back over to the property owner. And then that individual allowed the New York Post to walk in and report on what's being on the inside. But for us to come to that conclusion that that was wholly innocent and nothing was at least strange about it, we would have to overlook certain things like the fact that the FBI conducted a search warrant at the residence of a terrorist and didn't take the bomb-making material or the electronics.
There's a laptop sitting there, Steve. There's a laptop sitting there.
Yes. And there's also a very interesting receipt for property that's on the kitchen counter. So to just a little bit inside baseball here, when you execute a search warrant, you have to leave a copy of the warrant, Fourth Amendment. You have to make sure that you can't do an illegal search and seizure without a warrant. So they leave that there. That's appropriate. And then you leave a receipt for the items that you took. So it's an inventory. So the person would know what was taken, right?
Sure.
That's triplicate, like the old school pink carbon. You lean down on it hard to make sure that it gets pushed on through, handwritten. Yet that one is typed, which would mean they went back to the office and typed it up independently and brought it back over, and yet didn't have time to secure the back door.
Mm-hmm. Right. So what do you make of that?
I was speculating, and look, very clear speculation. But yes. Now, and when I speculate, I'm just saying it's not a 0 chance probability. And I'm now rising it up maybe into double-digit chances of probability that the reason that they were able to react so quickly to this individual, and within 9 hours, they had a potential co-conspirators, they had locations, they had IEDs, when it's taken 4 years to get yet another grainy video from the J6 pipe bomb put out, was that he was not just on their radar in the sense that somebody saw a Muslim and called the FBI because they were racist, and right. The FBI dismisses it as they should. But he was on their radar because they already had an investigation open on him, an assessment, a preliminary investigation, or a full investigation. And they were doing the thing that I have been banging the drum on for the last 2 years, and that is they have the hubris to believe that they set out the breadcrumbs for the would-be terrorists who would never commit an act but for the involvement of the FBI. That's called entrapment, but it's a little bit narrow in the legal interpretation of entrapment. They set out the breadcrumbs so that they can spring the trap on him when he agrees to go and push the button for the device that is an inert device that the FBI gave him. But they have the hubris to think that it will work because it always has worked, and they never for a minute think that maybe the guy will just not take the next breadcrumb and say, this sounds overly complicated and a logistical nightmare and expensive and a headache. I think I'll just hop in my F-150 and roll down a Bourbon Street and run over a bunch of infidels and wake up in paradise.
Right. Well, this is exactly what I was theorizing on my episode yesterday, where I broke all this down. And it looks to me that, as you've just detailed, it's a common practice for the FBI to teach potential domestic extremists or terrorists how to build bombs, but they are inert. The fact that this guy had multiple IEDs placed throughout the city, that there is in fact surveillance footage of him rolling out what looks like ice coolers that are filled with them, and none of them go off. My thought process, or my initial assessment, was that this guy expects these bombs to go off. They don't. He panics. He still wants to, meet Allah or whatever, and he drives around the police vehicle over the curb and then barrels down that street, taking out 14 people, maybe more at this point. I don't know what the latest fatality rate is. Is that kind of your gut on this? It sounds like it is.
Yes, that's exactly where I'm at on this. And I've been reading more and more, and they're becoming more blatant, the FBI that is, with these sorts of plots that they're going through. They're publicizing them now. They're proud of what they're doing. They're not redacting the agents' names now on the affidavits, which are becoming public, and they are the most open and obvious levels of entrapment, that to the point where they are ridiculous and absurd. And the only reason they've gotten away with it is because they've just been lucky. And for the most part, they are good at selecting their target. The vulnerable person who they pick was typically a low intelligence, emotionally disturbed person.
Well, in this instance, they're not just targeting some random Muslim. They're targeting a military veteran, an American soldier, a man who was born in Texas. That seems unusual. Is this a reorienting of their homegrown domestic extremism, terrorism, grooming protocols?
There's an element of the white whale where they really want to push militia violent extremism, and they've been putting out intelligence bulletins for years now that there could be an infiltration in the armed services of these white supremacists who are just joining up so they can get the training and then carry out an attack. This guy doesn't quite meet that profile because he's not of white extraction, but they are changing what they do. And I mean, one of the more recent ones that I actually wrote an op-ed on that the Blaze published was about an individual named Cole Bridges. Cole Bridges from Ohio was spouting out online. He was 19 years old in 2019, so very young guy, was talking about ISIS because he was too dumb to know that ISIS wasn't really a legitimate threat in 2019 and too young to have any other ideas about Boko Haram or Al-Qaeda or anything like that. So he was, as always, interfacing with an informant, a confidential human source who brought that information to the FBI. And they groomed him and they encouraged him to join the U.S. Army. And he did, which means that the FBI either withheld that information from the DOD or they colluded with the DOD to get him into the Army, allowed him to remain on active duty for a year and a half. He was part of a cavalry unit at Fort Stewart, Georgia. And then the entire time, he believed he was communicating with ISIS. But he wasn't. It was always with an undercover. And he started giving them advice on how to take down New York City when he'd never been to New York, how to take down special forces when he was in special forces. And then a year and a half into his time in the Army, they took him down as providing material support to ISIS. Meanwhile, a year and a half would have meant he was firing live ammunition on the line with actual service members, actual people that stood up, signed the dotted line, and raised their hand to swear to protect and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. He could have just turned to his left and right and plug one in the back of their domes, but the FBI didn't think that was a possibility, and they were fortunately right on that one.
All right, so that was Clint Russell's Liberty Lockdown with former FBI agent Steve Friend, who's apparently a libertarian and doesn't like everything that the FBI, his former employer, does. So he's calling out some interesting things there. And I think there's a lot more to be learned from this whole situation that's unfolding. Now, I want to point out, Sean Ryan, during that interview, says his producer redacted whatever's being shown on screen. So in these upcoming clips where Sean Ryan's being called a liar and the red squiggles come up, someone's redacting stuff. They put it into a text editor and removed words and names and stuff like that. So that's a situation about to come up. I wanted to remark on the incredible ability that Las Vegas PD, they got some very fine people in their tech shop. They can break into people's phones even when they're all burned up like that because the circuitry and the data cards, they're not temperature sensitive. They're like black boxes in airplanes and they can survive. It reminds me of 9/11 when Kroll was hired. There was a company called Convar from Germany that was decrypting the burnt World Trade Center drives to find out who was doing the illegal trading and stuff. And then Kroll, which is one of the agencies of the U.S. government and the Anglo-American establishment under AIG, they bought the company that was doing the recovery of the data. So the data, there's nothing to see there. But in Las Vegas, they can find data on two phones, because my question was, where's his work phone? So they have his work phone, right? That's why his signal number changed. He came back to America. He had his Colorado number. He probably had some sort of verification. How his signal number changed after he offed himself, we don't know. How he offed himself with a 50 caliber Desert Eagle on video, but it's not seen on video, still yet to be figured out. There's a lot of questions to that story, but if you've ever seen Oklahoma City building, the Murrah building, that's what a vehicle bomb can do. He didn't do that. He has the training to do that. He didn't do that. So what was going on in that situation is yet to be unfurled. He's got a new baby in September. He's on leave from Europe. He's not with his family. He's not with his baby. He's not with his wife. He's in a rented Cybertruck having the time of his life texting ex-girlfriends. So I just want to point these things out. I don't know what the conclusion is yet, but it's different than the official narrative in any case. Scott, what do you think?
Yeah, well, I was just going to say Oklahoma City, though, well, there was like explosives too, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. It wasn't
okay.
But there was a big crater under the truck.
Exactly.
In the direction of, but you're right.
The other thing too was that I was looking it up. So History Channel, right? The one he was on that TV show, or the network he was on the TV show with, half owned by Disney, 50% stake, which is 12% owned by BlackRock. So he was also in a BlackRock video.
Thomas Crooks.
Technically, yeah. So there you go.
There you go. Closing all the gaps there. Connecting all the dots in this episode. Signal app I did have in the history blueprint. I just didn't look far enough. And there is interesting history of these things and what they're up to. And, just take it all with a grain of salt. If you watch my interview with Bill Binney, the former technical director of the National Security Agency, he's a whistleblower. And the first lines of the 3-hour interview are, I asked him, is encryption, does it work? He's like, no, ever since Operation Bull Run, they've been able to hack all the different encryption systems. So when you think you're hiding, you're actually just turning it over to they, them, those who oppress you. So maybe communicate differently. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. But you received my signal, so that's good. All right, wallet in the back seat. I found it very, very convenient. So, where do you carry your wallet? Oh, in the back seat is the answer of no man. Okay. Now, if you carry your wallet in your back seat and you're driving, you carry it in your back pocket and you're driving, maybe you throw it, maybe it's in a bag in the back seat. There's maybe an answer. The fact that all those IDs, see, his body's burned beyond recognition. So they need all these IDs to survive in any reasonable PSYOP scenario. You got to know it was the guy, right? Beyond reasonable doubt. Well, here's his Army ID. Here's his passport. Here's his driver's license. Here's his credit cards. They are fine. In fact, his passport was back there with the gasoline and the propane and the fireworks, and it was just fine because I guess paper burns slower than everything else, including skin, So just making these observations. If some of these things are way too convenient and what you're about to hear coming up isn't going to help, but it is part of the record from this past week. These things are ongoing. And this is what I mean by both sides of the political spectrum in War are coming out to play, because you're going to see people that are usually pro rah-rah Ukraine saying that Sean Ryan's a liar. Well, the guy that Sean Ryan's talking about was pro-Ukraine, Slava Ukraini. He had that t-shirt on when he was at Fort Bragg. So anyway, War, they be partying in 2025 apparently. And we got a couple more clips. This is the second to the last block in the show. So let's shoehorn these in, because this is where people call Sean Ryan a liar.
I'm calling Sam Shoemate a liar. And I'm calling Sean Ryan an enabler of disinformation.
How dare you!
Why was the Sam Shoemate appearance on Sean Ryan regarding the Cybertruck explosion in Las Vegas most likely an hour of lies?
Whoa, Ryan Macbeth. Can you say that about Sean Ryan? We got Ryan Macbeth here, 1 million subs, Intel expert on YouTube, the way I understand it. He's saying Sean Ryan's a liar. The other fella, they're all liars. That's what I'm hearing. I'm just reporting the news to you. Stand by.
So my name is Ryan Macbeth, retired infantryman, current software developer. I also work on drone software and ISR software, along with contracting, where I found bad guys, and you get the idea. So I'm really good at finding people. I know a little bit about this Intel stuff. I'm actually somewhat familiar with Sam Shoemate. I figured out who he was last year after he put out some Russian propaganda and faked some emails regarding helicopter pilots.
Here's a question. I know Ryan is, the way I understand it, very pro the war in Ukraine. If you're not pro the war in Ukraine and you talk about it, like I just don't want to give any more money, does that make me pro Putin? That is the theme here on YouTube. If you're like, I'm done giving money. I'm done. I'm good. People go, what are you, you're Putin? No, I just think it's been ineffective. You got to ask. Go to his channel. Go check out Ryan. He's the expert. I'm a dumbass, but go.
For Novacell not getting the flight hours they needed to maintain proficiency because of the war in Ukraine. He initially did this under an alt account called Terminal CWO, which is how he kind of came to my attention. But in a nutshell, it seems like Sam Shoemate either didn't want to take the COVID vaccine or he's still sore about that. So he kind of left the military and turned his life into kind of like a conspiracy theory crusade to undermine my beloved army, either for clicks, clout, or revenge. Now, I'm not going to begrudge a guy for not wanting to take the COVID vaccine. I get it. But when you start making up emails undermining the readiness of my beloved army and supporting pro-Russian narratives, then I'm going to get involved.
How involved was he about the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, you think? I don't know that he was in then. Probably wasn't his pay grade. But he's very I'm pro-army too, man. But at some point, there's bullshit being said, and I don't know the man. I understand he doesn't like me, which is, I agree. I don't like myself half the time. Good job, Ryan.
Don't want me involved. This guy, Sam Shoemate, went on the Sean Ryan podcast, one of, if not the biggest, one of the biggest podcasts in America. And he claimed he got an email from this particular gentleman who blew up the Cybertruck. And as of me writing this at 7 a.m. on January 4th, 2025, this Sean Ryan video is seen about 2 million times on YouTube alone. Now, Sam Shoemate claims that Matthew Leibelsberger wrote him an email, which he then reads on screen.
Call me crazy, but does a screenshot of an email and a screenshot of a signal chat, DMs, is that good enough to be proof? I understand, I guess the FBI came out and said, it's 100% true. But do you guys believe what the FBI put out? Most of you don't, from what I read in the comment sections. But is Sean Ryan, I'm asking a question here, wink, wink, the purveyor of what just is hard fact? Does he got that level of intel? That could be true. I know everyone's a fan of Sean Ryan. I watch Sean. And just running with the screenshot, and go check out Ryan's video. I'm not going to play the whole thing here. But running with it, does that just make it true? Because Sean said it. Ryan says it's just bullshit. It's lies. It's made up. It's fugazi.
And here's the funny part about this email. You see these squiggly lines? These are spell check indicators. This means that whatever was on screen was in draft and in edit mode. Now, Sam Shoemaker has made up emails before, so to take a screenshot of something that's in edit mode, well, let's just say in the intelligence community, this is what we call a clue. So then the Las Vegas police released this manifesto.
I will give it to Ryan. Coming out against Sean Ryan, and today, you can't do that. There's been nobody. Anti-Hero came out against Tim Kennedy, Luttrell, all the big folks. They broke the seal, cracking the dam, right? Those guys. Bravo to them. But you can't, even if you just say, I saw Megyn Kelly, Sean Ryan said he had a drug network, and you say that, I'm just listening, I'm just curious. Go, shut up, keep Sean Ryan's name out of your mouth, son. Go, whoa, I'm just a curious guy, because why would you ever admit that? What's going through his head? People go, shut up, racist. I mean, shut up, Sean Ryan denier. Okay, but can you say this? I'm not sure.
And you can read it for free at ryanmcbeth.substack.com. This manifesto is more of a rant about greed and processed food and Ukraine, but the style of the manifesto that was released by the Las Vegas police is totally different from the email that Sam claims to have received. So what can you take away from all this? Well, I can tell you this. When you are one of America's top podcasters, it would behoove you to tell the truth. You kind of have an obligation to at least try to get the story right. I mean, it's sloppy, and it's sad that choose clicks over truth. And here we are.
What do you do with it? So Sean Ryan, let me play both sides of this. Sean Ryan gets his information. He does his best to vet it. He's got to break it, right? Every news agency is breaking something. Half the time, come back and, we made a mistake. Like Sean on the North Carolina plane thing. He came back, brought guys on about the hurricane. He said, we made a mistake. Could that be okay? Is it Sean Ryan's job to vet everybody to a degree? Can he vet it all? Does he break it? What does he do with it? Well, in today's media, you break anything, you come back later and apologize. By all media standards, that's what people do. All the media he looks at, the DOD can't find, what, billions of dollars. The beloved army loses money all the time, makes mistakes. I mean, Tillman, shall we go on with Roberts Ridge? So it's a thing, right? It's what we see as the modern military.
Look, Sam Shoemate has a history of playing fast and loose with the truth, whether it's fabricating emails or promoting Russian narratives that we can trust and undermine American institutions. And he has a right to do it, dude. I mean, even lying is protected speech. But guess what, bub? I got free speech too.
Okay.
And with my free speech, I'm calling Sam Shoemate a liar. And I'm calling Sean Ryan an enabler of disinformation.
Okay, Ryan comes in strong. I don't know what his facts are, but it looks like a draft like message, right? There's no proof it was true. Saw it this morning now. The FBI said, the email appears to be true. When are they able to break things that quick? I'm not a smart man by any means. I get a guy to buy a Walmart phone for me. I make a Proton mail. I send it. All right, that can happen. Don't call me crazy here. That could happen. What's the upside? What's the end game? Why would Sean? I don't think Sean would do it intentionally. But look at his Twitter. Sean said he's disappearing. He tweets he's disappearing. It's like, does that work? Eyes in the sky and, all these things. I don't know if you're disappearing, but watch Ryan's video. He's the expert, Intel expert, right? Intel expert. I believe the guy is, whatever. You let me know what you think. Thanks for watching.
Why was the Sam Shoemate appearance on Sean Ryan regarding the...
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. And as this crazy story continues to unfold, I'm sure, as you've all seen, as the internet is in huge buzz over the last day, the Sean Ryan podcast that came out and showed the leaked email manifesto from Matt Livensberger. Now, I'm not here to attack Sean or the podcast. I really like Sean. I really like his podcast. However, I'm going to tell you guys, I think they made a huge whoopsie on rushing to get this out. Because when this first dropped, I was actually taking one of my kids to a sleepover, and I wasn't able to watch it immediately. And I had probably 50 people, from teammates, coworkers, people on my socials, message me all within 5 minutes. And to me, I was like, the craziest thing ever must have just dropped on this show. Then I get back home, I open the episode, I watch it, I go through the email, and what a letdown. The email, and we're going to go through the email. I'm going to give you guys context, because a lot of people on the internet, they have no idea what type of access and placement or access to information a Special Forces team sergeant would have. I know that's a fancy phrase that might seem like, like Pentagon level, okay? They have no idea how strike targeting works in Afghanistan and how the supposed war crimes, there's so much to this email that, again, I'm just going to go through it. I'm going to pick it apart and explain it to you guys. And afterwards, I think you're going to understand too of like, oof, probably should have done a little bit more back checking before we had that on the Sean Ryan podcast, because as you guys have probably already seen, Sean is already getting hammered from other news outlets and YouTube channels today for basically lying or helping spread and enable misinformation. Okay, I don't think that's necessarily what he meant to do, but this doesn't look good at all. Okay, so first thing we're going to do, we're going to jump right into the email. We're going to go through it line by line, and I'm going to explain to you why this email is, this manifesto is shoddy at best. All right, so let's jump into it. Let's check out the email. All right, I'm not going to read the whole thing, guys, but I'm going to go through the parts that is immediately jumped out to me as not credible, and I'm going to explain to you why. Okay, so initially he talks about how he's headed to the Mexican border to try to evade all these different things. All right, so the first thing we get to okay, this is a silly email, was right here at the start, where he says, what we have been seeing with drones is the operational use of gravitic propulsion systems powered aircraft by most recently China and East Coast, but throughout history of the U.S. Only we in China have this capability. Our OPSEN location for this activity is in the box below. Okay, right out the gate, big problem. Matt Livensberger is an active duty 18 Zulu in 10th Special Forces group. So you guys understand this, a Special Forces ODA, Operational Detachment Alpha, works at the tactical level, not even the operational, nowhere near the strategic level. Now you're talking about Pentagon level basement things. A 18 Zulu, a master sergeant on a Special Forces ODA, has no access to information of gravitic propulsion systems, anything in this type of nature. So this tells me immediately none of this information that he's talking about here did he get through official military channels, because he 100% chance does not have anywhere the access and placement to information to know anything about this. And Intense Special Forces Group, not a thing. Okay, so the second I saw this, you know what it sounded like to me, because I actually personally like this type of stuff, is what he's explaining here is essentially just the story of Bob Lazar talking about element 115 and gravitic propulsion systems that they found in an alien aircraft. This is on Joe Rogan's podcast. Okay, this isn't crazy secret information. Okay, so that right away should tell you the credibility of this email. From if Matt really sent this, again, he would have a base level understanding of drones at best. None of this is credible. Zero. Okay, no discussion, no argument. Maybe he got this through some back channels of conspiracy theory websites, whatever, but official military channels, 0% chance. Okay, that was the first huge red flag to me. Okay, next one. We're moving down here where it says, I've been followed for over a week now, and likely from Homeland or the FBI, and they are looking to move on me and are unlikely going to let me cross into Mexico, but won't because they know I am armed and I have a massive V-bed. Red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag. So he says he's got a massive V-bed rigged. Okay, again, this is supposedly, and we're going to get into, I think there's two potential options of what this email is. I'll explain here in a second. This massive V-bed that he supposedly had, we know is a Cybertruck with some fireworks and a gas tank in the back. That is not a massive V-bed that would be set up by a Green Beret ready to light off to potentially kill people trying to take him. That is obnoxiously silly. Which rings to me of, I'll get to it in a second. Well, why don't we jump into it? I think there's two potential things with this email, and I don't think there's any more than that. One is Matt actually wrote this email and was under a severe psychotic break due to probably conspiratorial thinking and that type of stuff based off of what he's talking about with these drones and these gravitic propulsion systems that, again, he would have no access or information to. Or this email is not written by Matt, which also makes a lot more sense, because when we start talking about this massive V-bed that he has, if this was someone who didn't know anything about explosives or how to rig a vehicle, you might say something like that, and that's how you would set up this Tesla. So that is very red flaggish in that line too. Also, I don't know why these things weren't noticed by Sean Ryan's team before they aired this. The next one we're going to get into, and this is really important, and I'm sure probably none of you have had anybody dive into this because they just assumed this guy's exposing war crimes. Huge problem with the story. If, again, you know how strike targeting worked in Afghanistan and Iraq in 2019, which I do because I was there in 2018 and we had to develop strikes all the time. So what he says here is that he was part of a program that covered up a bunch of war crimes in Afghanistan in 2019. Okay, at this point, the war was pretty much died down and over in 2019, by the way, by the DOD, the DEA, and the CIA. So you start just name dropping all the big agencies, all collaboratively together covered this thing up, when it's not that big of a, first of all, strike to begin with. Okay. So I conducted targeting for these strikes for over 125 buildings. Guys, let me tell you how hard it is to strike one building in Afghanistan or Iraq in 2019. You have to have, at minimum, a 2-star level general approval to strike a building in Afghanistan. In Iraq, I believe at the time it was a 3-star. That is basically the head officer in charge of the siege of Afghanistan. Now, why does this become a problem? Well, supposedly they struck 125 buildings. First of all, that would be a huge story to begin with. Like what in 2019 did we need to be striking that was 125 buildings? We would strike individual buildings when we were doing big point target hits to go in and take actual like Geppetto targets that we were going after, maybe one DFP. 125 buildings and killed hundreds of civcasts. Here's the other problem. This all works in like the jock of the Siege of Sodef. There is 40 to 50 people involved in this process, all watching this happen. And what you're going to tell me is that there's just a rogue 2-star general that is just blessing off, drop on 125 buildings, kill everybody indiscriminately. That's all recorded. Okay, they make it seem like this is some back alley process to where a bunch of war crimes take place and like they just, covered it up with some dirt. Anybody who's worked at a Sodef, Siege of Sodef, and the Jock will tell you this story is dumb. It's absolutely dumb. Now, is there times throughout the global war on terror where we have indiscriminately bombed buildings? Hell yeah. The first 10 years of the war, which was basically bomb anything with 4 corners. Sure. But this is Afghanistan in 2019. This shit did not happen. I'm sorry. If you want to be a conspiracy theory about it. But when you understand how hard it is to get a strike on a building, any SF dude that was in Afghanistan 2016, 17, 18, 19 will tell you, nobody is just bombing 125 buildings indiscriminately. It's not a thing, okay? So again, Sean's team, you guys are pretty tied into the military and how all the target processing works. How did you not see that and immediately go, what is this? Not good, okay? Now, again, and then some of these phrasings, right, are so inflammatory and theatrical right below this. You need to elevate this in the media so that we can avoid a world war, because this is a mutually assured destruction situation. Okay, guy. Sorry, guys. Like, I know this isn't like everybody wants the big conspiracy. Everybody wants to think this is breaking. This manifesto is, again, 2 things: a psychotic break or somebody fishing and total bullshit. Sorry, guys. I know there's going to be a lot of people in the comments section. You don't know this. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Okay. I know what type of access to information a master sergeant has. Okay. And I know how strike targeting works, right, in Afghanistan. And I know how a V-bed would actually be rigged by a Green Beret. This is all silly. This whole email is silly. Okay. I'll just say it there. Now, this episode gets even less credibility when Sam gives his theory about how Matt Livensberger pulled this truck bombing off. So that's what we're gonna watch next. All right, we're not gonna watch the whole thing. It's like a 2-minute spiel about his theory about how he pulled this off. He's talking about initially here a Signal cell phone account. Don't worry about that. We're gonna get into talking about how he pulled this bombing actually off and why this was not well done.
People conjecture was the FBI inside his Signal account, whatever else. But what if he accidentally changed his safety number, goofed up there? He rolled a body up in a Tesla specifically because a Tesla can drive itself up to the tower, and did what he did to send a message to expose his stuff. And he's still alive out there somewhere.
Okay. You guys know that that's not how a rented Tesla Cybertruck works, right? You guys know Teslas don't have full autonomous driving to where you can just put a body in a car, plug in a GPS, and it'll drive its way through town on its own to the front of a hotel and blow itself up. That's not how FSD works, okay? If you own a Tesla, you know that, yes, there is autopilot, yes, there is FSD, but it still requires input from the driver. You can't just set it. Now, Tesla's obviously working on that technology, but a rented Cybertruck from a rental car business, No, that Cybertruck does not have full autonomous driving that you can put a dead body in the front of the car and drive it through town on its own to the front of a hotel. It doesn't. What are we doing here? This isn't like high-tech information. Tesla will tell you that, right? You guys know that. What are we doing here? So what is this theory? Right? So this is the type of, like, this ruins your credibility when you start saying things like this on top of this silly email. All right. So, again, I kind of gave my conclusions to what I think is going on sort of in the middle of that. But again, I'll kind of dive into it a little bit deeper. Okay. Right. So 2 possibilities here. Matt Livensberger's got a psychotic break. I think this is very, very, very likely. That was the second, and this isn't just me. I had probably 10 teammates who saw that email, and they all had the same reaction. This guy's going through some type of psychosis, some type of psychotic break, spurred on by probably a lot of delving into conspiracy theories. Okay. And then who knows what triggered it, but this sends him off the edge. Why do I think that? Because again, if he really wrote this and he's talking about all these gravitational propulsion systems and drones and China and all these things he 100% knows nothing about, that is a sign of a psychotic break. On top of blowing up a fucking Tesla Cybertruck in front of Trump Towers. All those things together. Or, and there is actually some evidence to make this probably likely, and we'll talk about that this is an email sent out by someone else. Some type of actor, some type of organization. Now, Matt Tardio did a video on this, and not only that, but he had talked about, and I'll put the post up on the screen, Matt himself was getting phishing attempts posing as a member of the ODA that Matt was on a month ago, talking about committing suicide to try to get Matt to swat the guy's house.
Okay, pause
so
it right
there's
there.
already been connections.
Who has the intel to do phishing schemes on our active duty military to describe their recent activities? That's what he's saying is going on, right? So there might be a unit and it might have numbers in it like 8, 2, and 0, 0, and they might also have something to do with ISIS out there. But like this episode has to come to an end at some point, so we'll go to the last block soon. But what did you notice in that block, Scott?
Oh man, yeah. So I watched the whole Sean Ryan video, and and at first I'm just like, what? This is crazy, right? And so immediately with once we're talking aliens and we're talking like all this stuff, I'm like, there's something's going on here. Give it the whole thing. I'm like, okay, this could be huge. This could be monumental, right? What I landed on was at the end. I felt like there was like some performative stuff. Like there's several times throughout the thing where he's like, oh, I'm not going to say this. Oh, I can't say this. Oh, fucking I'll say it. You know what I mean? Like trying to be all badass. And towards the end, it was one of those where he was like, his reluctance. It felt like fake reluctance. And it's like he gave this whole story about the aliens and the Tesla truck and the thing that how he emailed them before the incident actually happened. The whole rigmarole, right? And then at the end is almost like a complete shift where he's like, all right, I'm not going to say this. Fuck it, I'll say it. Really what it is, it's an Iranian plot, a foiled Iranian plot, you guys. Like it's Iran, it's all Iran.
Yeah,
Iran's
the man-pad missiles. He brought that up.
Yep. Yeah. So to me, it was like the whole thing. I mentioned it in the group chat. It's like the spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. The spoonful of sugar was all the sensational alien, Tesla truck bombing stuff, and the medicine they really wanted to get at is this planting the seed of the Iranian plot. And I think Sean is the new way of shaping the narrative. He's in on it. He's there to shape the narrative. I don't think he's lying.
Well, he gives everybody rosary beads, so he's down with the Pope. And he ran some drugs for the CIA.
And he's in the CIA. Yes.
That whistleblower's alleged message said the DEA was involved, which would be like there's a whole lot of interesting things. Here's the next question. Who has the ability to send these phishing emails out with such accuracy, knowing ahead of time that Matt Livelsberger is going to do that thing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like after 9/11, I used to ask these questions and be like, how did Al-Qaeda do that? Right? How did these guys with box cutters do the insider trading 2 weeks before? And when you track down the trades, it goes back to the number 3 at CIA. And, you get to like the actual funding of the terrorism goes outside the narrative pretty far.
Yeah,
But it's
absolutely.
all people you're probably familiar with if you watch this
Definitely.
show. All right, so we're heading into the last block, and we're going to go back to Lionel because he's going to just point out mainstream media refuses to ask hard questions about this, which means they're probably in on it. Cybertruck Shoemate walks back the story. So we're going to go back one more time to Valhalla guy, and he's going to show you that the guy who was on Sean Ryan now has walked back the story for some reason, right? So we'll check that out. And then Legally Armed America wants to just point out at the end of the show that yes, the Cybertruck can drive without a person in there. And Jeremy called it out earlier. It's called the summon mode. So he shows a little demonstration where, something could have happened to that guy and then somebody else hits summon and it comes right up to the place where it gets videotaped famously. I'd like to see the 17 seconds prior to it blowing up. I don't know that footage has been shown yet. And Sean Ryan also did a live stream earlier tonight. We didn't have time to get that in the show. We'll cover that next week if it's still a relevant story. But first, we'll go to Lionel, then to Valhalla, and then back to Legally Armed America, where we can then land the show at a nice crescendo. All right, let's go to see what's going on.
If you and I were a part of a murder investigation, we would be scratching at and pulling apart every aspect of this story without any concern for asking the wrong question or being too inquisitive. In fact, we would be lauded by our friends in the biz. They would say, way to go. Because the evolving details of this Cybertruck Tesla explosion keeps painting an increasingly convoluted picture with significant anomalies in the official narrative, adding to great public skepticism. Now, the Las Vegas police revealed that the suspected bomber and former U.S. Army veteran was already dead from a gunshot wound before the vehicle exploded. And this raises a critical question. If he was dead prior to the blast, who or what triggered the explosion? And the official timeline, which was bolstered by surveillance footage, shows him driving around Las Vegas Boulevard and stopping near the Sands Hotel before returning to Trump Tower and detonating the vehicle. However, police now admit that the body found in the vehicle was burnt beyond recognition. And while they are fairly certain it is this gentleman, based on circumstantial evidence, they are not entirely sure. Now, adding to the confusion are revelations from his family, who dispute the plausibility of his involvement. His uncle, for example, described him as a highly skilled Special Forces veteran and questioned why someone with his expertise would resort to crude materials like propane tanks and camping fuel. This echoes broader concerns about whether he was coerced or framed, particularly given his military background and the bizarre lack of sophistication in the attack. Now, further complicating the story are reports linking him to another attack on the same day in New Orleans. Both attackers were U.S. military veterans, both reportedly served at Fort Bragg, and both possibly deployed to Afghanistan in 2009. Despite these striking overlaps, the FBI maintains that the New Orleans attacker acted as a lone wolf, radicalized by ISIS. And the revelation that whatever I'm not going to say his name, was a remote and autonomous systems manager for the U.S. Army only deepens the mystery, suggesting the potential expertise that seems incompatible with what is the kind of the rudimentary and basic nature of the attack. And meanwhile, a handgun found at his feet inside the vehicle adds yet another layer of unanswered questions about the sequence of events. And with so many inconsistencies and gaps and forensic evidence and burnings and things that withstand fire, the incident underscores the urgent and critical need for transparency. We keep talking about this thing called transparency. And also recognize something which is even more critical. We're going to get the answers to this, not from the government, not from CBS, not from anybody else, not from Geraldo, but from some independent investigator, someone who is the most critical in terms of getting to the bottom of this, experts that we pull in. You also have to ask yourself, Elon Musk obviously has to do everything in his power to avoid the mere suspicion that it would look like there was something wrong with the Tesla truck, the mechanisms, the safety, whatever it is. So I understand it. Always keep in mind individuals and their perhaps motivation to perhaps bend the truth. This is the most important story. Do not lose your sense of rational thought. Ask yourself, how do things not burn? Where does this go? See, what happens is all the information comes in, just like for example the drones in New Jersey. It comes in and then it stops. It's like it's a pipe that's clogged. And nobody ever says, wait a minute, where is this going? Where is this going? How is this going to be corrected? How is this going to be fixed? How do we correct? How do we fix? How do we answer this? Where does it go? This will be the beginning when we take matters into our own hands and have our own Russell Committee, our own our Russell Sartre tribunals, our own independent civilian tribunals and citizen grand juries that get to the point of this. The stories, the questions are still incredible. We can't overlook this. And also, we must go back. Do not let the DEI story be lost in this. This is not about DEI did not cause this. DEI facilitated, allowed, greased the skids. My friend, I ask you one thing as I normally do. Thank you so much for watching, but please subscribe to this channel.
Dude had a screw loose. He was not a crazy dude, whatever else. And that's what I knew. And then after the podcast, I found out that it was literally he changed his medication within days of this event.
Well, we have a twist in the Cybertruck Green Beret in the source. So a 180 here. We got the gravity drones and we got all these war crimes allegedly. Now we come to find out from Sam that it's a 180. He just had a mental breakdown.
Well, would you look at that? Now, I am really not a I told you so type of person, but man, guess what, guys? I told you so. So, all of the super emotionally upset haters in the comment section about how I don't know what I'm talking about. Interesting, because now Sam, who again pushed this crazy story on Deshaun Ryan, has come out not just a 15 hours later, a day later, and is now completely flip-flopping his story, that he doesn't believe any of that in the manifesto, and he believes that it is a psychotic break. Whose theory was it just 15 hours ago that the email was stupid and this was obviously just a psychotic break? I don't know. You guys remember who said that? Now, there's a lot more to this because he's actually, I mean, he's changed his story, but he also now he's even doing it sloppily now. Because now, even if he's going to use the psychotic break angle, the things he's saying, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And we're going to get into that too, all right? We're going to use the video that Jameson did on this because Jameson started to bring up some really good points about this flip-flop and how this still is just not a great look. And then we're going to sort of extrapolate and expand on some of the things that Jameson brought up. All right, so first thing we're going to do is jump into a clip, and then we will react to it from there.
Drones and the war crime shit, and now it's just the guy had a mental break, and that was reporting. What were the odds of that to start with? That there was gravity drones, anti-gravity drones flying around, or the guy had a mental break? I mean, what would you call it if you had to gamble and said, what do you think happened here? Boy, oh boy, did Sean do a retraction? Hey, we made a mistake? Probably, right?
So, just like Jameson said, and I said in my video yesterday, looking at this email immediately when I opened it up and started reading through it, and it was talking about, again, Bob Lazar Element 115, anti-gravitational propulsion, Chinese alien drones, you should have immediately come to the conclusion this was most likely a fake email or a massive psychotic break. Did not take a genius to understand that. All right, so for everybody who immediately jumped on this, like this was, like, again, in the email it talks about how this is the biggest event in human history, and that we're going to mutually obliterated destruction with China because of this, all that crazy inflammatory language, plus that there was still spelling editor squigglies as if that was an email draft, right? Like this, again, it never made any sense. All right, let's jump back into it.
People on my Instagram page started telling me things. So I had a lot of people reaching out, telling me what they had talked to, but with their Green Beret buddies. One person reached out and told me they had a very close connection to members of the family, which I won't go into. But what I've learned since then, and I'm going to say allegedly because I don't have proof of this, but I've had 3 people tell me this.
There's a lot of alleged stuff come out of this guy. I'm not against him. I get all sorts of all sorts of shit from people. Do I run with it? No. Just can't verify it. I don't go to Sean Ryan and say, hey, 3 tier 1 guys hit me up about a story in Syria because it's not my jam.
Okay. And like Jameson says, he gets constant DMs from people when he, covers topics. And this one I'm going to tell you guys, this is how irresponsible this was of Sam to take things that random people he doesn't know are sending him on Instagram as actual fact. I had like 5 people message me on Signal, Instagram, claiming to be Matt's teammates. And I didn't tell anyone. I didn't share that with anyone. I didn't post that on my Instagram because the likelihood of any of that being real and these people, and it just not being random people that want to interject themselves into stories, is close to 0 usually. Now, could there potentially be someone connected to a whistleblower? Sure, but what you don't do is just immediately take that and then run onto the Sean Ryan podcast and convince Sean, basically trick Sean into thinking you've got a bunch of valuable information that you don't. And I want to make it clear, everybody thought I was attacking Sean Ryan in the video I did yesterday. I said in the start of the video, I like Sean. I like Sean's content. I said the only criticism I had of Sean was that he was too quick to move on information this dude gave him. That's it. It's the only criticism I had. Okay, and that's still my only criticism. I'm sure Sean is going to come out after seeing this dude walk back his statements, and I'm sure he will, again, retract, this as being some type of breaking story, because it's obviously not.
Family members, let me make that clear. I saw on social media that members of his family had said that this was not normal for him. He was very normal. He was very sane mind. His teammates were shocked. Everybody was shocked because he was not a crazy dude, whatever else. And that's what I knew. And then after the podcast, I found out that it was literally he changed his medication within days of this event.
Again, why wouldn't that be the first assumption that he was on medication? All the history we know from these guys in the GWA with multiple tours of combat, TBI, all of that, you just go, first assumption, he had a mental break.
Exactly what Jameson just said. We all have PTSD. This dude, I know he's a grizzly combat vet. It got reported that he's got Valor Awards, right? So, again, like Jameson said, why wouldn't, like my first initial reaction, why wouldn't you immediately see, when you see all this crazy shit being said, that potentially we got a mental issue going on? Not run out and, again, basically trick Sean Ryan into putting this crazy manifesto about Chinese drones up like that's an actual story. All right, now, what I really don't like is how, like Jameson's talking about here, how sloppy this dude is. Because now he's walked back this story, and now he's going with my theory, which was psychotic break, okay? But he's doing it super sloppy and irresponsible this way too. Okay, what did he just say? Did you guys hear what he said? He said, and somehow he finds out from yesterday until today, he finds this information out. He finds out that the family, of course, said they couldn't see this. Yeah, this is super typical. It's like every time anything bad like this happens, that's immediately what people say. Never could imagine this happening, right? But then he says, he found out that his medication was changed a day before this happened. And I can tell you, as someone who's been on these type of medications, and the vast majority of combat veterans, first of all, if you change let's say a depression, psychotic drug medication that you're on, it doesn't take effect in one day. These drugs usually take 1, 2, 3 weeks for you to start feeling any effect whatsoever. That's the way these antipsychotic, antidepressant drugs work. All right. 2, finding out that he's on antipsychotic medication, which he talks about, is not like anything necessarily breaking. For those of you who don't understand, like almost any type of like depression, anxiety, medication, like falls under an SSRI of an antipsychotic medication. People take antipsychotic medications for sleep. I think Jameson talked about in his video how he takes an anti-seizure medication for a separate issue. He doesn't even have seizures. Okay, so just because this dude was on a antipsychotic medication does not necessarily immediately mean because he changed the medication one day later he's going to run out and blow up a truck bomb. Okay, now I'm not discrediting the psychotic break angle because that's what my initial theory was that I put out on my channel. But like trying to tell people that you found out that he changed his medication a day ago and that's why he had a psychotic break, that's dumb. That's not how any of this works. So he was, and I don't want to beat up Sam too much, I don't know the guy, but seeing now what he did on the Sean Ryan podcast, seeing him walk this back immediately, making Sean look stupid, and then doing this in a haphazard way where he still doesn't know what he's talking about, is kind of embarrassing. So the credibility of this dude has evaporated very, very quickly. No knock on him again personally. I don't know him, but from the 2 things I've seen out of him, like, what are we doing here? Not great. All right, let's jump back into the video because there's a few more things that I want to talk about here.
He could have been acting very bizarre, very strange. And the manifesto that he wrote, along with these letters and everything else, the guy was clearly, and I will stick to this. His desire was to send a message. It wasn't to do a mass casualty event. It wasn't to screw anybody over. It was.
Okay, there were 7 people injured. I know it says minor injuries in the AP, but he parked the thing in front of a hotel. All right, I could have been walking out of the hotel at 3 a.m. on a bender.
Again, great points by Jameson here. First of all, like, there's no point in listening to what this dude's theory is on why Matt did what he did at this point, right? This guy doesn't have any credibility whatsoever in the reporting process on this at this point. However, like Jameson said, that's a stupid theory to begin with. Like maybe like trying to say, oh, he just trying to make a point and make a statement. Like Jameson said, he blew up a Tesla Cybertruck in front of the doors of a hotel. Could have killed children, women, innocent people that just happened to be walking in front of that doorway, walking out of that doorway. No, like Jameson said, he's not getting a pass as some Batman savant who's sending this 4D chess message. No. Like, and here's another thing that I keep saying, and you know, Tim Kelly or Tim Kennedy, his ability to interject himself into everything. He's been all over Fox News talking about what a wonderful person Matt is, and it's so terrible to see. Nobody could believe this, yada, yada, yada. Maybe. Sorry, guys. I'm a fellow Green Beret, and I'm going to tell you this. Any dude who's willing to go potentially park a truck bomb in front of a hotel and kill innocent Americans isn't getting a pass as a good person to me. He should be ashamed of himself, Matt Livelsberger, for what he did. All right? He's not some hero. He's not sending some message. Yeah, unfortunate. Mental illness. A lot of us have it. Doesn't give you an excuse to create domestic terrorist attack on U.S. soil and potentially kill Americans. So no, cut that narrative out. All right? All right, one more. We're going to check one more thing, talk about it, and then, yeah, we'll do a conclusion to this.
Going to get into the labeling of him. I don't know what his situation was, but I believe that he had a psychotic break. Whatever he was living with from whatever he thinks happened in 2019, whether it happened or not, these alleged war crimes.
I got this information from the veteran biker. Check out his channel in the description. This is Dale Stark, right? Dale Stark. Don't know his stuff. It's a 180, right? Instead of saying, looks like the guy had a mental break, let's just see what happens here. Let's get this reporting.
Yeah, again, Jameson's absolutely right here. And now he's talking alleged war crimes, right? Like, and I ran through that in my video too about how dumb that story sounded from just a practicality standpoint of how strike targeting works. But yeah, I mean, like, how haphazard and sloppy is this? And like James said, again, I'm actually not blaming Sean Ryan at all for this. I think Sean, and I said this in the first video, I think Sean, I mean, this was a big story. It seemed like a big news break, and Sean wanted to get this out to the American people, right? And I think he did it. I don't think he did it in a nefarious way whatsoever. It just happened that he got by this dude, right? Didn't do his due diligence, didn't take a tactical pause and say, wait, like, does any of this actually make sense? Because it didn't. And unfortunately, he got tricked by this dude. And that's the way it goes, right? And Sean's going to be fine, right? It's not going to hurt his channel. Who cares, right? Like, not that big of a deal. Everybody's freaking out, like, oh, this is going to discredit Sean. No, nobody's going to care about this in a week. But Sean does need, now that this guy has come out and basically just been like, oh, whoopsies, sorry, but I don't actually believe any of this stuff either. You know, Sean definitely needs to come out and acknowledge that, but I'm sure he will. So yeah, guys, again, like I said, I hate to say it, but I told you so. Psychotic break. Who told you guys that right out the gate?
Hey there, friends. Welcome back to another Legally Armed America video. I'm, of course, Paul Glasgow here. What a crazy last few days we've had, right? Insane with the stuff that happened over in New Orleans on Bourbon Street, as well as the Cybertruck at the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas. Then Sean Ryan comes out with his interview with Sam Shoemake, which I pronounced Shoemake's name. I was calling him Shoemake yesterday, and I do apologize for that, just out of respect to him. But Sam Shoemake came on, spoke to Sean on his show, and disclosed the email that he had received from Livelsberger allegedly, but seems like it's been confirmed by pretty much everybody, FBI, whatever that's worth, and everybody else who kind of knows this type of world as far as the intelligence world and military world. So it does seem like we have a legitimate letter from Livelsberger. However, it seems that the guys in Vegas have a different set of notes, allegedly from the same guy. I've got a lot to process, but I wanted to take one of the more common questions and address it in this video. But first, I want you to see the latest news report, again, from the Vegas guys.
Before setting off this bomb at the Trump Hotel behind me, police say Matthew Livelsberger left behind something that they're calling a digital journal, notes in his phone that said in part that it was time for America to wake up and rally, his words, around President-elect Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And that has led the FBI and Metro Police to believe that this was all planned and all meant to be some sort of stunt. This new video we received today shows Livelsberger charging that Tesla Cybertruck that he would then explode in Kingman before the bombing. It's just one piece of new evidence, including photos and writings investigators found on his phone. Police say this video shows Livelsberger walking around that car, soon to be full of fireworks and consumer explosives that investigators say he actually bought on his way here in New Mexico. Now, writings on Livelsberger's phone indicates frustration with the military, and in one of them he said, quote, "Fellow service members, veterans, and all Americans, time to wake up. We are being led by weak and feckless leadership who only serve to enrich themselves." The FBI saying today there is no tie right now, no known tie right now, as to why he chose this hotel or that Tesla.
Through these interviews, we've found that the subject held no animosity towards the president-elect. That's something that's also been reported. Investigative steps have discovered, and information from the Army indicates, that he likely suffered from PTSD, and we are also aware that there were potential other family issues or personal grievances in his own life that may have been contributing factors. Again, we're looking into all of that.
Livelsberger's father telling CBS News that his son worked with drones in the military. Today, the Sean Ryan Show, that's a podcast hosted by a former Navy SEAL, released an interview with a former intelligence analyst who said he received an email from Livelsberger in the days before this explosion. The analyst says that email includes information about Chinese drones and national security threats. The FBI would only tell us that they are now trying to see if it is in fact Livelsberger who sent that email. And Metro also saying they were aware of that email, that they've known about it for several days, and they are looking through it, and that's why they released those excerpts to us today. Also important to tell you that Metro and the FBI believe that this was 100% Matthew Livelsberger alone, that he drove the car here, that he died by suicide here, and he is the only one responsible. They're trying to figure out, though, exactly how he detonated that bomb, and we'll talk about that coming up on 8 News Now at 4:30.
So the question is, as far as detonation, how does somebody detonate a bomb in the back of the truck and launch a projectile from a firearm into their own skull? And I'm using those terminologies because I don't want YouTube to, I don't want to use a wrong word and they get rid of this video. You guys that are familiar with YouTube knows that they don't like the self-deletion word that starts with an S. So how does someone do that? How do they detonate something that's literally in the bed and pull a trigger at the exact same time? I mean, obviously it can be done. I'm not saying it's an impossibility. It's not like jumping out of an airplane and typing a letter to your girlfriend. It's not quite that difficult, right? But there are some questions regarding that. There are way more questions regarding the allegation from the Army, let's just call it public relations guy, who told Sean Ryan's staff that Livelsberger's DNA did not match that of his son. Well, that probably, there's two things that could happen there. One, it's not his son, obvious, and that's probably the message that they were trying to relay, that, oh, he did this because of that, right? A little bit of damage control if somebody is pushing buttons and making things happen in a certain way. Nothing better to do than discredit the guy by saying, oh, he was mad because it wasn't his son. I don't know many people who will go off the handle and try to travel from one state to the other in a rented vehicle, blow it up, and do what he did because he's mad because of a paternity test, right? Yeah, that seems like that's maybe extreme actions for somebody upset that it's not their child. The other possibility is that it wasn't Livelsberger who they matched DNA with. They got DNA from his family to match it to that in the vehicle because their claim was the body was burned beyond recognition. So maybe it wasn't him in there. And again, I'm just throwing that supposition out there. I'm not saying that it wasn't. I'm just telling you those are the two reasons why DNA would match. Not his kid or not the guy in the Cybertruck. Speaking of the Cybertruck, you all have seen the pictures of the inside of it, right? This is the bed, and you see the window is blown out between the bed and the actual cab of the vehicle. You can see the cans of fuel in there. You can see unspent fireworks. You can see things in there that pretty much contributed to the explosion and the fire. Now, you've seen pictures likely also of the firearms. These are the two firearms that he purchased. Not knowing what the configuration of these particular firearms were, I don't know if he had the ATF notification that two pistols were bought at the same time. If you look at this particular picture, you can see that the grip is burnt or blown off of it, and you see a buffer tube. But I don't know. This would likely have been, because of the NFA issues, this would likely have been either an NFA item if it had a stock on it, or if it had a stabilizing brace on the back of it, it could have been sold as a pistol. So if this thing were sold as a pistol, because we know he did not get ATF or NFA approval in a couple of days' time, this likely was sold as a pistol. So that means that when he purchased this firearm and the Desert Eagle, he would have had that notification that two handguns were purchased at the same time or within so many days of one another. So there would have been a notification sent to the ATF kind of as a red flag. It's a stupid idea and an idiotic thing that the ATF requires that people do whenever they purchase more than one firearm at a time. But nevertheless, that notification would in fact have been sent to the ATF. So it didn't sound like he was necessarily flying under the radar, and he did likely know that. Now, let's look at the inside of the vehicle. That red circle that you see right there, guess what that is? That's the phone that the authorities in Vegas allegedly got the notes from that this guy likely, according to them, pinned. Now, I question a lot of that. Look at the condition of this phone. I'm not saying that it's not possible to get information off of a phone like this. I'm saying it does not look likely to have gotten information off of this phone because it does not look like it's just cosmetic damage on the outside. This thing looks pretty bad in an area that was in pretty bad shape. Let's remember, most of the things inside of this are things that can melt. I'm talking about the chips, any potential wiring, soldering connections, anything like that made in here, including the glass on the front of it, could be melted. I find it a little bit odd that so much stuff around it is melted and indistinguishable as to what it is, but somehow or another the phone is extremely resilient and recoverable, and by the way, still work where they could recover information off of it. Now, I'll get more into the differences between the email and supposedly the information they pulled from this phone tomorrow. Now, I will say this real quick. If I'm going to look at two different groups of wording supposedly coming from the same person and they don't seem to line up accordingly, I'm likely not going to believe what they say they found on the phone that they had a chance to doctor, edit, or even write from the jump. I'll take Sean Ryan and Sam Shoemate's word all day long on an email they received. Now, somebody has to prove me wrong or have to find information that tells me that one or both are inaccurate, but I will tell you this, the writings in both areas, the ones that Shoemate received and the ones that allegedly the Las Vegas people got off of this burned phone, they don't line up and they certainly don't correspond with one another. So one of them is lying or both of them is lying, but both of them can't be true. Now, they also recovered his wallet. This wallet looks pretty bad, but as you can see, the credit cards and even a picture, a couple things made out of paper, seem to be perfectly fine. Speaking of paper, They also recovered his military ID and his passport. I get if he was going to Mexico, it's likely why he had his passport. Where were these things that they were protected so well from the fire being made out of paper, where the body was burned beyond recognition? So much beyond recognition. Now let's be honest here, and I'm trying to be as fair as I can. The local authorities say that they have received the dental records from the military that state that this was in fact Livelsberger. I'm not making that claim. I'm just telling you what the local authorities said, that this was him, even though the DNA did not match up. But they say that the body was burned beyond recognition, and they resorted to not only the dental records, but also looking at various tattoos that were not completely destroyed on Livelsberger's body. This was a picture at the top that they saw. They likely got that off of social media. And then the bottom is a picture of his burned body where they're matching the two tattoos. Again, I'm not saying that it is or is not him. I'm just trying to present the information so everyone can take it, run with it, and make, hopefully, an educated decision or determination on what actually took place here. Now, a lot of conversation has taken place as far as Cybertruck. I have tons of questions myself that I would love to ask Livelsberger that, look, dude, if you thought you were being tailed, why in the world would you get one of the most distinguishable vehicles in the world, a Cybertruck, rent it if you're trying to hide or evade somebody? That doesn't make sense to me. Again, I'm just putting the question out there. This seems like a completely odd choice for this. But a lot of people have said, okay, based on one of my questions earlier, what if it wasn't Livelsberger in that vehicle? Or what if it was him?
There's more to be learned on that. Basically, he shows you that, it has a summon mode and you can bring it up to the hotel. But we don't have time to play that whole clip. I do want to notice the hotel bombing. No, is there an MO? Yes, we have discussed on this show the modus operandi of hotel bombings, indiscriminately of the victims, and it's the story of a birth of a nation called Israel. They were not mentioned tonight. They definitely weren't involved in 9/11. And the similarity to these emails on both sides, I think they're both probably fake. I don't think they recovered it from the fire that quickly. And I don't think that what Sean Ryan and the other guy got were authentic. But it is similar to some of the 9/11 phone calls that were found to be inauthentic as well. That's been covered recently. Corbett Report is my recollection of that. So I don't know if you've seen those, Scott.
I have very much so, yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of callbacks to history throughout this evening's presentation. But I think it's time to leave it there because they're busy making new news for this week. And
already, huh?
Yeah, already. They're busy making new news.
Oh, jeez.
I know. But yeah, so we don't have to have a conclusion on that topic. He's burned beyond recognition, yet they identify him through his teeth and tattoos, allegedly, and match those up. Okay. Still doesn't take care of how did he shoot himself with a 50 caliber hand cannon and not get that on video? I mean, it would have come through Tesla roof, et cetera, right? If he felt he was in danger and being tracked, why not take a truck that's already tracked and is like a fortress and bulletproof? So maybe there's logic there. Maybe he was leaving a false trail of breadcrumbs away from his family by texting with his ex-girlfriend and, maybe, presenting things. Maybe he had a plan to go to Mexico and they were like, we can't let this guy get out of our hands. And then they made sure that all the identifying documents were there to make sure there was no doubt. So I have a lot of questions, a few answers, but that's kind of how it is with the unfolding of history during the fog of war.
Yep. Well, I think we did a pretty good job of laying out what's currently known. I'm sure we'll have updates next week. And yeah, it's already off to a heck of a start. Apparently Andrew Tate's going to run for Prime Minister of UK. That would be interesting.
He might be better than Keir Starmer.
I'd be down.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll see what the week has in store, guys. Just hold on to your horses.
LD, who do we have to thank for tonight's show? In addition to our members, I think we probably have a town hall this Tuesday. I have to figure that out on the schedule because I've been on vacation for a little bit. And after that, Scott, I want to make sure you plug your fine work. And then I do have something to play us out tonight. That's not me.
Yeah. Thank you to the Grand Theft World subscribers. And over in the Rockfin, Tenor Dadness, $10 says best news source around. Thank you. Tropes, $10 for 1 dozen pasture-raised eggs. Thank you, Tropes. And I think it's Ema. Tipped us $5 over there on Rockfin. Thank you very much. Appreciate everybody hanging out and listening.
And I want to wish LD a happy early birthday.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
His birthday is in 24 hours or thereabouts, right? How old you going to be,
less
bro?
than 24 hours. I'm turning 40, man.
Woo!
Nice.
I remember 40.
Hey.
It was a very good year.
Hey, 40s have been the best so far for me, dude. I'm 41, so I'm a year into it.
LD, your 40s are going to be so much better than your 30s. I'll just tell you. They hide
I think
that,
so.
right? They make it like it's not cool. But I had so much more insight and wisdom and so much less frustration and like confusion. Like things become clear and you get into like, that's why you really hit your stride in your 50s. But you've got that to look forward to. Both of you have that to look forward to. And, you know, I did a poor job of promoting autonomy. I demonstrated the skills all night, but I forgot to tell you to go to get autonomy.info to learn more. You know, if you're looking to make growth and gain progress in life, it's about education and learning and giving you a method to learn anything and then learning how to apply that learning anything toward your goals to get things done in the realm of freedom, in a realm of objective morality and integrity. Is our only defense against they, them, those who can easily be named, and we do so very often here on Grand Theft World. So if that is for you, like I said last week, we're about to do a whole bunch of publicity and paid advertising. If you need help, if you need special pricing or payment plans and these sort of things, now's when the staff has time to talk to you and negotiate, as opposed to we're about to make it rain with interest because we've spent the past 6 years refining a product and a service to the point where now it's ready to introduce to a much wider audience. It has been through 12 iterations, evolutions, if you will, of improvement. And now I think it can stand, you know, basically any force in the market. The other forces in the market are the university and school systems that are only about indoctrination and not education. So if you're into learning and outgrowing the status quo, get autonomy.info. And with all that being said, thank you guys all for tuning in. Oh, wait, Scott, you got to plug your sites. I almost did the thing.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, so I got a lot of offerings out there. So if you go to libertylinks.io/rebunked, you can see them all. If you're a content creator and you want a searchable search engine for your show, you can check out Clip Genie. And then my show Rebunked, I'm kind of just I'm going into the new year with a new vibe. I feel like I've hit a stagnation point where I'm just interviewing other people and I'm just like basically putting it all on them to do all the heavy lifting. And I'm like, that's BS. And so I'm taking my power back, and I've already done 2 episodes in a row of solo casts on topics. I'm trying to educate, I'm trying to get like, and I feel like it's so much more dynamic. I'm like stretching my legs as like a solo broadcaster. It's great. Right now we're doing a 5-part deep dive into consciousness. I talk about this stuff a lot from various different perspectives: philosophy, science, religion, AI, and altered consciousness is the 5 episodes I have lined out. And so come join me. I've already done 2 episodes. Really good stuff, I think, and it's a lot of fun. And so yeah, at rebunkrecords.com to check out the music. So thank you so much. Thank you.
If you have interest at the end of that 5-part series on consciousness, I have an Autonomy Season 12 graduate, or about to graduate, Barry. He's very well versed and experienced, and he has an ontology of consciousness that I think would be a great shoe to try on, dude.
Yeah, we need to connect then, for sure.
Yeah. All right, cool. All that being said, thank you guys all for your patience, your support, and for bearing with the fact that we don't have to have finite answers at the end of each episode, because understanding is an ever-evolving thing. And the things we learn next week might help us understand the things we just internalized for marination this week. So thank you all for tuning in and not dropping out. Here is Oliver Anthony from the coal mines playing Old Red to play us out. Good night and peace. See you next week.
Another man, and it cost me 99 on a prison farm in Georgia, close to the Florida line. Well, I've been here for 2 long years, and I finally made the world my friend, and he sentenced me to a life of fees, taking care of old Red. He's the damnedest dog that I've ever seen. He got a nose I can smell, a 2-day trail. He's a 4-legged tracking machine. You can consider yourself mighty lucky to get past the gators and the quicksand beds. But all these years that I've been here, ain't nobody got past. The warden sang, come on somebody, why don't you run? Old Red's itching to have a little fun. Well, get my lantern, get my gun. Red'll have you treat for the morning come. So I paid off the guard, I slipped out a letter to my cousin up in Tennessee. Oh, he brought down a blue tick hound. She was pretty as she could be. Well, they pinned her up in the swampland about a mile just south of the gate. I take old Red for his evening run. I just drop him off and wait. And the warden sang, come on somebody, why don't you run? Old Red's itching to have a little fun. Well, get my lantern, get my gun. Red'll have you treat for the morning come. Old Red got real used to seeing his lady every night. And so I kept him away for 3 or 4 days and waited till the time got right. Oh, I made my son in the evening sun, and I smiled when I turned her red. I was headed north to Tennessee, and old Red was headed south. And the warden sang, come on somebody, why don't you run? Old Red's itching to have a little fun. Well, get my lantern, get my gun. Red'll have you treat for the morning come. Now there's red hair and blue ticks all in the south. Love got me in here and love got me out.
I'm going to try something real quick. Forgive me.
Do it.
I've seen Jesus play with flames in a lake of fire that I was standing in. Met the devil in Seattle. Spent 9 months inside the lion's den. Met Booty at another time. He showed me the glowing light within. But I swear that God is there every time I glare in the eyes of my best friend. Says my son, it's all been done. Someday you're gonna wake up old and gray. So go and try to have some fun, showing warmth to everyone you meet and greet and cheat along the way. There's a gateway in our minds that leads somewhere out there far beyond this plane. Reptile aliens made of light cut you open, pull out all your pain. Tell me how you make illegal something that we all make in our brain. Some say you might go crazy, then again it might make you go sane. Every time I take a look inside that old and fabled book, I'm blinded and reminded of the pain caused by some old man in the sky. Marijuana, LSD, psilocybin, DMT, they all change the way I see. Love, the only thing that ever saved my life. So don't waste your mind on nursery rhymes, fairy tales of blood and wine. It's turtles all the way down the line. So to each their own till we go home. To other realms our souls must roam, to and through the myth that we all call space and time.
You rocked that, dude. What a wonderful breakthrough.
Yeah, that was awesome, dude.
All right,
good job. Good job. Good job.
Take care.
That was better. That was even better than your singing Christmas card.
Taking care of people who produce. They claim to take care of them through government, which doesn't give you anything. It doesn't take away first. So it's not creating something out of nothing. It's very real what they're doing. They're taking your rights or taking some people's rights and adding more to someone else's rights.
If you haven't heard about our Grand Theft World community membership, here are a few of the things you've been missing. A mobile app where you can access replays of the Grand Theft World podcast and show notes. Access to the Grand Theft World community on Discord, where we crowdsource news and resources, and you can contribute to the show. The opportunity to participate in the Grand Theft World bi-weekly town hall. Exclusive content from Richard Grove, including behind-the-scenes footage and future access to unpublished material. 93 episodes of the Peace Revolution podcast, and the Grand Theft World newsletter delivered straight to your inbox each week. If you want to stay ahead of the great game, visit us at grandtheftworld.com, click or tap the button in the top right-hand corner, and join a vibrant community of researchers blazing a new path to truth. We'll see you there.
As I unfold the groove, tune in and not drop out. Not to cop out the post biz, remove music. This wealthy cat was moving, stack of cash and sports cruiser, major accent deals mover, promoted fast like homeschoolers. Then noticing one day some bills that went unpaid. Those crumbs they led one way, discovered some unfun game. Then he was called into a meeting to disrupt and expose. But that was the day that the world froze. So stuck in the traffic and then caught in the panic, he dipped out in a frantic speed to exceed the seed planted at the event. And what would soon come, connecting dots to be revealed in Project Constellation. Big props to Maria, broadcasted, that's where I'd hear and get hooked on the name of Richard Grove. What he's saying is hypnotic. Synchronicity came out like chronic, all in full stride. Compadres around all sides, seeking sources to provide solution. The heavy-handed knowledge is Willie saying the peace revolution. Never knowing I was missing a blessing. The heaviest session recorded and revealed the ultimate history lesson in this quest. And I'm a Midwestern who's rocking it dope. Subscribe to media produced by Tragedy and Hope. And if you didn't know the gift, and here's what you've been missing. And listening is where conviction is revealed in descriptions in a brain model. Don't come out hollow, but full throttle and dive in the deep end so history doesn't repeat and make it complete. Catch Grand Theft World every week with Richard and Tony. Chop it up with the homies. And I ain't talking about that public school baloney. And it's like you should know me, quoting Gatto in the flow that I'm growing. And LD's bearded is showing the time capsule stack of stats is open. So spread it around, the show is ready to pounce. Audience that abounds, seeking out what's profound. I know it is challenging fallacies in the balance when a forensic historian and boring men while exhorting in examination, contemplation, meditation, revelation, celebration, destinations planned, targets arrived. Autonomy crew of souls that survive, broke free from the 9 to 5, and we doing it live. Hey, with hope in our flow, where consciousness grows, as opposed to you don't have to think about it, dude. Cause it's a comedy show that be bombing truth, whoa, trying to make uncommon truths be more commonly known. That it's a Grand Theft World that I'm living in. Ain't no reptilian skin, just some normal humans who love to sin. From their banking powers they aim to win, deceive and betray all man, making everyone slaves to them. It's a Grand Theft World that I'm peering at. The sky's like a pyramid. For those tuning in, they be feeling that, revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts, yeah, neglected aspect, that's what they lack. Yo, Trivium course, it'll deal with that, be a rebel, bring the logic back, cause it's a Grand Theft World that they rolling out. Got the growth model out, tracing Rockefeller dollars straight to clouds. SEC connections are hard to doubt, but most go the common route, walking with their head in the shroud. Yo, it's a Grand Theft World that I'm peering at. The sky's like a pyramid, but those tuning in, they be feeling that, revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts. You should know, it's not a video game. This isn't Grand Theft Auto, folks. This isn't a video game. This is Grand Theft World.
All right, LD. It's a Grand Theft World that I'm peering at in the sky like a pyramid. For those tuning in, they'd be feeling it, revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts.
If you need a single location to get cutting-edge information and keep up with the rapidly changing world around us, tune into Grand Theft World, where a forensic historian and a logic professor break down the week's news in depth and in context. There's a ton more there, so go check it out. And don't forget to get your Freedom Vault on the homepage.